Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh Saad Sangat Ji. We're so excited today to have this fundraising telethon with you guys, where we've got so much planned today. We have so many speakers that are going to be joining us, project leaders that are going to be joining us, Sangat that is going to be coming on, and we're going to have time to be able to answer your questions. So make sure to stay tuned throughout the day. Whenever you guys get opportunities, share the link with your friends. We have this opportunity to be able to have these open and honest conversations. I think that is the best virtue to have, which is honesty, to be able to follow these footsteps that Guru Sahib Sache Paatshah have given us. Avo pehne gal milai ank se hai ladiyan, milke kareh kahaniyan samrat kant kiya, sache sahib sab gun augan sab asah, करता सबको तेरा जोर एक शब्द बिचारिया जान तू ता क्या होर. Meaning, if Maharaj, us, all of us that are soul brides, we get together as sisters, we get together, we embrace each other, we enjoy each other's virtues, we're able to share and help the world prosper. Katthe hoke, by getting together, we can praise the Creator, and through that we can experience our true purpose of life, because we all have our faults within us. But Guru Sahib, you are perfect. And Maharaj, the reality is that you are all powerful. You are the Karta. When Guru Nanak Dev Ji Maharaj began to travel this world and spread the name of truth, they had one nara that they were giving everybody, and that was Karta Purkh. That the Creator is the doer. The Creator is the one that does. So Karta sabko tera jor. Maharaj, you are the one that's all powerful. And when we have you, Maharaj, then hor kedi lod hai sanu. Ek shabd bichariya, why do we not contemplate that one shabad? And through every seva that we do, through every action that we do, through every sangat opportunity we take, the foundation of it is this. Ek shabd bichariya, jaan tu tan kya hor. If we have you, then we have nothing else. We do not place our hopes on anything else. And this is the foundation that I want to, at least as today's host with you guys, be able to put this as the foundation to all of the conversations we have. Like I said, we will have fun. I'll be asking you guys questions. We'll break out into Sakhi times today. So with Guru Sahib's Kirpa, let's not spend too much time in the introduction. Let's go right into it. First up, we have the absolute legend, Bhai Supreet Singh, joining us all the way from Texas. For those of you that do know, Bhai Sahib is a full-time Parcharak with us, and they have been full-time with us for, I think, almost about 2 years now. They've been traveling the world, doing Parchar, running so many projects with us. They're such a beautiful soul and such a beautiful person. They've traveled not just across most states in America, but across Canada and across the world as well. So let's join by Supreet Singh Ji. They'll be talking about lots of their projects and animation projects and camps that they've been running. And Maradi Kirpanal, before we get into that, we do have today the Swand Week, which is running. That's the purpose of this fundraising telethon. Throughout this week, we're going to be putting together different campaigns, different posts where the Sangat can get to know what's actually going on behind the scenes of the Seva of Basics of Sikhi, so we can ask for your support. This is an annual fundraiser where at the end of the year we do put forward all of these statistics, we put forward the projects, we present to you the project leaders, and we give you the opportunity to be able to ask all your questions, and we try our best to be able to answer them to the best of our abilities, so that we can win your support and put it towards the Sangat that yes, this Seva that goes on is only with the Sangat support. Jai Sangat di Ardas, yeah, that's the biggest support that we can get, Sangat Ardas. And second of all, the Maya that the Sangat puts towards this through the Swand. And this week we have the Swand Network, which is putting their own contributions towards the matching and the donations, the regular monthly donations that are coming in. So Guru Sahib Kirpa, if you donate this week or sign up for a new monthly donation, then that donation they'll be adding $50 or more into that pot as well. So Guru Sahib Di Kirpa, it's all with the Sangat support and Guru Sahib's support. And now we have Bhai Supreet Singh Ji, the absolute legend, the amazing Parcharak, the beautiful soul with us. So, Bhai Sahib Ji, let's all say Fateh to Bhai Sahib Ji. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki
Oh, like
Fateh.
Ruchi Fateh. Thank you so much for having me on, Ruchi. Thank you.
It's great to have you, Virji. So, first of all, tell me a little bit about yourself. What made you get into Parchar, and how the projects that you're currently working on.
Oh, Waheguru, Waheguru. Thank you so much, Ruchi. This is a beautiful opportunity to share with the Sangat, and to also speak to yourself. With everything, with so much seva going on, sometimes we don't get to catch up either. So it's nice to be able to talk to you, to have this soul to soul conversation, heart to heart conversation. Um, Ruchi, I think it all started for me when I got introduced to basics of Sikhi. By Jagraj Singh, his videos, I started to first interact with them back in 2011, I would say, ending of 2011. And that really inspired me to connect with my roots, to connect with Sikhi itself. ਵੈਸੇ ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦਾ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਸੀ my mom ਸਾਖੀਆਂ ਸੁਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਰਹੇ my grandfather was Amritari my Nana ji was Amritari so we did have a we did have a few generations of Amritaris in our family in my immediate family because parents were immigrants they migrated here to the States they were just so busy with work they couldn't really do too much they ਕਹਿ ਲਓ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਕਰਮਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਭਾਗਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਹੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ so around I was in college early college 19 years old maybe I came across Jagraj Singh's videos and I fell in love with his just personality, his genuineness, and the way he passed on the message of the gurus. It just spoke to my heart. And then in 2015, I don't know if you remember, I met by Jagraj Singh for the first time, and you were there. I met you for the first time as well. And so I think that was a really big spark for me, meeting both of you guys in the flesh and just seeing the seva that was happening in Basics of Sikhi was just like, okay, if this could become my life, that would be a dream come true. Like it wasn't like I was this kind of, upon when we say job, right? But like this seva, it was a dream. I don't think I was ever gonna ever do it really. Like it just dur di gal si in my mind. Um, then something happened where I started taking, Santhya classes and Gurmat Vidya. Guru Sahib started to engage me in that process. Then eventually, ਮੇਰੇ ਮਨ ਚ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਆਈ this is probably around like 2017 I would say I was like ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਬਖਸ਼ੋ let me do something good with my life you know ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਇਹ ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਆਨੰਦ ਹੈ yeah like ਸਿੱਖੀ ਚ ਆਨੰਦ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੈ going to ਕੀਰਤਨ ਸਮਾਗਮs and everything ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ it's cool awesome but I want to get back to the community I want to get back to ਚਲੋ ਆਪਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਹੋ you're the giver right we can't give you anything but I want to do my part you know I want to do something with this life that I have ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਤੇ the ardas came true like just started Seva started to come it started small it was like hey can you do an English talk here for kids can you do this that and I did it there's a funny story about my first katha so my first katha I did it in Connecticut which is on the northeastern side of the United States. And it was funny because this Benji, she had my number. She was a Gauri Singhni. She's a Gauri Singhni, sorry. And she said, like, buddy, like, just English. Can you come and do some English katha for the kids here? And I was like, yeah, I would love to. And I didn't know it was gonna be like kids actually. She just said, "Can you do English katha?" So it was my first katha, so I prepared so much. Like I went through like every like Maskinji's katha, like Yanni Kawan Singh. Oh, all the big guys just alert heard older Katha Ganipindrapal saying, bro, so many notes. And then I get to the Gurdwara Sahib and there's a bunch of kids everywhere, just like little babies, right? Rolling around. I'm like, oh my God. Like I think I went overkill on this. And but it was a great experience. It was a great experience. It was a very humbling experience. I had prepared so much, but I couldn't talk for more than 20 minutes. So like 20 minutes go by, I'm like, wait, I'm done. I got nothing in my mind anymore. It's off, you know. So it was an eye-opening experience to like the world of Parchar and so this is probably back in 2017, I would say 2018.
Yeah, and look
And
how much you've come progressed since then. Now you've been traveling. Now, with that experience, obviously, when you start off in 2017, we are now 8 years later, almost 9 years later, where
right,
Parchar has been going on. You've been traveling the world, and now not just speaking to young kids, but you are leading projects at the front, and you've come a long way, especially being full time with Basics of Sikhi now in America as our first US based Parcharak and full-time pracharak. And so that's absolutely beautiful to see your journey yourself. And I know we met way before we even, I think both of us started prachar way back in the day. So Mara di Kirpanal, we've gone through that journey, and Mara just blessed us with this brotherhood. Before we get into that, I'd love to get a quick insight. I know you are putting together a lot of plans for upcoming Prachar videos. And so tell us a little bit more about that, especially animations that are coming up.
beautiful, beautiful. For Prachar videos, in these last few months, I've really taken the opportunity to invest into researching YouTube and social media because that is our main kind of environment where we are operating as a media organization as well, right? Everything's 13. Basically, Sikhi, we are one of our main forms of prachar is media. So I took the liberty to just dive into that and research. And what I found is something really interesting. I found that, you know, when YouTube first came out, people picked up the camera and they spoke, right? But now it's a place where aspiring film creative individuals are publishing, high quality film like material. And so this really sparked a journey for me where I started to invest some of my time in learning about production, pre-production, and taking Prachar and putting it into a film-like frame. So that's what I've been really doing with the main channel or my contribution to the main channel, Basis Sikhi, has been, when I have an idea of okay, let's say it's a good of, let's say it's whatever it may be, I've now broken that process of creating the video into four steps. And the first step is like the idea itself, concept development, developing the concept. What's the core message or story of what I'm trying to present here? What's the target audience? Who is my target audience going to look like? And then what emotion or thought do I want the Sangha to leave with? So this is kind of like before I even turn on the camera, before I even do anything, this is kind of what I'm like working on. From there, I start doing research. I start collecting inspiration. I start looking to the topic itself and what kind of content I can create with that topic. Then I go into script writing, where I write the dialogue itself, and then we film it. This is what I've been doing for the main channel, Besuziki. And on the side, what I was really inspired by or was really what really moved me was animations. Seeing there are sick animations, that some organizations are trying to make, but I think what was really coming out there was like AI content, which is cool. Like, right, we all utilize AI, but I felt like there was something that AI was missing. It was just missing the core. Like, it was great, it was visualizing everything, but it was missing the core. So therefore I wanted to do something with that. And so we started a new project called the Vai Guru project. It's a homage to Bhai Jugraj Singh's course. He had a course called Vai Guru course. And it's basically the idea here is taking the basics of Sikhi concepts. Who is a guru? What is Sikhi? What is Nam? What is Gurbani? Very simple, simple concepts, and converting them into animations. 4 to 7 minute animations that will be accessible by the wider community. So the idea here is not to target a very niche community, but target the whole, like the 95% of the world, you know. And I think animations have that sweet spot where the visualization, the colors, they allow people to consume information a little bit more easier than seeing, someone like me on the screen. And so they're, they might not, but I think they might not relate with everything I'm saying. But with animations, we have a easier approach where we can hit the heart of the Sangat, and that's what we want to do. Each of these episodes as well, they'll be paired with a PDF or a Quizlet. So schools and even camps, they can utilize these animations and then give out these PDFs that we're making. And our first episode actually has been released a few days ago on Guru Nanak Dev Ji's Gurpurav. Um, and so that was amazing. Vaiguru, can you hear me? Hanji, I think I can hear you now. Vaiguru? Okay. Gee, gee, absolutely, absolutely. And it's a big project. It's a big project. We, hired our first animator back in June. So th before this episode just got released, but we've been working on it since June, or working on the whole idea, the concept, the channel itself, what our goal is, and then obviously the episodes to follow. But it is a big project, and it really, really, it can only be done with the Guru's Kirpa and the Sangat support. It's our life's goal, it's our life's dream to present Sikhi to the Sangat. It's Sikhi, such a valuable jewel, and we all want to share it. And so this is one of the ways that we thought about sharing. Beautiful, beautiful. Yes, I think before I tell you about these courses, I just want to give you a little bit of I'll give the Sangat a little bit of a context backdrop here. And that's just about my own kind of growing up here in the States, being first generation or second generation kids, growing up to parents who migrated from the East, from Punjab, from India. You just grow up with certain things, and there's certain things that you realize that there's a little bit of a disconnect between our parents and us growing up here. And so those things really, when I came to the field of Parchar, those things really, I've seen those things mirrored in other families. So I would meet other families who are going through similar things that I went through, and it's affecting their relationship to the guru through because of certain misunderstandings. And so these courses came up as a solution to the kind of the situations we have in our diaspora communities. The first course that I made here is called the parenting course, and I first delivered it in Australia this year, the beginning of this year. And I worked on this course for, I would say, a few months, just in the back, the backdrop, kind of like behind the scenes. It's what I've been developing, working on, and it's a 3-day course. And what I do with the parents is it's pretty cool. So when I delivered in Australia, it was about, I think, around 80 to 100 parents that were there. And the first day, what I did was I did a icebreaker with the parents. So if you can imagine, like all aunties, all uncles, right? And they're all largely they were all just migrated to Australia in the last like 8 to 10 years from Punjab. And what I did was I did an icebreaker. I had everyone write down something about their kid, something that their kid does not understand about them. Usually we as kids say, "Oh, parents, you don't understand us," but we never take the time to understand our parents. So I made the parents write down what is something that your child does not understand about you, and you wish that your child understood, you know. And so they all wrote it down on a piece of paper. I had them all crumble it up, and then I had them play a snowball fight. So I divided the parents into two groups, and then just they threw those papers at each other. And it was such a surreal experience seeing parents laugh and play and kind of mingle with each other. Once that all was all done, they picked up the papers on the floor and they read it out loud. And what we heard is like a very similar story that our kids are not understanding us. And then I slowly, through the next 2 days, I talked about how there is a disconnect and that disconnect just comes largely because of generation of time. We're living in such a different time than our parents were living in a different time. Cultural upbringings, like, we're going to school here, or watching TV shows here. Like just different. There's a lot of things at play here. And so through those three days, we just talked about how parents can teach their values and traditions and their Sikhi to their kids. What is the method of doing that? And that's kind of what we did with the parenting course there. Um, and then with the Garden the Sikhi course, that was made for the diaspora community. So it was made for uh, you know individuals like us who are growing up in America, Canada, UK, whatever. And that's a 5-day course. And I first presented that course back in February of this year in Austin, Texas. And there was a camp that called me, and I did that course there. And then I did that course a few times, trying to perfecting it as I went on. And really, the objective of that course is unleashing the sick potential. Um, and the idea there was to really understand what Sikhi is. And Sikhi, in a nutshell, that I derived was in 3 layers. Sikhi is Gurbani, so the Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Sikhi is the Guru's institution, so the Khalsa Panth, right? And then following that would be the writings of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, Bhai Gurdas Ji, Bhai Nand Lal Ji. So like all the writings that we hold sacred to our hearts. And the third layer is the Sikh institution, where all Sikhs operate in. And so basically the 5-day course explains what each layer is, what our role is in as Sikhs living in this generation, what our duties are to the community, to the Guru, in the social political sense. So the spiritual sense will be the very core, which we cover in basic Sikhi. We cover that when we do Parchar. And then going forward was like the more social political sense of what our responsibilities are to the community and to the Guru at large.
If we're playing a game in this world that Waheguru has created, and we have to know our position, just like a basketball player has to know their position and a soccer player has to know their position. So where are we placed in this era where we're connected to Punjab, but we're not living in Punjab right now, and here we are growing Sikhi out in the West, and yet we still have obligations and connections to all of our history, where we came from and where we're going next. So I know I always think about this, that a lot of Parchar comes from a place of pain, right? कि दर्द हुंदा या. There's a pain in our heart where we want to do something for the Panth and we want to help the world. And I think that's really the foundation of the organization. That's the foundation of any seva that we do. कि नाम सुखदायक है, that God's name gives us peace, and we see that pain in the youth and the sangat, and we want to help deliver that to them. I think that's where we position ourselves. If I can, would you agree with that?
Absolutely, absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. I think I really do think that Sikhi is the answer to the world's problems. And figuring out our place in that big timetable of the world itself, and that's really important. And I think every generation of Sikhs have done that. All of our elders, they have done that. And they've assessed their position. They assessed their position, that timeline of humanity, and then they explored to deliver Sikhi as a solution to the world's problems.
That's amazing. So I know you, in the past couple of years, you've also not just done things online, but you've gathered the Sangat together. And the youth today, at least myself growing up, we naturally have emotional connections to things that we see, the Sangat and environment that we're in, which is such an important role in developing Sikhi in the youth, is the physical Sangat that they're around and helping them understand the purpose of the Panth. And you've ran a camp called Camp Panth with this very purpose. So tell me a little bit more about that.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Camp Panth is an initiative that we started back in COVID. So 2021 was our first camp. And the goal there was to collect the young adults. So it is a young adult camp. So starting 18 and up, basically. The adults of the Sikh community to collect all of them here in the States and provide them an opportunity to do Sangat, to learn Gurmat Vidya, to learn Sikh education. Because I think one of the biggest things that I've saw was that when we look at diasporic community, namely the UK, Canada, the States. The States is kind of like behind when it comes to Gurmat education, and it's just because I would say Sikhs came here in the 80s compared to the UK and Canada where they were there for much longer, so they were able to establish themselves. But in the States, like there's a severe lacking of adult camps. You'll find kids camps everywhere. You'll find kids camps for sure, and that's a beautiful thing. We need kids camps for sure, absolutely. But we're missing that missing generation, which is my generation.
The teenagers, the young adults.
The young adults, those that kind of got left behind because it's just the way that the community moved
Yeah,
on.
and they are going to be raising the next generation of kids, and Sikhi starts from the home, so that's where we have to target.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the first few camps we did at people's houses, Sangat's houses. Sangat would be like, hey, Saade kare karo, and then we would just go there and we'll do physical camps. And the idea there was getting the feet wet of the Sangat in the idea of learning Gurbani. So that was the core kind of teaching of the camp. It was 5 days long, 4 days long, and you leave learning the 35 Akhara, you leave learning the 35 letters of Gurmukhi, and then just kind of having a kickstart of learning Santhya, learning Gurbani, how to read Gurbani, fluently. That was kind of the main goal, and I think we Maharaji Ki Kripa, we were able to succeed in that, and now looking back, and when I do travel from state to state, and I do travel to city here in America, you do see the fruits of that. You do see many kids being able to connect with Gurbani much easier, and so that was one of our goals.
It's amazing now that we're talking about it. You know what? I think the Sangha doesn't actually get to see the side of things where we get to see, because we are both very grassroots, where we're traveling not just one city. We're not just understanding the politics and the youth of a particular city, but generally across the globe.
Yeah.
We look at it from an era lens, like Aaj di sadi de, like this 100 year, this century Sikhs are doing this. The previous generation was doing this. and we can kind of create an average across like the Malaysia, India, UK, Canada, US, across all the states. And on top of that, we are not just on the ground in the grassroots, we are also virtual. So we have a very unique mix, and oftentimes I find that perspective when I get called, and you probably get called into conversations within other organizations or Gurdwara committees or just youth seminars, etc. This is the thing that we get to offer this perspective from a Sikh educator lens to say this is what the disease is in today's day, and this is what is the solution that needs to be provided, and making sure the Sangat is receptive to that. So all of these things really come a part of our role, and Maradi Kirpa now, it's really a blessing to be able to be in a position to be able to fulfill that.
Absolutely, absolutely agree. I think that having that hybrid mix is both fun, engaging, and very dynamic. You have to be able to code switch between the virtual world, and the physical world, which are two different worlds. For example, the last year and a half, I've traveled over 50 cities, and you get to learn so much about different Sangat groups, and like you said, there's a little bit of social dynamics, right, that take place, and you have to offer your insights to help the community wherever they may be. And then you come home, and then you gotta think about the larger Sikh community that you're not able to physically interact with as well. So it is very dynamic, this role of Prachar within E13.
That's definitely. So before we finish off, I do want you to spend some time and just sell me the dream. Tell me more about this Anandpur think tank. I know whenever I've been talking to youth at the university level, or young professionals, this concept of a think tank comes up so much that we need a think tank. We see it in businesses, we see it in the world. We see other religious groups even being able to put it together. And when we look back to Anandpur Sahib and the different Vidwans that are coming together, you have Bhai Nandlal Ji, you have all of these greatest Vidwans coming from all over the world, sitting in Guru Gobind Singh Ji's Darbar, where they had 52 Kavis, they had Vidwans, they had scholars, they had the greatest swordsmen, they had all of these beautiful virtues. And Guru Gobind Singh Ji is the best of the best at all of them. वो like
Yes.
Sarb Kala Samrat hai, they have all the kala. And Maharaj is there on top, overlooking all of these virtues piling up. And the way, Singh described it to me is like, ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੁੱਧ ਨੂੰ ਰੜਕਦੇ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਮੱਖਣ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ. It's the essence of the milk, the butter that comes up on top. And a think tank is like that. And Anandpur Sahib Darbar was like that. Maharaja Ranjit Singh's Raj would have been like that. And in today's day, we've got so much kala. We just talked about the diaspora. You're able to see it, I'm able to see it, and there's so many elements that we're not able to see that the Panth knows. Panth knows what kala that they have. But where do we put it together? I know the youth, we only get to exchange it on Instagram, maybe, or camps when we get outside of the cities, outside of the Gurdwara Sahibs, and we book campsites, and that's where we share our virtues. So the Panth has so many more virtues that we've outgrown camps now. We've outgrown universities. We've outgrown seminars. Where is this next place and this concept of a think tank that's been boiling in everybody's mind and you've been working on? So please tell me more about that.
Beautiful. Virji, the concept of a think tank is the world's best kept secret. This is what runs the world. Think tanks. It's the world's kept secret. Why? Because any policy that you see taking place in the world, the people behind that are think tanks. Whether it's whatever happens in politics, whatever president or like senator or mayor comes up with, it looks like he's coming up with the idea. It's not him or her. There's a huge group of scholars behind that push for that policy, and it's so important for Sikhs to have their think tank. So important, because this is what runs the world, and if we can have Sikh scholars, Sikh Vidwans, you know, Charati Kala wale Gursikh people helping to think, because that's what think tanks are. They're all about thinking. They do research, they do field work, and they collect the data needed for different ideas. If we can have Gursikhs behind that, the world can catapult forward towards Sachkhand. It can be, we can bring Sachkhand to the world. We can bring heaven onto earth through this think tank. And that's what Guru Gobind Singh Ji showed us. When Maharaj played the Anandpur Darbar for 26 years, they operated a library. They collected Vidwans, Kavis, philosophers, critical thinkers from all over, and they brought them to Anandpur Sahib, and they for 26 years they did this process of thinking. They had so much kala, so much education, so much knowledge there in that one area. And Anandpur think tank is building off of that. After 1704, Anandpur Sahib became decentralized, right? Guru Sahib left Anandpur Sahib to show us that the Anandpur is an idea. If you can bring that to here, wherever you are, New York, California, Brampton, Surrey, if you can bring Anandpur salmon to those areas, they will become hubs that light up the world. They will become the backbone of every single policy that's made, every single, just anything that happens in the world, the backbone of that could be Anandpur salmon.
Amazing. And I sometimes think, due to circumstances of the last 3-4 generations where we had the annexing of Punjab by the British, and then 1947, and then 1984, and all of these other events that have led to our forefathers into the situations of survival that they had to be in. Maybe this concept of think tanks is so lost. So I know you and I can understand it, but how would you describe it in Punjabi to a 45-year-old uncle who's just been working in a labor job for the last generation, and so has his father? How would we describe that to them? And because we need the elders and the youth in the same
Absolutely.
pool to be able to pull out all of these the essence of our thoughts, right?
Absolutely. And I always describe it in this way ਕਿ ਹਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਸਲਾਹਕਾਰ ਯੋਗ ਸਲਾਹ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਕੋਈ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਹੁਣ
ਹਾਂਜੀ।
ਆਪਾਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਰਸੋਈ 'ਚ ਜਾਣਾ, ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦੇ ਮੰਨ ਲਓ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦੇ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਪਏਗਾ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਸਲਾਹ ਲਵਾਂਗਾ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿੰਘਣੀ ਤੋਂ ਕਿ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦਾ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰਨਾ, ਤਵਾ ਦਾ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਲਾਹ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਕੰਮ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ। I don't know how to make that thing, but my wife does. She's really good at it. So she can tell me, put the setting on this, of the tawa, do this. The think tank is that person who gives salah, who gives advice. ਭਾਵੇਂ ਹੁਣ ਦੇਖੋ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਬਦਲ ਗਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਨਾ, so there's democrats, there's republics, there's not monarchy system anymore where there's kings and stuff. But ਜਦੋਂ ਰਾਜਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਰਾਜਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਰਾਣੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਰਾਜੇ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਸਲਾਹ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਕੋਈ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਹੈ ਨਾ? He had like a mantri, he had an advisor, someone that gave him advice of what to do. The Raja himself didn't have that awareness of everything. ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, he was a leader, ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਇੱਕ ਟੀਮ ਸੀ, and so ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਨੰਦਪੁਰ think tank ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਚੰਗੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਸਲਾਹ ਦੇਗੇ, ਜਾਂ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਗੂ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟਸ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਮੇਅਰਸ, ਗਵਰਨਰਸ, ਸੈਨੇਟਰਸ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਲਾਹ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋਏ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਤੂੰ ਆਹ ਕੰਮ ਨਾ ਕਰੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਨਾਮ ਤੋਂ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖੀ ਤੋਂ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਹੈ, ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ। ਸਿੰਪਲ ਐਜ਼ ਦੈਟ।
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ, ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਵੀ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ, ਮੇਰੇ ਮਨ 'ਚ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਹਰੇਕ ਦੀ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ, ਪਰ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਟ ਵੀ ਦਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਸੱਚ ਨਿਕਲਦਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਝੂਠੀ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਫਿੱਕੀ ਪੈ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ। ਸੋ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਗਹਿਰਾਈ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਕਿ ਗੱਡੀ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਬਣਾਈ ਹੈ, ਅਤੇ 2-4 ਮਕੈਨਿਕ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਕਰ ਲਓ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਬਣਾ ਦੇਣੀ। ਜੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਮਕੈਨਿਕ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹੋਰ ਵਧੀਆ ਸਲਾਹ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਮਕੈਨਿਕ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੱਟ ਦੇਣੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ। ਅਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਸਿਰਮੌਰ ਮਕੈਨਿਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਕਰਕੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਜੀਨੀਅਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਕਰਕੇ, ਸਾਰੇ ਨੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਕਰਨੇ, ਇੱਕ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੱਟਣੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਦੁੱਧ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮੱਖਣ ਨਿਕਲ ਆਉਣਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਪੂਰੀ ਤਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਹੋਈ ਜਦੋਂ ਗੱਡੀ ਬਣਨੀ ਨਾ, ਫਿਰ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਇਸ ਗੱਡੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੀ। ਸੋ ਪੰਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਕਵੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਵਿਦਵਾਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਲਾਹ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਚਰਚਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਮੋਹਰ ਲੱਗਣੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਇੰਨੀ ਤਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਨਿਕਲਣੀ ਨਾ, ਅਤੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਸਲਾਹ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੈ ਕੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਚੰਗਾ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਮੱਖਣ ਨਿਕਲਣਾ, ਉਹਦਾ ਫਿਰ ਰਸ ਹੀ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆਪਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਪਣੇ ਪੰਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿਚਾਰਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੇ, ਸਲਾਹ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਪਰ ਸਲਾਹ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਸੀਗੀ, We used to have these places to have these conversations, but now the conversations aren't there. And now, unfortunately, anybody can just start a podcast and splurt out whatever. ਤੇ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਇਨਫਲੂਐਂਸਰ ਕਲਚਰ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਉੱਚੀ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਆ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਿਆਣਾ ਆ ਉਹ ਉੱਚੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਵਿਚਾਰੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ. ਸੋ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਇਸ ਪੱਖ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ. ਬਾਕੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਬੜੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕੀਤੀ. ਯੂ ਟਾਕਡ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਦ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟਸ, ਯੂ ਟਾਕਡ ਅਬਾਊਟ the camps and other things. I think before we end off, Bhai Sahib ji, if there's one message you'd love to give to the Panth, to the youth, or just our viewers today that are watching us, what would that message be?
Yeah, Ji, thank you for this opportunity, Veer Ji. That message would be that Guru Nanak came to spread love. He came to unite hearts. He came to build bridges. Guru Sahib never came to destroy them. You know, as Sikhs, our first and foremost step is connecting with that Guru. That Guru whose heart is so big, Vishal Hirda. His heart has no end. Let's connect to that Guru. Let's find his love and be able to spread that love throughout the world. That is our job. That is our duty. Bhai Sahib ji, thank you so much. I am so thankful to Bhai Sahib, Bhai Harman Singh ji. I'm so thankful to Everything's 13 team who's given me an opportunity to make this, not more than a hobby. You know, before it was a hobby, it was something that you do on the side. But they, through the Sangat support, gave me the opportunity to make this my full-time dream come true. And thank you so much, Sangat ji. Tuhade vaste, tuhada sanjog. You hired me 2 years ago, and I've been so thankful ever since. And every day I hope to make you proud. I hope to make you happy, and I hope to serve the Guru till the very last breath. Thank you so
ਤੇ
much.
ਮੈਂ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਦੱਸ ਦੇਵਾਂ, ਆਈ ਨੋ ਚਲੋ ਮੁੱਖ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸਤਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੀਦੀ, ਬਟ ਵੈਨ we want to put it towards the Sangat to understand how this Seva actually comes about. Bhai Sahib was a full-time engineer in New York. ਟ੍ਰੇਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ on the New York Metro, and he oversaw trains. ਤੇ ਪੂਰੀ engineering ਦੀ job ਹੈ. ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪੈਸੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ you came into the Seva and it was like a hobby that you turned into. I know that's your nimrta to be able to say it that way. We demanded Bhai Sahib's time. Bhai Sahib was doing Parchar. Bhai Sahib Parchar kar rahe sige. They were doing it as much as they can until a point came when Bhai Sahib said, I can't physically do it anymore. I don't have enough physical energy. ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਸੌਣ ਲਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਮਿਲਦਾ, traveling ਲਈ ਸਮਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਦਾ, ਕੰਮ ਤੋਂ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਇੰਨੀਆਂ ਮਿਲਦੀਆਂ, ਸੰਗਤ ਇੰਨੀ ਬੁਲਾ ਰਹੀ ਆ. Then we said, you know what? This is the right time for you to come full-time with us now. Because the Sangat is supporting us, and through the Sangat's Daswand, we were able to tell Bhai Sahib to say, no Bhai Sahib ji, we need Panth nu thodi lod a. Tusi mehnat karo, te Panth di seva karo. And Bhai Sahib then came into a full-time job, and he's been full-time doing Parchar with us for 2 years now. So again, Saad Singh ji, ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸੰਜੋਗ ਨਾਲ ਤੇ ਦਸਵੰਦ ਨਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ. As I mentioned, this is the Fundraising Telethon live stream ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਆ, where you can use the QR code on the screen, and the link is also pinned to be able to provide donations. And so you can keep this seva going that Bhai Sahib has just talked about, and we are going to be talking about throughout the entire day. So ਆਓ ਆਪਾਂ ਹੁਣ 2 ਮਿੰਟ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ. ਯੂ ਨੋ ਹਾਊ ਨੋਰਮਲ TV ਸ਼ੋਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਐਡਵਰਟਾਈਜ਼ਮੈਂਟ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ, ਪਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਐਡਵਰਟਾਈਜ਼ਮੈਂਟ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਨਹੀਂ, ਆਪਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਲੈਣੀ ਆ. we're going to take a break for ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ. ਥੋੜੇ ਕਲਿਪਸ ਆਉਣਗੇ about ਕਥਾ and ਵਿਚਾਰ, and then we'll move on to the next speaker. So ਭਾਈ ਸੁਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ. ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ. Youth like you and me, they're always thinking, ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਵਿਆਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ, I'm going to be left alone, ਮੇਰਾ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਨਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਾਂ ਪਿਓ ਆਖੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਆ. So then we're forced to try to like put ourselves out there. ਨਹੀਂ ਪਿਆਰਿਓ, ਕਿਸੇ ਤੇ ਆਸ ਰੱਖਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ. Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj did not care, didn't say, all right, I'm coming of age and now I need to develop this culture around me so that people get to know who I am, and therefore maybe I'll get married and have my own family one day. No. ਉਹ ਸੇਵਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗੇ ਰਹੇ. There came a time, Mata Mansa Devi ji said, Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj, our daughters are of age now. ਬੀਬੀ ਭਾਨੀ ਜੀ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵਰ ਲੱਭੀਏ. And Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says, ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਵਰ? ਮਾਤਾ ਮਨਸਾ ਦੇਵੀ ਜੀ ਆਖਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖ ਹੈ ਨਾ, I see God when I see upon him. They said, let's bring him. ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਆਓ. And Mata ji says, hold on, Guruji, not him. He doesn't have a family. Somebody like him, but not him. And Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says the famous words, you know, Paliye ede varga te hi hai. There's nobody in the world like him. She says, but he doesn't have a house. Guru Amar Das Ji says, he will have such a house one day that the entire world will come and bow down to him. He doesn't have a family. He will have such a family that will give their lives and the entire world will remember and bow down to their feet. Their family of Soddi Kul of Baba Jeet Singh, Baba Jujhar Singh. But he doesn't have any wealth. He doesn't have any money. The entire world will donate buckets and Lakshmi herself will come down and fall at the feet of Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj. These are the words of Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj. Don't worry about anything else. Place your hope on the Guru. Everything else will get taken care of. In fact, ਪੰਗੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਪਿੰਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਦਮ ਉਠਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this fund does. It transforms generosity into Seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this Seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
Welcome back, Sadh Sangat Ji. We just had a beautiful conversation with Bhai Supreet Singh Ji. Next, we have Bhai Jaswinder Singh Ji, who is also a Parcharak with us. They are based out in Toronto, but they are originally from Delhi in India. They've been doing Seva there for a long time, many years, and they actually saw the development of our India team and how we started Parchar in India and how they were involved in the development of that, and even beyond that, they've been doing so much seva with Molleo. And if you go to Delhi and you mention Bhai Jaswinder Singh to anybody, they definitely know who we're talking about. So Bhai Sahab has moved to Toronto and they've been doing Parchar and they've been running courses there. So we'll be getting into a conversation with them. But before we get into that, I just want to remind the Sangat that it is the Swand week, and this is a all-day live stream telethon that we are doing. We are putting these projects and our open heart, khulla dil, in front of you to be able to show all the effort that goes in the background of all the seva that you guys see. So Thodi Sanjog Nal, you guys can donate using the QR code on the screen or the link that is pinned. ਤੇ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਦਿਹਾੜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ, ਸੋ ਮੇਕ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਵਿਦ ਯਰ ਫਰੈਂਡਸ ਐਂਡ ਸੰਗਤ. ਸੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਭਾਈ ਜਸਵਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ ਨੇ, ਐਂਡ ਦੇਰ ਐਨ ਐਬਸੋਲੂਟ ਲੈਜੈਂਡ, ਅਮੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰਕ, ਸੱਚ ਅ ਬਿਊਟੀਫੁਲ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਬੀਇੰਗ. ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਐਂਡ ਸੰਗਤ ਇਜ਼ ਇੰਸਪਾਇਰਡ. ਮੈਂ ਆਪ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੋਲ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਸਗੋਂ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੰਨੇ ਮਿੱਠੇ ਬਣਿਆ ਕਰੋ. ਸੋ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਇੰਨੇ ਗੁਣ ਬਖਸ਼ਣ. ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ.
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਆਪ ਜੀਆਂ ਦਾ. It's all the words are out of your humility, ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ.
Vaheguru, shukra. Thank you so much for all the seva that you do. And so tell me a little bit about yourself, Sangat nu vi pata lage te tusi kehdi seva karte, and how did you get involved, and what inspires you to be able to do this seva of doing prachar?
It's a very difficult question to say who am I. ਜੇਕਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਹੀਏ ਕਿ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਥਾਪੜਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮਾਰੇ ਤੋਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ. That's how I think it defines it. Eventually,
ਹਾਂਜੀ. So Maharaj ne kirpa ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ. You've been able to do seva in India and Toronto, and in the last year or so you've transitioned. So ਤੁਸੀਂ India ਦੀ ਵੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਦੇਖੀ and the diaspora there, and we were just speaking about different diasporas with Bhai Supreet Singh Ji, and so you've seen the India's sangat and you've seen the sangat abroad. What are the differences and the needs that you have seen?
I think by some more or less, just a broader picture dekhiye, it's more or less the same thing across everywhere.
Okay.
When you interact with the youth, when you go to the Gurdwara, when you see the structures there, the kind of pattern is exactly the same. The only difference that does see is when you see the intrinsic side of it. Um, for example, if you go to Kashmir, or if you go to Delhi, or if you go to Punjab, they have at the back end they have similar issues, but it's more or less related to the geographies that they are straining. And especially when it comes to India, India is so diverse in terms of language, culture, traditions, thoughts. They need more specific prachar. But when it comes to West, probably something that you might be doing prachar in Toronto, let's say, it's the same model that probably you can replicate to BC. So it's a little simpler. It's not as simple as it looks, but it's a little simpler as compared to India. ਪਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਏ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਇਨਫਰਾਸਟ੍ਰਕਚਰ ਦੇਖੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਹੁਣ every 2 kilometers there's a Singh Sabha Gurdwara. But if you come to Brampton or if you come to Toronto, let's say, ਇੱਥੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਇਨਫਰਾਸਟ੍ਰਕਚਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ with every guru ਘਰ there's a school with every guru ਘਰ probably they have their own Gadka classes going on. We don't have that structures back in Delhi. But then ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਦੁਬਿਧਾਵਾਂ they're more intrinsic than the outside because there ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ youth ਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਦੁਬਿਧਾ ਕੀ ਆ ਉੱਥੇ they have the pressure of the state. They have pressure of the ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿਪਰਦਾ ਆ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਜ਼ਬ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਆ when they go to schools, when they go to universities, they face different kind of challenges. Probably those kind of challenges the youngsters don't face here. And this difference is a huge difference in terms when we talk about Parchar. ਉੱਥੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਛਕ ਲਓ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪੰਥ ਦੀਆਂ ਦੁਬਿਧਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਕਿ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਦੱਸੋ ਜੇ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਛਕਣਾ ਤੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਛਕਣਾ ਪਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਨੌਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਠੀਕ ਆ ਛਕ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ but there's a time to it. Probably we're not aligned to the Panthic vision right now, but there even though their parents are aligned to the vision, but they have so much of obstructions in their path which being created or being impounded onto them, which they are right now struggling with. So all these differences when you see in different diasporas, फिर सन लगता कि different organizations specifically to Parchar, they must step in to streamline or ease the path to help them out to be able to cope up with the essence of Sikhi, to imbibe the essence of Sikhi into their lives. फिर थोड़ा सौखा करने वास्ते उन्हें संगत चाहिए है. They look out for options. The options that they find back in India, वो दुविधा पाउण वाले हैं. Even though ਹੁਣ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਫਲਾਣੇ ਬਾਬੇ ਕੋਲ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ that becomes easy. You don't have at least I'm not aware of it if you have such babbes in Toronto or not. But ਉੱਥੇ you're like ਇੱਟ ਪੁੱਟੋ ਬਾਬਾ ਨਿਕਲਦਾ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ there's so many ਦੁਬਿਧਾਵਾਂ but there are so many obstructions. But then ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਪਿਆਰੀਆਂ ਸੰਸਥਾਵਾਂ ਲੱਗੀਆਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ it's very interesting you say that and ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਆ when we were younger, right? Horn Maharaj ne kirpa kiti and we are the people on stage and we're blessed with that seva to be able to deliver through the mic on the stage. But I remember when we were younger, I was listening to Katha and the Katha was talking about ਕਿ ਇਹ ਪਿੰਡ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੜੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੂਜਣੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੀਦੀਆਂ and why it's very and about 40 minutes of the conversation was that about why you should not worship graves and madiya and stuff. And so I remember talking to my dad about it and my dad had to take an hour to explain to me madi ki hundi hai, right, why it's worshipped, and then explain to me why you shouldn't worship it. Well, I didn't know what it was to begin with, right? And this is me growing up in Sikhi, so I can totally understand somebody that wouldn't relate with that conversation because it's speaking to a completely different diaspora. And I know I can probably say, as somebody growing up in the West, that I found the biggest gap was relatability and the cultural pressures, which you just alluded to, right? So ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਸੰਸਥਾਵਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਾਲ ਲੱਗੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ to tackle those issues, and the issues that we have here within the youth, we try to tackle them in a different way. In Maharaj Kirpa, you've been able to see both worlds and been able to step into it. And you've even taught courses in Punjab, in Delhi, and you've taught courses and run camps here in Canada now as well. So what things have you observed, and then not only just in those sangats, but also the structures, say like the Gurdwara structures, how the governance happens here versus in Punjab. How do you view those?
ਜੇਕਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਮਰਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਤੇ there is only one word that I would say, that even the youngsters there and even the youngsters here, they're looking for love. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ. And that's the only word that comes to my mind when I think about this. And eventually ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ. They're not able to find it, because even in the West and even in India today, the problems are like quite similar, because in India the youngsters, they do not associate with their parents anymore. Yes, they somewhat relate to it because of the language, they get an advantage, but here in West it's more disastrous, because the youngsters here, they do not associate with their parents because they speak, the kind of alien language which they do not associate with. And then they do not associate with the cultures as well, because they never saw them, as Abaji mentioned just now. So for them, it's more like they do not associate with Gore as well. So they are in middle, which they feel like, ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਥਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਆਏ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਣਾ. We don't know.
100%. And I always laugh about it, because we don't even understand the Gen Z language. Like skibidi laya hunda hai, sanu nahi pata. Like we don't really know what it really means, and Sangat's probably laughing about this. But you see, every generation has their level of gap. But what you just mentioned there's like a sense of identity that's missing, and so it's like an identity crisis where tanu eh nahi pata ki mainu idron pyar miluga ke idron miluga. Where will I feel love? Will I feel more loved if I become more Punjabi? Will I feel more love if I become more American? Will I feel more loved if I become more successful professionally, or more loved if I feel I become more religious? So you're almost like wandering around and dividing your life in all of these different segments. But I think this is where, I know you and we had this conversation before. The question ਜਿਹੜੇ youth ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਦਾ ਨਾ, how to balance Sikhi, how do I make Amrit Vela, do I do Sikhi on Saturdays and Sundays, and Monday to Friday ਮੈਂ ਕੁਛ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ. It's very different when you understand Sikhi is the foundation of every breath of yours. ਕਿ ਸਵਾਸ ਸਵਾਸ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਆ. It's the foundation of where your thoughts come out and where your thoughts go in. It goes beyond your sense of identity. But when we have a whole generation going through an identity crisis, we can't break them from the identity that you are in this Janam Maran da Gate, this coming and going within the world, and that you're not actually human. This is just a piece of cloth that you're wearing. This is temporary. This world is temporary. But they're searching for those deeper answers without having solved the surface level problems. Would you agree with that?
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚੇਤਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਏ ਸੀ, when I came to Canada for the first time, and it was like few weeks. After that, there was a katha at Singh's house. They just came they came to pick us up. We went to the katha, Maharaj Kirpa, we did the Seva, and after the katha, there were a few youngsters that came to us, and they said, Bhai Sahab, where are you staying? Das said, Das has recently moved to Toronto and probably going to stay here for some time. So they said, tusi hun ithe aa gaye hain. We never had anybody ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਦੱਸ ਸਕੇ, ਕੁਝ ਸਿਖਾ ਸਕੇ. Which I was shocked, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਡੇ infrastructures ਦੇਖੇ ਆ. ਅਸੀਂ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਦੇਖੇ. Like so many pracharaks coming in from Punjab, they stay here for 6 months time. They spend so much of energy, time, money, everything the gurdwaras are doing. ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਇਸੇ ਦੱਸਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ? There's so many gurdware. You can go to any gurdwara, you can talk to any granthi. But then those veers said that we do not associate with them. I said, why? ਕਿ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬੈਠ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੰਦੇ? ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ we just feel associated. ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ, this is something that we are looking for probably, or you are able to churn it down for us. ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੁੱਧ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮੱਖਣ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਦੇ ਦੇਈਦਾ, ਫਿਰ ਬਾਲਕ ਛਕ ਲੈਂਦਾ. ਤੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਾਲਕ ਨੂੰ ਕਹੋ you have to like drink 2 liters of milk and you won't get butter out of it, probably that becomes a tedious task for the youth in the West. ਤੇ ਦੂਜਾ ਇੱਕ ਉਦਾਹਰਣ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਕੱਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਥਾ ਤੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ, there was like ਕਥਾ in Scarborough Guru Ghar, and we were talking about Maharaj Dhan Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji's Shahidi Gatha, and in there was a prasang of Khima, and we were talking about the virtue of forgiveness, and there was a time after Katha, one of the Sajjan, they came to us and said कि सानू किसे दसिया ही नहीं खिमा बारे कि खिमा भी एक गुण हुंदा है. And says I've been carrying this burden onto myself for like so many years now, and after listening to this Katha, probably what would you suggest to me? Shall I forgive those who have done so much of bad to me? मैं क्या महाराज दे जिहड़ा हुक्म है वो सारियां वास्ते सांझा है. That's how it is. So eventually, the structures are same. कथा वही है, बाणी वही है, सिर्फ तरतीब बदलनी चाहिए है so that they get associated with it, especially the youth in the West.
Exactly. And so you've seen the structures of the Gurdwara, the university, and the needs of Parchar that the youth have. What other initiatives do we need to take today from your perspective to be able to improve the Panth, to improve this leher of Parchar? I see Parchar as a conversation that is inside of everybody's mind. Like Parchar isn't, in my eyes, just videos or katha that you say on stage. It's the flow of a conversation that creates the foundation of what a generation thinks, where their philosophy comes from. So when we speak, every conversation, every video, every reel is adding a drop into that larger thought process of a generation. And so what sort of initiatives outside of the vichar, the conversation, once you have the conversation, that conversation needs to turn into an action. And so what sort of actions do you think this generation needs to be taking, looking at the things of colleges, university, Gurdwara Sahibs, and the things that they have in front of them today?
I think there's so much to do, Faisal. There's so much to do, and I think we've been just starting this beautiful journey of Parchar. And it's not just about thinking about the next 5 years, thinking about the next 10 years. The Panth needs to lay down a plan for the next 50, 100 years, because this is the golden age for Parchar. And eventually, जिन्ने मैं हर बार ये गल कहना हुन्ना, जिन्ने नौजवान आज तंती साज बजा रहे हैं पहला नहीं सी, जिन्ने नौजवान आज खड़े हो के पंथ दी आवाज बुलंद कर रहे हैं, they were never like that before. Eventually, the only point when it comes to youngsters, they need direction. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰਾਹ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ enthusiasm ਹੈਗਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਪੰਥ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਹੈਗਾ, they love the Panth a lot. They want to do anything for the Panth. The only thing that they need is a direction. ਉਹ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਦੱਸ ਦੇਵੇ ਕਰਨਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਹਾਂ. And at this point of time, the organization and the Gurdwara structure comes in. So this Gurdwara structure, we need to reorganize. We need to reorganize it in a way that the youngsters feel involved. Because if you remember, I think we had this conversation before. We started a course in Toronto related to the youngsters. We want to touch base with them, the kind of challenges that they face, the mental health issues, because especially in the West, the life is so tightly packed, like you don't get time for yourself. You don't really take a break and think about where I'm going, what I need to do with myself. Am I having actually a connection or not? All the kind of the inbuilt trauma that I'm burdening up myself with, that keeps on growing with time, and you do not really get a time to lower it down, to remove it out from yourself. And eventually, when the course happened, we started that course in the Gurdwara, and not much of the youth turned in. So the first session, we had to struggle to find the youth to come to the Gurdwara. And when we spoke to the youngsters, they said, we're not coming because we do not associate with the Gurdwara structure. To be honest, this was like a shock for us being a Pracharak, because that's the place from where the Prachar started. Guru Nanak Sahib Ji ne Dharamsala ਸਥਾਪਿਤ ਹੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਘਰ ਘਰ ਅੰਦਰ ਧਰਮਸਾਲ ਹੋਵੇ, as Bhai Gurdas Ji says. But that ਘਰ ਘਰ ਅੰਦਰ ਧਰਮਸਾਲ, the concept is going to be like being a honeybee and having actually extracting the nectar from the flower and going back home and preparing the honey. But then if you're not having honey or the nectar in the flower anymore, then where are you going to create the honey from? So this structure of the Gurdwara should be all inclusive. At the same point of time, should be able to answer the questions of the youth, should be
What
able to be accountable to the youth, so that when they come to the Gurdwara, they feel this is the place we're going to go. And
100%. And these, yes, sorry,
not
go
just
on.
and it's not just a full problem. It's like a half problem. When I go to the Gurdwara today in the West, I see college going youngsters going and doing Seva from day and night. They do. But when they do Seva, they need to know what's the taste of Simran as well. When they do Seva, they need to know what's the taste of sitting and doing Vichar of Tan Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Jeevan as well. All the essence of Guru Nanak Sahib Ji's Bani as well. They should be able to imbibe into themselves, because that's an amalgamation which is perfect. So that is something that we want the Gurdwara structures to work in. And from there, when I sitting here in Brampton today, when I see different organizations working towards that goal, it looks amazing. But at the same point of time, I see today's youngsters being vulnerable. Of the age of 12 and 19, they're still vulnerable, and they do not associate with the structures anymore. They need something solid and strong, which is full of love.
I fully agree, and I think that that helping hand, that guidance, is what I know I definitely missed. If I can be a little bit vulnerable here as well, we didn't have those older brothers. Yes, we had grandparents, we had bajorgs that were there to help us, but they didn't understand the world and the structures we were in. Right? The bajorgs had the knowledge, the vidya, and they taught us Gurbani. But we didn't have those older brothers that were there to grab us and say, here's what we built, take it forward. We
Absolutely.
had to end up becoming those pioneers to try to figure out what are we doing here, what's going on. And definitely that guidance with love is something that's definitely needed in today's day. And you talked about the Gurdwara structures, and this conversation about how the Gurdwara should be structured and how it was during Guru Sahib's times. We can go into the details of it. Obviously, maybe right now isn't the best time, and even the Sangat listening to this definitely know what we're talking about here, right? How the politics is involved when you become self-centered within that place, then thode niji pak ho jande. You're not there for the Sangat benefit, but you're there for something personal. And the issue isn't, we can't keep blaming individuals because it's more than one asthan now. It's more than one city. It's across the world. And I always laugh about this and end off with this joke. Me and the Singhs always laugh. We say, if there was an election system at Khadur Sahib, then after 2 years of Guru Angad Dev Ji, they would have voted Guru Angad Dev Ji. I was like, "Theek hai, Baba, tu chal ja hun." After 2 years at Goindwal Sahib, Guru Amar Das Ji would have been outvoted. Be like, "Fine, your term is over. You've been Guru for 2 years. We've all voted. Teriyan votaਂ ਪੈ ਗਈਆਂ, Baba tu nikal ja ਇੱਥੇ." At Amritsar Sahib, after 2 years, ਜੇ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਪੈਂਦੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਤੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਰਾਮਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ ਸੀਗਾ. Meaning elections was never our process. It never was, and it can't ever, because we're talking about virle ke. Very rare are those that are they're going to be at Amrit Vela. Those rare are those five ਪੰਜ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਸੰਗਤ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣਨੀ ਹੈ, ਗੁਰਮਤ ਵਿਦਿਆ ਲੈਣੀ ਹੈ. Out of a large community, you're going to have rare people that have those virtues. Our job as Sangat is to identify those virtues and put them in a position where they're able to work with the community and with their guru structures. In the world that we live in, yes, we do have to have a chairman and a president and the structures, but those don't drive us. But those are vehicles we have to use in today's age to be able to get the job done. And I think that's where the youth need to come in and listen to their fresh ideas, and the Bajorg being there to help them. And I always look back at this example of Nawab Kapoor Singh and Jassa Singh Ahluwalia. Nawab Kapoor Singh was a leader. He didn't wait till he passed away to give on the Nawabi. He was there. Jeende Ray. He said, all right, I'm going to give this Nawabi to Jassa Singh Ahluwalia now, but I'm still here to help him out. If he needs me, he can do, I'm here to help him. But I'm retiring now. It's your job, you're the jathedar, you're going to lead it, but I'm there to guide you. And I think if the youth had more of that help, that would be beautiful. And chalo, whatever happened in the struggles that the previous generations had, that's amazing. And they struggled through that. But now it's our job to build those structures, I would say. Do the prachar, build those structures so that when our kids grow up, we are there to guide them rather than take from them.
Absolutely.
And so, Bhai Sahib ji, thank you so much for your time and the beautiful prachar that you do. You've been running the Waheguru course for a while there now in Toronto, connecting with the youth, being to the Sangat. If you're in the Toronto area, definitely check out the programs that Bhai Sahib ji is doing. The posters do get posted, and Bhai Sahib's videos we'll hopefully see more and more on our YouTube channel as well. But Bhai Sahib ji, before we leave, what is a message that you would love to give to the Sangat, the message that you'd love to give to the youth today?
I think there's only one message which somebody asked Dr. Gurpagat. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, what one thing that today's youngsters should do. So Dr. Gurpagat said, and this like 10 years from now, and they said today's youngsters for the next 20-30 years should read. ਪੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ. They should read our history, they should read Gurbani, they should read all the structures, all the transcripts, all the thoughts that have been written before them. So ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ they need to understand what Sikhi is, what true Sikhi is. And once they have that essence of Sikhi, probably they'll be the embodiment of Sikhi themselves. And that's one message that I also like to reiterate.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Bhai Sahib ji, for taking out the time. ਤੇ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਫਤਿਹ ਬੁਲਾ ਲੈਣੇ ਜੀ. ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ. Thank you, Sad Sangat ji. So next, that was by Jaswinder Singh ji, that's based out in Toronto. Next, we're going to have by Mandeep Singh ji joining us. And their influence and the seva that they've been doing in the UK. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick Parchar break. So we'll see you back in a couple of minutes. Youth like you and me, they're always thinking, I'm going to be left alone. Mera to koi nahi hai. Na mere maan pyo aakhe lagde hai. So then we're forced to try to like put ourselves out there. Nahi pyare ho, ਕਿਸੇ ਤੇ ਆਸ ਰੱਖਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ. Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj did not care, didn't say, all right, I'm coming of age and now I need to develop this culture around me so that people get to know who I am and therefore maybe I'll get married and have my own family one day. No. ਉਸ ਸੇਵਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗੇ ਰਹੇ. There came a time, Mata Mansa Devi ji said, Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj, our daughters are of age now. ਬੀਬੀ ਭਾਨੀ ਜੀ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵਰ ਲੱਭੀਏ. And Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says, ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਵਰ? ਮਾਤਾ ਮਨਸਾ ਦੇਵੀ ਜੀ ਆਖਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖ ਹੈ ਨਾ, I see God when I see upon him. They said, let's bring him. Inu le aao. And Mata ji says, hold on, Guruji, not him. He doesn't have a family. Somebody like him, but not him. And Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says the famous words you know, Paliye ede varga ta hi hai. There's nobody in the world like him. She says, but he doesn't have a house. Guru Amardas Ji says, he will have such a house one day that the entire world will come and bow down to him. He doesn't have a family. He will have such a family that will give their lives and the entire world will remember and bow down to their feet. Their family of Soddi Kul of Baba Jeet Singh, Baba Jujhar Singh. But he doesn't have any wealth. He doesn't have any money. The entire world will donate buckets and Lakshmi herself will come down and fall at the feet of Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj. These are the words of Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj. Don't worry about anything else. Place your hope on the Guru. Everything else will get taken care of. In fact, ਪੰਗੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਦਮ ਉਠਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this fund does. It transforms generosity into seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
Welcome back, Sad Sangat ji. That was a beautiful conversation that we just had with by Jaswinder Singh ji, and before that we had by Supreet Singh ji. So now with us we have the absolute legend, amazing Singh, someone that I look up to. He's an absolute leader. We have by Mandeep Singh from the UK, and by Mandeep Singh ji is involved with so many camps like such as Singh's Camp UK, Chorus Camp. They run Devanhar. Everybody in the Midlands in the UK definitely knows by Mandeep Singh, and in London area. And Bhai Mandeep Singh is actually one of our lead Sevadars there in the UK at the moment, and they've been involved in so much of the development and the ongoing Seva that's taking place locally. So Marati Kirpanal, love to welcome Bhai Mandeep Singh ji. Vaheguru ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru ji ki Fateh.
Sorry, but good to see you, bro, and thank you for having me.
No, it's
And just
amazing
to
to have you,
clarify, I'm
man.
not involved in cause camp.
Okay, perfect. Before we jump into our conversation, just want to remind the Sangat that it is the Svand Network Week, where this entire week we are fundraising for the ongoing Sevas. That's why we are doing this all-day fundraising telethon to put our Sevas in front of you. The QR code is on the screen and the link is pinned in the description. So ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਦਸਵੰਧ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. It's all based on your kirpa, your maya and your ardasa. So Marati Kirpa, Bhai Mandeep Singh ji is been involved with these camps and understands the struggles of the youth there, and actually wasn't born into Sikhi, but came into Sikhi and took Amrit later on in his life. So Virji definitely understands the struggles and the perspectives of the youth and how they need the Parchar there. And Virji has been involved in so many camps, and Virji is also helping out with our upcoming Basics and Beyond camp that's happening in the UK in December. And just a sneak peek, we are doing Basics and Beyond camp in BC again after many years because COVID slowed us down and we weren't able to make things happen in Canada for a few years. But now Basics and Beyond camp in Canada is happening again this July. And so make sure to look out for that and register and come out for that as well. So let's jump right into it, Bhai Sabji. Tell me about the Seva, your perspective on the youth. And we've been keeping this lad, I guess, the Ladi going from this morning. The struggles that the youth face, and particularly through these events and this in-person Sangat that we do. What impact have you seen these camps make?
Great question, and lovely to see you again, bro, and thank you for having me. I think my story begins, as you've mentioned, from my own personal experiences with camp. So I could talk a lot about camps, but I'll just talk about the things that I feel are the golden nuggets that we've picked up along the way and what has really worked. And hopefully the Sangat can implement those in their localities, whatever countries they're working in, or whatever projects or camp situation they may have. And a lot of my learning comes from my own experience. And as you mentioned, I came from a very Desi Punjabi background, very respectful for Sikhi. And my own interaction with a camp, it was a Seek to Inspire camp and a BOS camp that many of you will be aware of in the UK. And those interactions that I had with specific Sevadars and my experience really paved the way with Guruji's Kirpa and the Sangat Sisan, for me to influence camps going forward. And the main things were really sweating the small things. So, for example, as soon as you get off the coach, having really welcoming Sevadars, especially for those people who are quite intimidated, quite unsure, have never been to such an environment before where there's Barney Ale Singhs and Shastar everywhere, and you're just used to Sunday, Matha Tek, have kheer and go home kind of thing, right? So I experienced the positive side of it, and I was quite grateful that I had a lot of great role models that nurtured me and showed me that path. So subsequently, my influence on camps has been very, very similar and reflected that. But at the same time, I've come across a lot of people through Seva and generally life who have had the opposite interaction, where that first interaction or those small details weren't there, and as a result, it's driven them to a place that we didn't want them to go, whether that's feeling regret or feeling like a camp or a Sikhi environment wasn't for them. And I think that's also heavily influenced the way that we do these camps. So I guess one, having my positive experience, but also learning from people's not so positive experiences to make sure that we create the best environment. So to summarize, I think the main things that we've seen work really, really well, and this has developed over the past years, is having a very strong Sevadar team and making sure there's specific training for those Sevadars. I think when you're organizing a camp, things are manic, right? And quite often there's a lot of just filling the holes. And one of the biggest holes that normally just gets filled rather than planned and prepared for are group leaders. And it's normally, which banda's free or which benji is free, I don't know, rako, and just get the job done, right? But actually, you could argue they're more important than the talkers and the prachariks and the people doing the katha in the evenings, right? Because they're the ones making the relationships with the sangat on a day-to-day basis. They're the safe havens for the people attending. So for us, one of the biggest things we do, even for kids camps as well, is we make sure there's a training done for the sevadars, and the sevadars within themselves have a buzz, because if there's a buzz amongst the sevadars, that filters through the camp automatically. And also, people that are new into their seva role know are trained on what's expected and what the culture should be. So small things like make sure you're not on your phone when other people are around you. Make sure you're not amongst your clique. Especially for children's camps, when the morning Japji Sahib or Day Shiva is happening in the Darbar, go and sit amongst the children. And what we found is that all of these small changes, all of these small tweaks, really, really exponentially change the overall impact we have on our children and basically how they feel about coming to a camp, because that's all it's about, right? Creating that spark, creating that feeling, and hopefully a camp opening up a floodgate of Sikhi within their lives. So I think those are a few things I found that are interesting. And recently, that journey's developed into a few other things where we're now balancing a different way of learning. And we tried this at Sings Camp last year, and I've tokened it formal learning and informal learning. So formal learning is Ladi Varkatha, talks, whatever, right? And informal learning is 3 or 4 guest speakers on a panel, open kulla vichar, and let groups talk and mingle and speak. And what we found actually is quite often camps are tipped very heavily on the scale of formal learning, and there's not many spaces or environments that are crafted for people to have informal versions of learning. And obviously, both are needed. We can't take away the Lariva Kata or the talks or whatever, right? That's part of our tradition, and that holds power. But in the day that we live in now, where people aren't as simple as our ancestors were, where they could sit in a darbar and take everything they needed in that sense. I think we have to cater to that. And relationship building in terms of speakers and prachariks being able to have more intimate conversations, I feel is really important. One example is at Singh's camp, we did the role of a Singh, and we had 4 Singhs that were married with kids, and they were just talking about life. What is the role of a Singh in the workplace, as a father, as a husband? And we even said, look, as a Singh, you should buy your wife flowers, right? There's nothing wrong with that. And a lot of people were shocked to hear these things. And I think sometimes it's very difficult to get that level of intimacy in a formal setting. So it's important to balance things out with an informal setting as well. That's one thing that we've started easing in as well, and it's something we're thinking about for basics and beyond with Guruji's Kirpa, yourself, Bhav Supreet Singh, Benji are all coming. And we want to really maximize your time with the Sangat. So we're trying to think about now, okay, how do we create those small pockets of space where, yes, people might hear you talk or talk or a kata, but how do they actually get to ask you a question in a small setting and have those opportunities? And I think the last thing, before I wrap up and you just let me know whatever else you'd like me to talk about, and it'd be good to hear your vichar on this, is especially with students and younger children. I'm a maths teacher by trade and I run an educational consultancy. And I realized, as you all know, social media and general screen time literally rewiring our next generation. And this affects Sikhi circles as well. So a big thing that we've started doing is implementing no screen or no phone zones. For example, we're taking our Gurmat school on an annual residential where we go to, the same site where Singh Camp happens, a residential place like where schools go. And we say 3 days, no phones. And what we start implementing even in Gurpur fun days at the Gurdwara is just an hour or 2 of free playtime. Chessboards are out, Connect 4, there's a pack of cards, whatever, right? Obviously, no gambling. And what we've found is those spaces are really important because often, especially for kids' camps, their agenda for the day is back to back. We pack them out so much, and even for adult camps. And what we realized, and even the research shows in terms of general learning and positive learning environments, is children and even adults need space to breathe. So at Sings Camp, we make sure there's plenty of rest time, plenty of free chill time, but you slowly direct it, i.e., there's this option happening here, this option happening here. And with the children, what we found is when I'm playing the kid I teach Santia to in a game of chess, that opens up a whole new realm of a relationship from a different angle. So one for the children amongst themselves to force them to mingle, elders, youngers, all the rest of it, especially for the BBR, that time is key. But also between the Sevadars and the children to have that time to bond via a different medium is really, really special. And then that goes back into the Santia class, and they become your future Sevadars, blah blah blah. But I mean, I could ramble on for ages. It'd be good to hear your thoughts, by Sab. And if there's any specific questions about the Seva, I'd be more than happy to share my experiences.
Now that was beautiful. You touched on so many amazing things there, and the thing that kept coming back to my mind was this concept that we often talk about is people don't remember what you say. People remember how you made them feel, right? I think
100%.
when somebody comes to Sangat, and especially when we ask people, because we invite them, we see them at the Gurdwara, we see them at these centers where Punjabis are struggling, and we say, "Tusi Sangat jaya karo," like, "Mainu koi jaanda nahi utte." That's the first thing they say. No one knows me. Paji camp te aajo. Why don't you come to the camp, bro? It'll be amazing. We'll be out camping for 4 days. And the response is, but nobody knows me there. I don't know anybody there. And imagine you go to a camp from their perspective, you spend 4 days there, and they walk away. Yes, they heard the lectures, but they leave with this feeling, I guess, "Mainu bulaya nahi." And so that's why I love so much what you just said. Give the space where the Sevadars that are running the camp, their main job is Sangat nal vichar karo. Talk to them, spend time with them. It's very common that we get so caught up in the logistics, the schedule, and which is important for a camp. You have to be organized, right? The logistics, the camp, is a langar there. And I think back to it, okay, are our committees of our Gurdwara Sahibs doing the same thing? That when we go to the Gurdwara, I say, there's no space for the youth, there's no conversation. Where's the lectures? Where's this? Where do we find relatable space? They say, but tadi lage ya, langar chal reha ya, te tailan naviyan latiyan, we're good to go. New tiles, tadis are there. What do you mean? Everything's fine. And really, if we want to make change going forward, we have to fill those gaps. And that's why I couldn't say it better than the way you described it there. The relationship you build with somebody coming into Sikhi is what the foundation of what Parchar is. Parchar is not conversations. Parchar is not something you read from a book and you say it in a video. No, Parchar is every Gursikh on the way they radiate to other people around them. And I think that's the foundation of what basics of Sikhi is. It's not like you and I know anything special that nobody else knows. Everybody knows it. We all need to embody it and just create these spaces for Sangat to come and experience the Guru with us. So ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ Guru ਦੇ ਗੁਣ ਗਾਵਾਂਗੇ, whether it be Sangat, whether it be informal conversations, and these camps are there. If I was to summarize the impact of camps in like one sentence, it's a fostered and cultivated environment where you can forget the world for 4 days and you can go and live with and experience that the love and the environment that the Sangat creates. Because when you go to Sangat on just a weekly basis, you're there for 2 hours, you come with so many other worldly things, our minds aren't able to let go of it that fast. We come at our own times and we leave at our own times. The beauty I find in camps is you're arriving the first day, everyone's, like you mentioned, they're still settling in. No one has said Fatih to each other. They're all holding their bags on the first day, looking around. And they do this at Basics and Beyond Camp. We see it all the time. Like, I spend my entire summer at every camp. And Sangat even tell me, like, Viji, you need to rest. You've been awake all day. But I think there's a seed inside me that says, I can rest in 4 days. Main kal nu bhi rest kar lunga. But see that young boy that just came and he was looking around? No one had said Fatih to him. And I need to
100%.
go and answer his question. That he'll remember that for decades. I might forget that in 10 minutes. And I think
Yeah.
if every sevadar, every person, even if you're just attending a camp and you're attending Basics and Beyond Camp, make sure to have that that intention to just go out and say Fateh, put out a hand. And you know what? I'll take that a step further. You should do this every time you go to the Gurdwara. Every time you're at the Gurdwara, create a safe space. Why should be somebody be going to the Gurdwara We go out there, put out leaflets, do Parchar, put out videos, and we say Sangat is important. That person that watches this video says, you know what? I'm convinced. I will go to the Gurdwara. They meet you there, and in the shoe racks, you just give them a stare and walk the other way. I don't think that's justified, right? So I think that's my take on it. Again, what other things do you see that, I guess habits or just personally as youth that we could develop and do better to connect our friends and Sangat, even our cousins, for example, to Sikhi around us?
Yeah, it's a great question. And just on your Gurdwara point, I totally agree. And I've seen the impact of it firsthand. And it's funny, after certain talks, this topic comes up about how do we make Gurdwara more welcoming or general Sikhi spaces. And I think sometimes, even as Amritaris, we assume that, it's Harman Singh's job or Mandeep Singh's job, right? But I've said actually, if you're in the Saroop that Guru Sahib has given us, we're all custodians. And whether we like it or not, actually, the game is against us. Because when people look at us for whatever reason, and yeah, it might not be fair, but Jalo, we can sit and cry about it or we can get on with it. People have a specific connotation towards us. Judge me, he's going to judge me, he's religious, he's extreme, whatever, right? So our job now is we have to go out of our way to overcome the obstacle to even get to level playing field. And so as you mentioned, like one of the homeworks I give Sangat is within the week, you have to say Fateh to 5 random people at the Gurdwara. And it's amazing when you do this. I've done it even morning, like even if they don't have the case, does not matter. It's so funny. You'll say Fateh and they'll turn behind you and they'll be like, who are you speaking to, right? And they'll just give you a Sasri call back or whatever. But as you mentioned, that for them is life changing because they've realized this is my Gurdwara and I'm a part of this now. And he's acknowledged that. So next time I come, I might have a conversation with him. The third time, we'll invite them to the Santia class. The fourth time, their kid's coming as well. Now, if we did this on scale, things would change in an instant. And it's sad to say, but I feel the biggest people that are letting down this team is us, the Amritaris, right? And I think what's interesting, just to come back to your question, I've come from a non-Amritari background, and I know your experiences have led you to also realize how important this is. But I know not that it's their fault. People that have come and been born in Amritari circles, they haven't seen the need to do this, and they've also been told just to keep to themselves. And sometimes that actually acts as a deterrent. Yeah, so it's quite interesting. But just finishing off on your question, what other habits or things do you feel are important? I think it's really important to strategically think about how you give your Sevadar base a sense of belonging and also a responsibility as well. Because one of the biggest problems every camp faces and every Sikhi institution faces is longevity and long-term planning in terms of Sevadars. So a few ways we felt we do that is, yes, if you're shouting at everyone saying, don't talk to each other in the camp, don't talk to each other in the camp, don't laugh to each other in camp, be with the Sangat, then after the camp, go for food or have, we always do like a feedback session where we'll sit in a room, talk about the camp and also have a laugh with each other as well. So I think if you're in charge of a Sevadar base, you have to create the spaces for the Sevadars to develop within themselves. For example, what we're trying to do at Basics and Beyond Camp this year, obviously Guru Kirpa, there's loads of Sevadars coming, the E13 teams coming, yourselves are coming from abroad. The day before, which is setup day, which is normally manic, a few of us are going to go in the morning, make sure all the setup's done by the midday. So then when the Sevadar and the majority of the team come, we've got a team building evening on Christmas Day on the 25th ourselves, just so that the camp sets off right. So I think maintaining and understanding your Sevadar network, and as new people come in, give them autonomy, step back from the talks, let them get involved. And that's scary at first, but what you'll find is if people aren't given responsibility, quite often they'll fizzle out, especially with the older students you teach. So for example, the Gurmat school, whenever a student gets to about 15, 16, we know that's break point. If we don't involve them, like, okay, you take control of the social media, or you make the posters, or you start to make the Langar Prashade for the Sagrana program, whatever it is, then it's really hard to keep them afloat. But if you give them a responsibility and they're in with the Sevadars, then the energy they bring is second to none. So those are the final things I'd say. Just look after your own people as well. That's very important. And don't burn them out. We rinse our own bande too much and people don't want to come back. So we pyar naal dekhna.
Perfect, amazing. Thank you so much. You gave so much insight there. And ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਹੀਆਂ, it's not nothing new, ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਤੋਂ ਫਾਊਂਡੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਆਗੇ ਆਵਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੋ ਪਾਵੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਬੁਲਾਵੇ we say fateh we see the gurus form inside of each other and that powers our entire community the love that we give for each other and we get to see and experience these things at camps in our institution. So I want to thank by Mandeep Singh ji for the time that they took out to give us all these beautiful vichara. I just want to remind the Sangat that it is the Svand Network Week. The QR code is on the screen and the link is pinned in the description. All of the Seva happens thanks to your contributions and you're the Svand. So I want to say Fateh to Bhai Mandeep Singh ji here. Vaheguru ji ka
Anwar ji,
khalsa,
Waheguru ji ka khalsa.
Vaheguru ji ki fateh.
See you soon, bro. Take care.
And take care. Next, we have with us the executive director of the Swan Network, Devjit Singh. So it's an honor to be in the presence and beautiful seva that the Swan Network does. The Swan Network campaign, this annual campaign that they do, we've been blessed to be able to be a part of it for a few years now as we've been established and developing in the US. And the Swan Network has been a big part of that because they are an organization that allows us to be able to collect the Svand of the Sangat and put it towards the Seva, present the projects in front of the Sangat. And while there might be other organizations that do it, they take a large cut out of it. And this Seva that the Swan Network does is beautiful because we can make more of the money and the intention and the love that the Sangat puts towards that Seva for it to actually happen and go towards that Seva. So Maharaj Kirpa Nal, I want to welcome Devjit Singh. Vaheguru ji ka khalsa, Vaheguru ji ki fateh.
Anji, Vaheguru ji ka khalsa, Vaheguru ji ki fateh. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Virji. How about yourself?
Doing all right, doing all right. Thank you so much for having me.
No, it's amazing. It's an honor. And so tell me about a little bit about the Swan Network, how you guys come together, the planning behind the Swan Network Week, and how do we get the Sangha to mobilize and actually follow this custom of taking out the Swan, for them to not think about it, it's like what's money going out of my pocket, but it's actually like I'm keeping 90% and Guru Sahib is taking 10% back as a blessing to only give me 100 times back more. And so I think the intention, the way we look at money rather than being attached to money changes. And I think it changes based on how we feel. I'm giving to a community. Oh no, I'm a part of this community and this is going back towards me and the world that I live in. And so, give us some more insights on that.
Yeah, of course. Why don't I start with what the Swan Network is, right? And so the Swan Network is an online giving platform where donors and organizations can come together and actively participate in the spirit of the Swan, right? Where you can share part of your earnings. And so our mission is clear, right? We serve to be the centralized point of fundraising and sustainability for our community. And so when we think about our mission is also clear, right? That we want all Sikhs to give their daswan, right? And so we have all these concepts we talk about, we hear left and right, even in our das, right? Varn ke chakna, sarbatta pala, right? And so the welfare of all. And so we're blessed that we have 70 to 80 partners on the platform that are all looking for a goal to raise funds, to be sustainable, and also to present to the world what they're all working on. And so through the Swan Week itself, we're very fortunate we have this mechanism where we collect match funds. And so we do our own fundraising for the welfare of all the organizations on the platform, essentially. And how can we amplify this through the Swan Week? So it's 10 days of giving where organizations can participate, donors can come to the platform, and their funds are matched through the general match fund. And so this is a great opportunity when you're thinking of throughout the year you're finding about different causes. This is a great moment where you can capitalize on that and make the commitment as there's a match. And so it excites the community when we have this opportunity. And so just some insight, it started yesterday at 12 Eastern, and within 12 hours or so, all the general match funds had run out. And so we saw an amazing number of users come to the platform. check out new organizations that they would like to support. Of course, you might have organizations already in your mind, and so we always tell our sangat, we always tell organizations to get your donors ready, excite them about what's going on, and also identify what are new organizations that are on the platform, what are new projects that are going on. Right as time is changing, there's a big need for funds for different organizations and projects, and so this is a great way for donors to come and see what else is new, what else can I invest in, so that we can all benefit from that, right? When we think about all the organizations that participate, they're not taking the money away and running away with it. It's for all of us. And so you're putting an investment not to an organization, but really for our community.
100%. And we oftentimes look at the effects of money we have as a community. I know maybe it's coming through just from the previous generations and the development that the generations are doing. We want to put money towards something and we want to see the immediate result, yet we don't see how much actually goes into the process of it. For example, yes, there is the money going towards the tile that you can see on the gurdwara, and you can say, I put that tile on there, which is amazing. You can attribute your money and your giving towards it. But on a mass scale, when we want the Panth to progress, we've got administration, we've got travel, transport, all of these things that even during Guru Sahib's times, if you look at Amritsar Sahib, you look at Khadur Sahib and Govindwal Sahib, there was admin seva taking place. There was accounting, the Swand, the circulation of it, how a city was established, how different departments were created, and even transport systems that Guru Sahib had between cities and cities. And the beauty of that is one team cannot do it all. It's a collective effort that puts together it. And then when I think about it, like imagine if I had to be doing Seva and I had to be writing every tax receipt and signing it myself, that would drive me insane. So just from my personal perspective, the Swand coming in and the collection that the Swan Network does is amazing on its own, but the overlooked aspect from an administrative perspective is that they have these automated systems which alleviate that stress off of organizations like us, so that we can actually go and do the work that we need to be doing, connecting with the Sangha, doing the Parchar. And that's why this administrative side of things is, I think, often so overlooked, and why we need organizations like the Swan Network and many more in these sort of positions. So, Vijay, I know you've been involved in many different sevas before, and you've recently joined the Swan Network. What's your experience been like so far, and where do you see this going in the future?
Sure. Well, let me give a brief background of myself, right? I started doing Seva whenever I had time, right? And earlier on, it would be, just Langar Seva on Sundays. And I thought to myself, what can I do more? What can I do more to stay involved? And just working in my career, right, there would just be lulls where there'd be an opportunity to give. And so my career was working in consulting and in tech. And so I thought to myself, what can I use with my skill set from work and apply that to Seva? And so I attempted to work with different organizations on their products itself. And so I had an opportunity a few years ago to volunteer with the Swan Network itself. And that's when I first got to know about a bit more behind the scenes, what goes on into Seva of a digital product itself, and how involved it is. And so that was an opportunity where I was just involved, just giving some time. And through life and my journey, we had a kid. And so that drastically changed. And so that was something that I was really hoping to get involved with in a full-time capacity for many years now. And so Guru Di Kirpa Naal, I'm here today and in this position where I can do that full-time. Now, in terms of timing, yeah, it's only been about 3 months since I joined. And the one thing I can just say is that the amount of collaboration that goes on between organizations is absolutely phenomenal. We know that donors want to give. They can see they like to participate. But the one thing that we're seeing right now is how can we amplify the impact? And sure, we have all these systems in place, right, where we can automate receipts, we can send out emails whenever there's a crisis that goes on, that we can send out an email to all of our donors saying, hey, this is a cause that you should support. And so we're super grateful that we have a list of donors that we can reach out to and say, hey, this is an amazing cause that you should support, right? And so there's not just one organization that we're trying to support. Our goal is that we can support all the organizations. We can have more Sangat come together and say, this is a need that exists in our community, and how can you bridge that gap? And let's start a project. Let's become part of an organization and make this live and get funds through that manner, right? How can we get that seed money to then go out to travel and get this work done? As a child, I remember the only opportunity I had to find out about organizations that needed support was at the Gurdwara, right? When Parchar was being handed out, an organization would come up to the mic or the podium and start speaking on the need for funds. And so we're so grateful that we have this platform where we can now globally share exactly where the need is and amplify that for our community.
Amazing, amazing, and again, not only just having the platform and helping the community work together. It for me, it feels like the community is able to actually come together into these pots, and whether we had the opportunity before or not, we look at the projects on Deviant and we get to learn about each other. It's almost become like a bulletin board of projects in itself, which is, it's like we didn't have that before. You would have to travel, meet somebody, be introduced to a project, and now through the emails you are introducing projects, and we're learning, wait, I should reach out to this project and we can do something together. So these are things probably DVN doesn't probably even hear about, where when we see projects on through these emails, we end up going on their website and contacting them. So I appreciate the collaborative efforts that you are putting together there for the Panth. And I do want to highlight towards the Sangha that DVN also does matches for the DVN week when it happens. So right now they are doing a monthly donation on top. So anybody that signs up for a new monthly donation, they're giving $50 more on top of that. So if you haven't already signed up for a monthly donation, please do. And DVN is currently adding $50 on top of that donation. So again, I want to thank Devjit and DVN for all their work that they do and all the help that they provide. Is there a final message, Virji, that you would love to give to the Sangat?
The message would be, come to the platform, find out about the amazing causes that you need to support and that you rely on, right? These amazing causes are here to benefit all of us, right? At the end of the day, right? The amazing growth we've seen from major organizations, they all had to start small at some point in time. And so this is a great opportunity to see what's on the platform and get engaged, get involved with their Sangat.
Perfect. Thank you so much. It's amazing and to have you on here, and it's great having this conversation. Again, it is the Swand Week right now. The Swand Network is hosting that. The QR code is on the screen, and we are doing this all-day live stream telethon, bringing different projects in front of you and the Seva that go on behind the scenes for you to find out. And honesty is a virtue, to be able to put it up in front of you, to be able to show you all the effort that does go behind everything. To be able to win your support, to be able to help keep these projects going, to help them keep them sustained. So please do put your contributions towards the ongoing Seva. So I want to thank Devjit Singh for the time that he took out. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa.
Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you so much, Virji. We've now been going on for a few hours now with this live telethon. Next we have amazing Sevadar, the absolute legend, Paisa by Harsimranjit Singh. But before we go into that, and before Virji talks about his Sevama through the Anandpur Institute, throughout Parchar and different things that he's seen as a youth getting into Seva and the needs that the Panth have in America, and then seeing that around the world as well, we'll be jumping into that. Before that, let's take a quick Parchar break. And actually, before we come back from Parchar, I want you to think about the answer to this question. And I want you to write it in the comments, and I want you to, Google it, figure it out, write it in the comments, and we'll see if somebody can guess this. And I'll give you the answer after the break. The question is, how did Hari Singh Nalwa get the khatab or the title Nalwa? If you know, then write it in the comments and let's see who guesses correctly. Let me repeat. How did Hari Singh Nalwa get the khatab or the title Nalva? If you know, write it and I'll reveal the answer after this short Parchar break.
How do I walk into the Darbar Sahib? This is the biggest problem in the West because they want to have flashy entries and things like that. But in Guru Sahib's Maryada, in the Guru's code, everybody's equal. Even if you're getting married that day, you're not special. There should not be any seats placed in front of Guru Sahibji when the couple is going to sit. You're going to be sitting on the same space, same place where the other Sangat is also sitting, because asi Sangat to upar nahi hai. So there should not be any flashy entrances, there should not be any music played at the background, and it should be simple, elegant, and it should be in the bhavana. Again, Guru is at the center, you're not the center thing. Your bhavana should be with the Guru Sahib.
Next 5 minutes of that me doing Simran, something happened to me. Something happened to me that was not normal. What I'd been told was normal. You know, going to school, going to university, normal. Something happened to me and I started crying. I started getting overtaken by this feeling of something bigger than myself. What had I done so far? I couldn't read Japji Sahib, I couldn't read any part, I didn't know anything about Sikhi. All I was saying was this one word, Vaheguru. Huh? And I started to read about my Gurus already. I wanted to know about my Gurus. And I wanted to praise my Gurus, because Guru is amazing, isn't it? Guru Sahib ko dekhlo, waqai, Guru Sahib bahut, they're just amazing. Huh? Maharaj says ki Guru ki mehma kya kaha, gur bibek satsar.
Dukdaru sukh rog paya. Sometimes the pleasures can distract you so much you don't even realize that you falling to rock bottom was Guru Sahib Sache Pacha shattering everything around you. Say, wake up, man. What have you been doing? Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says to their two son-in-laws, by Ramaji and Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj, they said, both of you construct me a thada, a throne for me to sit upon. Bhai Ramaji is building their throne, Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj is building their thada. Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says to them both, you've made it, it's beautiful. Tear it down now. Destroy it. They make it again and destroy it. They make it again, destroy it. They make it again, destroy it many, many times. Bhai Ramaji at one point they give up. And at the end, Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj says, Maharaj, I've realized after making and destroying it many, many times, I'm not capable of making anything worthy of you. Maharaj, you bless me to be able to make it yourself. Without your grace, nothing is possible. Maharaj, without your support, I'm not able to do anything. Thodi aasi meri aasi. I have nothing else. And at that moment, you know what Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says? They said, Hon thada tayar ho. Because it wasn't the thada, the physical element that they're looking for. They're looking for the spiritual heart that was ready for the light of the Guru to be able to sit in.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this one does. It transforms generosity into Seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this Seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
Welcome back, Sadh Sangat Ji. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Hopefully you enjoyed that quick Parchar break. The answer to the question, the how did Hari Singh Nalwa get the Khatab Nalwa, was because a young Hari Singh was sent by his father to Maharaja Ranjit Singh's Darbar, where he said, I'm here to do Seva. Maharaja Ranjit Singh said, yes, I know your dad. Your dad and my dad used to fight in battles together. They did many jangan together. So I appoint you as my personal bodyguard. When they went out hunting one day, there was a deer that ran into the jungle, and Maharaja Ranjit Singh told Hari Singh Nalwa to chase after that deer. When he went there, they were ambushed by a tiger. And Hari Singh Nalwa didn't have any large weapons on him at that time. But to protect Maharaja Ranjit Singh, Hari Singh Nalwa killed that lion or that tiger with his bare hands. And the word Nalwa means tiger claw. So it's not Naluwa, it's Nalwa. So when he was able to kill the tiger with his bare hands, Maharaja Ranjit Singh gave him that title, Nalwa. He became known as Hari Singh Nalwa. So if you were able to connect that or get that answer correctly, then congratulations. If not, you've just learned something new. So hopefully you enjoyed that question. We'll be posting and I'll be asking you many questions throughout the day. And so I have some funny and very interesting questions as well. So stay tuned for those. Next, we have Bhai Harsimranjit Singh with us. Absolute legend, great leader, innovator, visionary. And Bhai Sahab is my brother in arms who has been helping us over the last couple of years with lots of development in our projects inside of the United States. He has been helping lead Anandpur Institute, which has been an accelerator program for Sikh projects, Sikh businesses. And what I know about the beautiful heart of Harsimranjit Singh is he wants to see the youth prosper by working together. Ekta is the foundation of the next era of our Panth. And by Harsimranjit Singh in his projects has this underlying foundation, which I will get him to speak about, the heart of Anandpur Institute, the problems we are seeing today, and the engines that we need to put in place so that the coming future generations of the Panth can actually look back at us and say, Bujurgan da Tanwad. Thank you guys for putting this together for us. So what you might be seeing today is not just, oh yeah, that's a great program, it's going to die tomorrow. No. This ain't a weekend get together. No, this is developing the future of the Panth. Sada Panth kiddhar nu ja reha? And these are the conversations I love having with my brother here. So aao pyareo fateh bulaiye. Waheguru ji ka khalsa. Waheguru ji ki fateh. Thanks for
Thank
coming.
you for that awesome introduction, Viji.
No, it's amazing. So tell me about the Seva. Tell me about Anandpur Institute. And let's get this party started.
All right, let's do it. So I think one of the first things I want to touch on is kind of the hilarity that we have in house, the jokes about how like everyone started to just think that Anandpur Institute is like money minded and only focused on capital. Couldn't be further from the truth. I think the main primary goal and target that we have is we recognize that there's different problem sets and solutions in the Panth that require different solutions. So ek ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਅੰਦਰ ਦੀ ਨਾਮ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ, ਆਤਮਾ ਪ੍ਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦਾ ਮੇਲ. Basics of Sikhi is helping with that, right? But it's very difficult to find the time to sit down, do Nam Simran, be within our Anand when the Panth is under attack. And one of the things that we see on the horizon that is becoming a problem and continuing to become bigger and bigger issues is the Sikh community has a critical structure gap. And that is in economic coordination, political strategy, and thought leader utilization. So in short, in economic coordination, ਆਪਾਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਆ ਗਏ ਤਕੜੇ ਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ, ਆਸਟ੍ਰੇਲੀਆ, ਪਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਵੀ community ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਕਮਾਏ. But the most difficult part then is where do you put the money in a way that actually grows the Panth and not just the individual, right? The second problem is we've had Sikh politicians, we've had Sikhs involved in politics, but what framework are we actually building, right? What global power do we hold to do the right thing? I think the values that we get these questions from are from the Anandpur Darbar. So ਆਪਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ, Guru Gobind Singh Parchar ਦਾ Anandpur Darbar, how he overlays this tradition of Naam, Bani onto Kavi, philosophy, and warriorship, engineering, architecture. He kind of opens up a hub of innovation. He opens up this place where not only do you get to meet Paramatma, but then you get to allow the Jot of Naam to become Pargat in every single cottage that you do. When Nam meets the world, what does that mean? So we look for projects, we look for solutions that kind of bring all those together. The way that we think that that's possible is by creating an engine that has a accelerator, a think tank, and a foundation. In the accelerator program, we have let in close to 14 nonprofit projects that we've helped develop, we've helped them launch, we've helped them go 0 to 1. It's what it's called in the startup world, where they have a rough idea and not much else. We've even had active organizations that have had more, and then we go through on how they can make that project bigger, have a larger impact. The whole idea is ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੌਮ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਨਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਦਦ ਕਰੀਏ ਤੇ a lot of times we hear in the community ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਤੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਲੱਤ ਖਿੱਚ ਲਈ we want to be the ones ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬਾਂਹ ਫੜਦੇ ਆ instead of ਲੱਤ ਖਿੱਚਣ ਵਾਲੇ and so the true motive of Anandapur Institute is let's build coordination from the most successful 6 successful nonprofits and let's launch future Seva projects and let's launch the future startup projects, business projects that are going to fund the Panth. I talked to major Sikh nonprofit organizations. They're all suffering from lack of donations. It's very difficult to donate to the future. Ki 50 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ Sikh Panth ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੋੜ ਪੈਣੀ ਆ versus I need to send money for floods. I need to send. That's tangible. And that's why our community gives money to that. It's very difficult to give money to things like Parchar, right? Like, if, for example, with Basics of Sikhi, if people were writing $1 million checks, we would have a forge of Parchariks. But we have underpaid Parchariks, which the Parchariks will never admit. But you guys sacrifice. You do that on your own. And the same thing with our Sikh nonprofits. They don't work 9 to 5. They work 24/7, and no one is there to help. That's what we're doing. Our think tank is writing articles and research on how you can take something as beautiful as Naam and integrate that into the Sikh philosophy in the West. And our foundation is focusing on linking thought leaders with founders so that they can have a beautiful future where they have the proper mentorship. And that's a very high-level definition of what the Anandapur Institute is doing, Vijay.
That's amazing. And I know we often talk about it, that we need to learn from our past era on what struggles we have been doing, we've been facing. And now, as you mentioned, we're in this golden era of renaissance or development, you can say, where we're actually able to breathe. We don't have a talwar on our head in the house we're living in, where we're able to see what happened to us, why did it happen to us, and where are we going now? And with this, we naturally have to see what resources do we have. How are we able to, one, collaborate with each other, because we all need something that we each other have. So that requires getting rid of irka, seeing the gun in each other, not looking at the awgun and the faults at each other. These are all fundamental things that we talk about in Parchar. Yes, we talk about it, have it in your own homes, but the Panth is our home. This is a collective home that we need to keep these virtues in. And number 2 is the resources that we have. How are we going to put these together to be able to create a better world for our future? And this is a concept that every Punjabi household knows. मैं अपने बच्चों दे भविख वास्ते दुनिया बनानी है. I want to create a better future for my children. If we look at the world today, yes, I'm in Canada. We have a whole influx of generation of students today that are working at Tim Hortons. They are engineers, they are dentists by trade, they are doctors because their parents pushed education. But now they know there's no economic future there. They're coming to this world. And sanu dukh vi lagda. We want them, that youth, that generation that has skills, that has energy, that has so much power, yet they are struggling because koi ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਂਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਫੜਦਾ. And so I don't know how it is in America, in the areas that you live in. Here, at least, we have huge economic disparities. We've got families that have so much, like they've got 15 properties. And ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਈਰਖਾ ਪਈ not ਈਰਖਾ, but like ਕੰਜੂਸੀ ਪਈ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ. They will exploit students in basements. And that's a very common theme across Canada at the moment. You have youth that don't have jobs, they're looking for jobs, they're looking for help. There's so much potential, so much power there because they have bhavna. Can we say they don't have sikhi in them? They do. But it hurts me when we want to develop the Panth's future, yet we are not able to put together systems or put resources to even help our youth today, let alone in the future, tomorrow. So giving Gurmat Sikhya to them is step one. Protecting them with what goes on with our sisters and how there are bad guys out there that are trying to exploit our sisters. How do we protect them? Then on top of that, how do we get them to think Panthic? Because when, I'll be honest, and you probably face the same issues. I want to talk about the Panth in the future and this and that. Everybody says, that's great, bro. I've got a shift to go to. You can talk about that all that you want. And those that do have the time and the resources, they don't have the Panthic dard. They don't have the pain that I need to go and help them. Bakiyan nu ki main aapda khama. And so this Sikhya that Guru Sahib gave to us, कि बस आप संदा दुख जग वरसाया. This is inherent that we learn from our shaheeds of the past. We learn about it from the Bhagats, जिन्हों ने आप दुख सहाया ते दूसरियां वास्ते फायदा कीता. And I see these accelerator programs as the entrepreneurial wing of that, if you can think. It's the same hot thing. It's the same bhavna. But instead of it being, I will teach you how to play a sarangi, it's more, I will teach you on how to run a business. So here are skills so you can give back to the Panth. I will give you managerial skills. I will give you the skills on how to work and put it together a team, how to create a movement within a group of people. Those are skills that are also needed, just like it's important to learn how to play a sarangi. So while we are developing Punjabi classes, while we are developing Gurmat Sangeet classes and building institutions like Gurdwara Sahibs and creating these programs, we need the other side of that to be able to bring in more political power for us. So the goal, and we've always talked about, we have the accelerator, the business accelerator. We've talked about political accelerators, where we want our young youth. Why should we have it? We have a 14-year-old that is really good at debating, that is really good at political knowledge, yet koi udi bani farda because we don't have the resources to develop him into a great politician with Gurmat fundamentals. If we have a politician, we have plenty of them that get into politics, but they don't have the Sikhi as the foundation. So as a Panthic dard, like a person that holds pain for the Panth, sometimes we think, well, what's the point of you? Panth da kai wari nuksan hi karda hai. So we need people with the Sikhi foundation and launching them into these spaces. So Virji, what sort of problems are you seeing? I just put a little bit of my heart out there. What problems are you seeing, and where do you see these projects or these efforts that you're putting contributing towards solutions?
I think there's a two-pronged approach. So we talk about, I think you did a fantastic job of hitting on all of the grassroots problem, like kar digar. And I think the second approach is top-down, meaning the rooms where decisions are being made, the conferences, organizations that are deciding the futures of the world. How do you get a Sikh voice into there, right? So when we talk about political accelerators, yes, we want people involved in their local politics, but we also want people involved on the UN Council, the World Bank, these institutions that are shaping the future of the world. Whereas we want people to be successful in their own rights and inside of their own local communities with their own businesses, what we're seeing is that the biggest influx, I'll give you a great example. There's a couple of founders that we met that sold their company to Microsoft, Sings. They worked for Microsoft, and they told me that when we would go to these boardrooms, it was primarily other Indian cultures that were running the entire boardroom. And they said most of the time, the only way Sikhs are related to these boardrooms is that their mothers work as maids for most of these directors. Now, there's nothing wrong with hard labor. But the question in front of us is, do we want to be in the decision-making room, or do we want to serve those that make decisions? And so that has nothing to do with seeking power or playing into capitalism, and has everything to do with, in order to truly carry out a sovereign soch, a soch that is seated by Nam, you need to be in a position where you can rule with that Nam, whether it's in your own family, whether it's in a community, or whether it's somewhere else. You have to display what justice is. A true golden Sikh renaissance only happens when the leaders of the Sikh Panth are tapping into that Nam Simran, remaining above the line, and then they're interacting with the world in a way that leaves nothing but love, truth, justice, humility with everyone. So that's a long-winded approach of saying, if we don't have more of Apne going into the fastest growing industry, which is tech, and we don't have Sikhs launching powerful tech projects, then we'll never have the funding to go toe to toe to make what we need inside of the Panth a reality. And the reality, the ground reality is a couple $100,000 just isn't going to cut it. We have communities pouring millions into silencing us, silencing our narratives, into their own communities, and we are not able to. Our sevas are always capped, and the reason for that cap is a lack of capital. I think that the beautiful thing is that the Naujavan, what I've been seeing over the last few months is the Naujavans have the Pavna. The old guard that built the Gurdwara, that built the institutions, have the love that they built all of that for us. How do we take the energetic youth? How do we take those that have made it, put them together, and allow them to build the future? At some point, I'd love to share. The team actually wrote a letter to the Sikhs of 2075. And this letter is something that we hope that everyone in 2025 can sign on to. In order to sign on to that letter, you have to take steps towards helping those beyond just yourself, your family, and your problems, right? And I'm speaking to myself here as well, because sometimes it gets exhausting to look at the Seva. Like in-house, the problems that we see at Anandpur Institute is we have a major lack of funding. We want to inspire people to do more, but the approach that you take, these matters that we're discussing about solving are not simple. And a lot of times we end up in situations where we just say, ki Paramatma, aap hi das do ki karna pada nahi lag raha, right? And I think that's very honest. So we are doing what any organization should. We keep pivoting. Some of the future projects that we have coming online are, we're going to offer, if we can raise the funding, we're going to offer fellowships. Two types. One type, we're putting out bounties for people that can solve Panthic's problems. So one of the bounties that we found is a birthright trip, taking people that are born in the diaspora back to Punjab with a curriculum that teaches them about their dharti. The second one is an archival project, taking some of these, taking a page out of Punjab Digital Library's book, and wherever they haven't been able to go, hopefully a PhD student will rise to the occasion. We're trying to raise 20,000 behind each of these motives. The third one is a Vidya University, where from a shorti umar, from K through 12, at home, you can teach your children through activities, bookwork, videos, everything they need to know about Sikhi, even if you don't know anything about Sikhi. So it just takes effort from the parent. The fourth one is a book by Satnam Singh Ji. He is writing a book that overlays Guru Sahib's philosophy and showing how Sikhs are more than just warriors, how we see the battlefield in many different lenses, not just with our sword. And so these are four of the bounties that we're putting out. The second program that we're launching next year is we will pay $15,000 to anyone that is intelligent in tech, has a history of having problem solved, and we will pair them with a Fortune 500 CEO or a CEO that's launched a tech firm so that they can shadow them. Together, the CEO and this person that takes on the fellowship, the $15,000 fellowship, will pay for 3 months of their kharcha, $5,000 a month, for them to live where the company is, understand its problems, and build a capstone project that solves that problem. We will then, for free, train them on how to make that problem solution into a startup project, how to pitch behind it, and then we will personally introduce them to venture capital investors. Now, why is a Seva organization doing that? Here's why. When you have a fellow that comes in, taught in Sikhi, born in Sikhi, brought up in Sikhi, and you put them in the fastest growing industry where we have an opportunity not to make hundreds of thousands, but help them make tens of millions, then that individual will have committed a percentage of that profit to Panthic projects. We are out here asking for, please donate $5 a month, $10 a month, $100 a month, and we appreciate that. That's what we're living off of. But where we need to get to is, please write $1 million check, $5 million check, $10 million check, so that we can hire 50 Parchariks. You know, I want to live in a world where there's 50 Harman Singhs. You alone are worth Seva Lakh, but imagine Seva Lakh times 50, right? So, sounds like hilarious math, but at the end of the day, the previous generation did a beautiful job of putting their capital together to build us Gurdwara. Our onus, our job, is to build such a beautiful foundation for the next generation to stand on that they say, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਐਫਰਟ ਪਾਈ ਸੀ, ਅੱਜ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਖਾਏ ਹੋਏ ਨਾਮ ਤੌਰ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇਗ ਤੇਗ ਫਤਿਹ ਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ. So no, we are not a capitalistic organization. We are not running after money. What we're saying is the systems that be, the systems that exist, this is how we can win in it. This is how we take that victory and we put it at the charan of the Khalsa, and then the Khalsa can do what they want with it. But as Grists, we have an onus to step up to the bat, and that's kind of the mission. And then at some point I'll share the letter.
Yeah, 100%. You know what I extract from there, I think about it like, of course, the foundation, which we always talk about, is Naam Raheo, Sadhu Raheo, Raheo Guru Gobind. Ki naam hi rehna hai, it doesn't matter what structure you're in, right? Today, yes, capitalism has been at the forefront and is currently. We don't know what philosophy is going to hold tomorrow. Capitalism wasn't always there. There was different philosophies in the way the world was structured before that. Oh bhi chale gaye, aa bhi jehda aaya, eh bhi chal jana hai. But in the moment, you have to look at the jung. You have to look at the battlefield. And you have to say, I need these troops to maneuver this way. So ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ structure ਬਣਾਵਾਂਗੇ, they're not going to last forever. In fact, our efforts will be forgotten. But ਨਾਮ ਰਹਿਓ, ਸਾਧੂ ਰਹਿਓ, ਰਹਿਓ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ. ਇਹੀ ਅੰਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਸ ਆਸਨ ਹਮ ਬੈਠੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਬੈਸ ਗਿਆ. The seats we sit on, we will all go. ਰਾਵਣ ਵੀ ਚਲ ਗਿਆ, ਰਾਮ ਵੀ ਚਲ ਗਿਆ. ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, they all went. It doesn't matter how beautiful Lanka was, what philosophies and what structures he had, it all went. So what we build today is going to go, but even discussing Ahluwalia, Nawab Kapoor Singh, they all had a position in the battlefield to say, we need to go and get this many horses to take the Sangat from point A to point B. So if you zoom in a little bit in today's era, these are efforts and sevas which seem like, oh, these guys are thinking big. No. We're thinking small. Because we're taking what's naam bahut vaddi duniya ne khatam ho jana hai, sab jhoot hai, duniya mukame fani. And we're zooming in to say, aj di eh niti de anusar sanu aa karna chahiye. But the difference is, if we look from an egotistic lens, then we think, I'm living, main kha reha, minnu ki. But you have to break the ego and you have to think from a panthic sense. ਕਿ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਦਾ, ਚਲੋ ਪੰਥ ਦਾ ਵੀ, ਸੰਸਾਰ ਦਾ ਵੀ. ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਵਿਚਾਰ. Again, I want you to share that letter, and I also want you to describe to me in more detail the difference between the accelerator, the think tank, and the foundation. So I want you to break that down a little bit more for me. Before we do that, let's take a quick 2-minute Parchar break.
How do I walk into the Darbar Sahib? This is the biggest problem in the West because they want to have flashy entries and things like that. But in Guru Sahib's Maryada, in the Guru's code, everybody is equal. Even if you're getting married that day, you're not special. There should not be any seats placed in front of Guru Sahibji when the couple is going to sit. You're going to be sitting on the same space, same place where the other Sangat is also sitting, because asi Sangat to upar nahi hai. So there should not be any flashy entrances, there should not be any music played at the background, and it should be simple, elegant, and it should be in the bhavna. Again, Guru is at the center. You're not the center thing. Your bhavna should be with the Guru Sahib.
Next 5 minutes of that me doing Simran, something happened to me. Something happened to me that was not normal. What I'd been told was normal. You know, going to school, going to university, normal. Something happened to me and I started crying. I started getting overtaken by this feeling of something bigger than myself. But what had I done so far? I couldn't read Japji Sahib, I couldn't read any part, I didn't know anything about Sikhi. All I was saying was this one word, Vaheguru. Huh? And I started to read about my Gurus already. I wanted to know about my Gurus. And I wanted to praise my Gurus, because Guru is amazing, isn't it? Guru Sahib nu dekh lo, waqai, Guru Sahib bahut, they're just amazing. Huh? Maharaj says ki Guru ki mehma kya kaha, gur bibek satsar.
Dukh-daru sukh rog paya. Sometimes the pleasures can distract you so much you don't even realize that you falling to rock bottom was Guru Sahib Sache Pacha shattering everything around you. Say, wake up, man. What have you been doing? Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says to their two son-in-laws, Bhai Rama Ji and Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj. They said, can both of you construct me a thada, a throne for me to sit upon? Bhai Rama Ji is building their throne and Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj is building their thada. Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says to them both, you've made it, it's beautiful. Tear it down now. Destroy it. They make it again and destroy it. They make it again, destroy it. They make it again, destroy it many times. By Ramaji at one point they give up. And at the end, Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj says, Maharaj, I realized after making and destroying it many times, I'm not capable of making anything worthy of you. Maharaj, you bless me to be able to make it yourself. Without your grace, nothing is possible. Maharaj, without your support, I'm not able to do anything. Thodi aasi meri aasi. I have nothing else. And at that moment, you know what Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says? They said, Hon thada tayar ho. Because it wasn't the thada, the physical element that they're looking for. They're looking for the spiritual heart that was ready for the light of the Guru to be able to sit in.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this one does. It transforms generosity into Seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue the Seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
Welcome back, Sadh Sangat Ji. Let's continue that conversation that we were having with Bhai Harsimranjit Singh Ji. And so, Bhai Sahib Ji, tell me more about this letter that you guys wrote to the Sangat of 2075, which is 50 years from now. So, 50 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਬਦਲ ਜਾਂਦਾ? For example, if we think back, the Sangat of 1975, they have not seen 1978 yet. They've not seen 1984 yet. They've not seen the Sangat living in Canada. Who knew? My great grandpa back then was thinking, "Mera jada pota Canada ja ke prachar karega." He didn't know that. But here we are. We don't know what the future holds, but we need to be able to see that and put those systems in place today. Apa ona da khanne hai. We are eating the efforts of the Bajorgs that came to these lands and fought the government, the racism, and developed the Gurdwara that we have today. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਲੰਗਰ ਛਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ. So what are we doing for that future? So I'm really keen to see what's in this letter, and so I'll give it back to you, Bhai Sahib Ji.
Ji Maharaj, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. To the 6th of 2075, the first step to sovereignty is to accept Guru Gobind Singh Ji's blessing of Amrit. He stands today at the throne of Anandpur Sahib, offering you the universe. The Anandpuriye bow at the door of the master of both the pen and the sword, the King of Kings, the merciful and the powerful, Guru Gobind Singh Ji. The genius of the Anandpur Darbar from 1704 informs our reality in 2025. Echoes from the Darbar show us the depths of innovation from the past. We build now the empire in which you, the Sikhs of 2075, will sing praises of Vaheguru through your actions, coloring every industry with steadfast, compassionate, and sincere spirit bestowed upon you by Guru Sahib Ji. Every donor, scholar, innovator, Parcharak, and leader of our time has come together to lay in front of you the foundations of your Raj. Lead with your heart, fight injustice, stand for the poor, protect the saints, and never shy away from building anew in the image of Paramatma. We share with you our connection to our Guru. We share every effort from our time. The collective sacrifice of the leaders of this era have gifted you a fighting chance to persevere in the face of injustice, oppression, and power. This was our contribution to the Khalsa Panth. The Seva of this community is now yours to nourish and grow. Das and Das, the Sangat of 2025.
Vaheguru. Beautiful, beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
I don't know if we'll ever be worthy of signing that, but my heart, that letter is not from us. That letter is from the entire Guru Panth de Das and Das of 2025. So jeda koi vi Guru Panth de naal prem het sharda rakhdaya, this is an open invite to you to come and sign this letter. And how do you sign this letter? You have to live by it. Everything we've been talking about all day on this telethon. Our goal is to take this letter, to take the change makers, the leaders, the people that sacrifice, donate, have them all sign it, and put this letter onto the blockchain. Think of it as a digital time capsule, right? Elon Musk launched a car into space. I think people in the past have put time capsules in the ground. We were thinking, we'll put this onto the blockchain, which as long as the internet lives, it will live, and it will be a prevalent piece for the Singhs of 2075, but only if we rise to the occasion.
You know what? When you say it like that, it reminds me. Even Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj placed shastras for future jugs in different janams to come by. They said, I place a shastra here in Satjug. I'll come back in Kal Jug as Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj, and I'll pick up that shastra from there. So Maharaj just ਆਪਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਭਰਾ 50 ਸਾਲ ਸੋਚ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ. We're only thinking 50 years. Guru Sahib Gobind Singh Ji thinking in jugs, bro.
ਆਪਾਂ ਨਿਆਣੇ ਆ ਨਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਦੇ. So even if ਆਪਾਂ ਜੇ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਵੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੈਰ ਕਦਮ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਧੂੜ ਨੂੰ ਮਸਤਕ ਲਾਵਾਂਗੇ, ਫੇਰ ਵੀ 50 ਸਾਲ ਤਾਈਂ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੇ ਆ.
Bilkul. And the Sangat in 50 years will look at that letter and they won't need to ask us if we lived up to it. It'll be written in the history books. Because whether you like it or not, you will become history. Just like we read about the Shaheed Singhs of the past and their Qurbaniya, we don't, like sometimes we remember the sinners as well, just to learn that, you know, this is what not to be, right? Like even in Gurbani, you think it's only written to writing about saints. No, it writes about the sinners as well. You know, Tapa. Tapa was a slanderer of Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj. Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj, har ke dar vartya, Guru Nanak aakh sunaya. That what happened to Tapa when he passed away, what happened to him when he went to the hells, what happened to him. Guru Ram Das Ji explains all of this in the Shabad. The point is, whether you do good actions or not, you're going to be remembered one way or the other, especially a full generation of 50 years. So let's make it count. Let's put our effort into as a seva. ਜੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਗਲਤੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ, ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਲਤੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਆ, then let's work together to correct it. I think it's as simple as that.
Save us. We're trying too. We're all a cohort. This is the cohort of, our lifetime. We got to figure it out. I'd love to share the answer to the other question, which was the difference between the foundation and everything.
Yes, please do.
Okay, so this is our new platform going live in a few weeks. This is the goal. We are building the infrastructure of civilization, modernizing Anandpur Sahib. And we've taken inspiration from the Anandpur Darbar. We've spoken about the problems today. These are the engines. An accelerator is just taking someone and accelerating them to get to their path faster. The ones that we're saying is nonprofit work, Seva, tech, and politics. A think tank is where you come together and you identify community problems, build out solutions backed by historical research, publications, and frameworks. And you do that in a way where it's all Gurmat advised. And hopefully in the future, this think tank can grow into something that advises policy, how policy is built in a Gurmat perspective. The last thing is a foundation. You need to connect networks and capital to the right people.
How many people
So
live
we're taking
YouTube?
so we're taking like SICK angel investing, vetted founder matching, knowledge centers and mentorship, and capital coordination, and slapping it onto one platform. When you click on any one of these, I won't do it now. For the accelerator, you can learn the basics for free. We have an essentials course online available. For the think tank, you can read the publications and books that we've launched. For the foundation, you'll be able to sign up if you are a founder, if you are someone that started something in the nonprofit space, or if you're a thought leader or an investor. We will allow you into the community, and then in the community, those networks will hopefully help fuel this engine that we're creating. Those are the differences by Sabji.
If you were to give a message to the Sangat, what would that be?
My message would be that each one of us are human. Each one of us is just trying. हम अवगुण भरे एक गुण ना ਅਸੀਂ ਇੰਨੀਆਂ ਗਲਤੀਆਂ ਹੋਣੀਆਂ ਰਾਸਤੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਿਓ ਬਾਂਹ ਫੜ ਲਿਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਿਓ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਿਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਿਓ ਸੇਵਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਰੱਖਿਓ and just help us in every way possible. Because this is a fundraising telethon, I'll also say that if you donate now, if you donate $10 a month, you are matched up to $50, so your 10 becomes 60. And I will say that it is only with your grace and your kirpa Sangatji that we're able to do any of this. And now you can vote with your dollars. If you want these type of initiatives to exist, drop $1. Thank you so much, Sangatji. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa.
Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. That was great having Bhai Harsimranjit Singh here with us. Broke down Anandpur Institute and the projects that we have going on in there. Definitely check out the pages, Anandpur Institute and Gurprasad Vidyalaya, and all of these sub projects that we do under Everything's 13. Basics of Sikhi, we're doing Parchar. Through Gurprasad Vidyalaya, we're doing education. Through Anandpur Institute, we're doing development and leadership and accelerator projects. So we try to collaborate all of these different wings of our Panth. Jiddan ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਨਾ, when we're trying to walk, we need two legs, right? Maharaj gave us Miri and Piri. So both of these, the saint side and the soldier side, as they work together and they develop each other, then we're able to move forward as a Panth. So these are our efforts that we try to do through our projects. And we have so many going on. That's why throughout today, we're trying to take up this time to bring out these project leaders to you so we can have these conversations in front of you so you can dive in a little bit deeper and understand the behind the scenes of what these projects are. As Baisab just said, please donate because it is the Swand Week. This is our annual fundraiser where the Swand Network is matching your monthly donations up to $50. So your donation goes that much a little bit further and allows our programs to keep on going. Next, we're going to have by Gurpratap Singh, who is a project leader or project manager within our system of Everything's 13. They run many Vidyalaya. They have been a teacher, and if you're in the US or the Midwest of the US, you definitely know who they are. They are a Gatka master, and they're just an amazing person that holds lots of Vidya, has a lot of understanding about the texts of Gurbani and history, and they're going to be able to present some of their sevavan to us in front of you. But before we go into that, let's take a quick Parchar break, and then we'll bring Bhai Gur Pratap Singh to you. Youth like you and me, they're always thinking, मेरे नाल तो किसी ने विआह नहीं करना, I'm going to be left alone, मेरा तो कोई नहीं है, ना मेरे माँ प्यो आखे लगदे आ. So then we're forced to try to like put ourselves out there. नहीं प्यारियो, किसी ते आस रखने दी कोई लोड़ नहीं. Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj did not care, didn't say, all right, I'm coming of age and now I need to develop this culture around me so that people get to know who I am, and therefore maybe I'll get married and have my own family one day. No. वो सेवा विच लगे रहे. There came a time, Mata Mansa Devi ji said, Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj, our daughters are of age now. Bibi Bhani ji waste war labhiye. And Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says, keho ja chahiਦਾ war? Mata Mansa Devi ji ਆਖਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਗੁਰ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਨਾ, I see God when I see upon him. They said, let's bring him. Inu le aao. And Mataji says, hold on, Guruji, not him. He doesn't have a family. Somebody like him, but not him. And Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says the famous words you know, Paliye ede varga te hi hai. There's nobody in the world like him. She says, but he doesn't have a house. Guru Amardas Ji says, he will have such a house one day that the entire world will come and bow down to him. He doesn't have a family. He will have such a family that will give their lives, and the entire world will remember and bow down to their feet. Their family of Sodhi Kola Baba Jeet Singh, Baba Jujar Singh. But he doesn't have any wealth. He doesn't have any money. The entire world will donate buckets, and Lakshmi herself will come down and fall at the feet of Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj. These are the words of Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj. Don't worry about anything else. Place your hope on the Guru. Everything else will get taken care of. In fact, ਪੰਗੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਦਮ ਉਠਾਉਂਦੇ ਹੋ.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this one does. It transforms generosity into seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
Youth like you and me, they're always thinking, मेरे नाल तो किसी ने विआह नहीं करना, I'm going to be left alone, मेरा तो कोई नहीं है, ना मेरे माँ प्यो आखे लगदे आ. So then we're forced to try to like put ourselves out there. नहीं प्यारियो, किसी ते आस रखने दी कोई लोड़ नहीं. Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj did not care, didn't say, all right, I'm coming of age and now I need to develop this culture around me so that people get to know who I am, and therefore maybe I'll get married and have my own family one day. No. वो सेवा विच लगे रहे. There came a time, Mata Mansa Devi ji said, Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj, our daughters are of age now. Bibi Bhani ji waste war labhiye. And Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says, keho ja chahiਦਾ war? Mata Mansa Devi ji ਆਖਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਗੁਰ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਨਾ, I see God when I see upon him. They said, let's bring him. Inu le aao. And Mataji says, hold on, Guruji, not him. He doesn't have a family. Somebody like him, but not him. And Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says the famous words you know, Paliye ede varga te hi hai. There's nobody in the world like him. She says, but he doesn't have a house. Guru Amardas Ji says, he will have such a house one day that the entire world will come and bow down to him. He doesn't have a family. He will have such a family that will give their lives, and the entire world will remember and bow down to their feet. Their family of Sodhi Kola Baba Jeet Singh, Baba Jujar Singh. But he doesn't have any wealth. He doesn't have any money. The entire world will donate buckets, and Lakshmi herself will come down and fall at the feet of Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj. These are the words of Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj. Don't worry about anything else. Place your hope on the Guru. Everything else will get taken care of. In fact, ਪੰਗੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਦਮ ਉਠਾਉਂਦੇ ਹੋ.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this one does. It transforms generosity into seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
Sad Sangat ji, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the Parchar break. Next we have Bhai Gurpratap Singh ji, who is a project manager of Everything's 13 based out in the US. Bhai Sahab is involved in many projects which he will talk about. But before we jump into that conversation, the Singhs asked me to put another question in front of you. So if you know the answer to this question, write it out in the chat and let's see who can guess it. The question is, who is the Chacha ji of Guru Nanak Dev Ji? If you're able to guess who the Chacha ji is, meaning the uncle of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, if you know, try to put it into the chat. And yeah, I'll reveal the answer now. ठीक है. The answer is कि Bhai Lalu ji. Bhai Lalu ji is the brother of Mehta Kalu ji or Mehta Kalyan Das ji. When Guru Nanak Dev Ji Maharaj Sache Pacha apna swaroop Guru Angad Dev Ji vich badalya, Maharaj Sache Pacha left this physical world. Then Guru Angad Dev Ji Maharaj sent for Gursikhs to go back to the files of Bhai Lalu ji's house to be able to find the old childhood artifacts of Guru Nanak Dev Ji Maharaj. ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਚਾਚਾ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਘਰੇ ਸੀਗਾ, ਉਥੋਂ ਭਾਈ ਲਾਲੂ ਜੀ ਵੀ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਅੰਗਦ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਨ ਆਏ. This is written in our history. So ਭਾਈ ਲਾਲੂ ਜੀ the ਚਾਚਾ ਜੀ of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. So a little bit of trivia there for you. So it's great to look at the in-depth, the intrinsic relationships between, you know, there's the Sangat there and Guru Sahib ji and Maharaj ਦੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਬੜਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ. Khair, thank you for joining me in that question answer. But now before further ado, let's get into this conversation with Bhai Gurpratap Singh ji. So Bhai Sahib ji, Vaheguru ji ka khalsa, Vaheguru ji ki fateh. Bhai Sahib ji does so much seva. Bhai Sahib ji is absolute legend. I don't know how they manage their schedule where they run so many projects. They're a backbone of all the sevaman that we do. So if anything goes on within Everything's 13, I have to ask Bhai Gurpratap Singh. Bhai Gurpratap Singh is like our motherboard. They're our computer. They're our engine. They also are a writer and an author, and they do a great work. They teach kids in their local area as well. So Parchar vi karde ya te administration di seva vi sade nal karde ya. So Bhai Sahib ji, how are you doing? Let's break down some of the seva that you work on and tell me a little bit about yourself.
Hanji, thank you for that very generous introduction. But Hanji authored a thesis on Sikh martyrology, Shaheed Deepare within the Panth throughout history and what that looks like for our future. That was done at graduate school called Vanderbilt here in Nashville, Tennessee. Te us to baad Maharaj di kirpa naal I had reached out to Basics of Sikhi in Anandpur Institute, and I had asked ਕਿ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਸੇਵਾ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਾਇਕ ਦੀ ਤਾਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦੱਸਿਓ. And then within 2 or 3 weeks this project manager ਸੇਵਾ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ. ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ now we're doing project management full time for the many different projects of Everything's 13. Usually when people look at the organization of Basics of Sikhi or Everything's 13, I don't think people really understand the depth of the seva that's being done. And to be quite honest, neither did I before I started. But just looking at how Bhai Harsimranjit Singh is CEO of Anandpur Institute, how we have Bhai Supreet Singh ji, how they're working with Camp Panth, how we have the Good Prasad Vidyala, and then how we have like many future projects in the work as well. Jive Sikh Uni hogi. There's the Khalsa Vahid bus that we're going to go into a bit more. We have Khalsa Khajana, and then we also have Sikhi events. So there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of moving intricate pieces within the Everything's 13 organization. And Maharaj Di Kirpanal, that's where I've come in to manage, do admin work for.
Perfect. So tell us how your work goes with Anandpur Institute. You also help out with the back end on Camp Panth and different events that we do. Then tell me about Gur Prasad Vidyalaya, and then after that we'll jump into Sikhi events and Sikhi Uni, Khalsa Veer. Khalsa Veer is very, very special. We'll save that for a little bit later.
Yeah. Hanji Satavajan. Yeah, so starting with Camp Panth, it's basically a camp for anyone of any age. It doesn't matter from which background. And we kind of help guide them along with sevas and duties that they could do, or something that they would be scared to do within a Gurdwara Sahib setting. So for example, we have Divan for 4 days. We set up a mini Vidyalaya where you do Santya every single day, 4 hours a day. You learn Gatka at Camp Panth. You learn how to make langar, how to varta langar, what the maryada is for all these different sevavas within the Gurdwara Sahib. And we basically give you almost like a booster shot of how the steps you need and the steps you need to take to be within a Sikh setting in a Sikh community. So we get people from many different backgrounds. We have PhD students, we have master's students, we have younger college students as well who want to come out and learn more about Sikhi. And it's kind of just a game changer for someone who doesn't know a lot about Sikhi but wants to learn a lot more about Sikhi. So we help manage that, and that usually takes place early in the year, usually around March, April. And that's all in North America with differing locations. Te us to ilawa, work with Anandpur Institute. Right now we're developing a new website, just helped by Harsimran Singh had discussed. We're talking about the accelerator, the think tank, the foundation, and all the many different volunteers that we're onboarding right now currently, and all the future onboarding we're planning to do as well. So just how Pai Sahib had mentioned very briefly that we have a think tank going on. Within that think tank, we actually just onboarded Pai Satnam Singh of Denmark, who's authoring his second book, and that book is currently on course to be published along with his previous literature in about 150 different universities across America, with the likes of Oxford, Harvard. We have that book back in Vanderbilt too, because I remember I asked my professor for it, Road to Empire, and how sort of the Anandpur Darbar came to be. So we have a lot of stuff going on in the background. It's vakri gal hai that we don't market as much as we should, but we're kind of just building, setting the building blocks for the future generations and for that 2075 target that we're going for. But yeah, that's Anandpur Institute. And then us to ilawa, we have Gur Prasad Vidyalaya. Currently we have over 10 ustads and lagpag 100 vidyarthi honge of differing ages, all the way from Bal Upadesh to ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਥਾ ਵਾਲੇ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਸਾਰ ਕਿਤਾਬਲੀ ਇਤਿਹਾਦਕ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਆ that ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਟਕਸਾਲਾਂ 'ਚ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਏ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਦਲਾਂ ਪੰਥਾਂ 'ਚ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਏ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ. We do the seva of teaching those. ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮੁਫਤ ਸੇਵਾ ਆ. We never ask for a penny, but obviously in ਬਿਨ ਸਰਾ ਨਾ ਇੱਕ ਚੈਨ ਪੂਰਤ ਹੋ ਨਾ ਕਾਮ ਹਨਾ. ਤੇ so we need the maya, we need the Savand, and that's kind of what the Savand Network Week is for us right now, how to get more money to fund these projects and go forward with everything we have planned.
And I still remember the conversation many years ago when this Gur Prasad Vidyalaya of ours underneath E13, which most Sangha doesn't know about. We run an online school under basics of Sikhi. And how it came to be is when Parcharaks, such as myself, would go out and travel, and we would do Parchar and we would do Katha. There was a few niches of Sangha that we met. Some Sangha that would attend the talk, they would say, "We were inspired, thank you," and they would go home. And some Sangha that would say, "Thank you, you've inspired me to do something. I want to do something now." And so this is where we need project development, integrating sevadars into ongoing sevas. So we have our whole volunteer network, giving positions like Bhai Mandeep Singh was talking about earlier. You have to make them feel welcomed. You have to give them a sense of belonging. So sevadars needed that integration. So that opened up the window for so many different sevas to go on. Then there was this very specific niche that said, I'm inspired, but I need systematic learning now. you keep telling me it's very important to read Gurbani, and that is the sole foundation of why we came into this world. Great, teach me. I said, go to your local Gurdwara Sahib. They're not a Gyani Singh that can teach you. They said, not in the area that I live in. Remember, we're dealing with not just grassroots, but a wide diaspora across the world. And they said, can you teach me? I said, sure. I already have about 28 students that I try to teach and manage their time. Don't barely get enough time, let alone my wife and daughter. That's a different story. So then we had a system created where we saw this happening in the past. Our different taksals and different ustads would teach this, where they would get their senior students to teach the junior students. And you would also almost create this pyramid system. And so we created such a system where if you have learned, say, your Netanim Santhya, you are now going to teach Moharni. Once you've learned Baivara, then you're able to teach Netanim. Once you've learned Bhagat Bani, then you can so on teach Panch Granthi. Once you've completed Guru Granth Sahib Ji Santhya, then you can teach Guru Granth Sahib Ji Santhya. Where it was taking our Parchadaks less time and effort, but students were teaching themselves. And the beauty of that is, I would say about 20% of your learning happens when you're actually learning, but 80% of your learning happens when you're teaching. So the students that were teaching, they're also repeating that same Gurbani, and it was being embedded in their own practice even more. And this spread to about, I remember 60 to 80 students at the time, and I don't know how many there are in the Vidyalaya, which you can tell me. And that grew to a point where we didn't have the capacity to onboard any more students, therefore we weren't able to actually advertise it more. And we need more infrastructure, more support, more resources allocated to such online schools like this, where we do have a whole generation that's already inspired, but saying they don't have the resources to actually learn the Gurbani, to be able to go and practice it and teach it more in their local areas. So eventually the foundation learnings are Gurbani, history, and philosophical texts that you mentioned. But then this goes on into creating speakers, creating parcharaks in local areas, which may not be employed by us, but they are satellites in our network of parcharaks around the world. And Gurprasad Vidyalaya is inherently trying to pilot and develop this sort of system, and encouraging and working with other Vidyalaya across the world to be able to do such things as well. So, I know Gurpratap Singh has now taken on this project and fully manages it, where somebody like myself doesn't have to be so hands-on on it. So that's why there's lots of gratitude towards by Gurpratap Singh. Can you tell me more about the plans for the future of the Vidyalaya being more streamlined, and the current stats for our Vidyalaya?
Hanji. So about 10 ustads right now, and we have onboarded about 5 more ustads just this year. And just how Abji said, we kind of have to make that sort of pyramid scheme structure in order for this to work and be more streamlined. But one big thing that we're working on is Sikh Uni. And Sikh Uni is basically going to be where, so the majority, I would say maybe 80 to 90% of students who want to learn Santhya are all beginners. We don't usually get Vidyarthis that say, Hanji, mere pehle bhag di Santhya chal rahi hai, ja bhagt bani ladiwar di chal rahi hai. They're all saying, bhi baal upadesh to shuru karo. So, ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਬਾਲ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਬਾਲ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਤੇ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਆ.
And for those that are listening to owners, Bal Updesh is literally learning your Uda Erda, like the language, and your Moharni on how to pronounce the letters, and then going on into Gurbani, Hanji.
Hanji. So what we're trying to do now is basically create a master course for Bal Upadesh. So you log on to our E13 funded website and you go on to Bal Upadesh, you click your section, you get your portal. And once you're on the portal, basically you learn Uda Ada, you go through lessons, and it's a gamified system of learning Gurmukhi for any sort of, or any age, any experience level. And once you pass, then one thing that's done in Sampada or Vidyalas is the very last Sakhi within Balupdesh is about the Langar of Guru Har Rai Sahib Ji. And what you'd have to do is basically suna that Sakhi, speak that Sakhi to your Ustad, and that Ustad tells you, tusi pass ho ja fail ho. If tusi pass ho, then you go on with Japji Sahib Santhya. Je tusi fail karde ho, te fir obviously you have to go back and learn the Maharni, or jithe vi atak pendi si, you have to learn from there again. But basically, we're creating the structure for the 90% of people who want to learn Gurmukhi, not even Gurmukhi, but Punjabi. You could learn very easily from our new course that's going to be unveiled soon, what we're working on in the background. And then once you have learned that course, then you're going to be paired with an ustad. And that ustad isn't just going to be someone random from India, but someone who's a part of your time zone, who could work with your schedule, just how our ustads are working now throughout the week. And they have differing timelines, time zones, and they're working through with the Santhya students. And then once those Santhya students, just like Abji said, reach Bhagt Bani, then they could teach Baivara and Panj Granthi. If they're on Ad Marat Santhya, then they're allowed to teach Bhagt Bani. In this way, we're kind of creating a structure for when you do your Santhya, you have to teach 5 people onwards and kind of paka and do abhyas of your Santhya as well.
That's amazing. I want to jump in and I want to talk about the Khalsa Vahir bus with you, which is a very, very exciting thing. But before we do that, I want to give it a little bit of a prelogue to say, Bhai Sahib is based out in Indiana, in the Midwest, and there are a lot of small towns in and around these areas that don't have Parchar. And as we mentioned, we have Parcharaks that are physically traveling all around the world, right? Not just across Canada and the US, but literally to calls to Australia, to Malaysia, to Europe, to England. And we honestly feel, I know sometimes listening online, you can say, well, there's enough Parchar going on. And most people can say that. But I'll be honest, from our end, from the front lines, there is not enough. We need 100 more Parcharaks and better Parcharaks. Like, I'll be honest, I'm not good enough. Like, we need people that are way better speakers, people that are better versed in their history, people that are better versed in the local diasporas and understanding the problems. I honestly feel like my place has been a placeholder for people that come through these systems for them to eventually take over and do a much better job than I can. And this is where the Vidyalaya falls in. This is where the Vidyalaya is online, it's happening. We're going to the roots of the websites. We're going to the online systems and creating the systems for the students to eventually become the leaders in these systems. But then there is the in-person Sangat, just like the camps that Baisab mentioned, but us actually traveling to these small villages such small towns of America or Canada. Jidna aapa Punjab vich vi kahiye pinda vich Punjab prachar. And I know you almost think, wait, America, they don't have villages. Uthe thodi pind hunde a. There are small towns. There are small towns that don't have that much Sangat, that do only have very minimal gurdwara, or sometimes only a few families get together in small homes, in relative homes. They and their kids don't know what it feels like to have a group of Singhs and Sangat come over to your house and do Kirtan with you, to read Rehra Sahib with you, to tell you a simple Sakhi, literally to just sit down beside a Gursikh and do Nam Simran. They don't know what that feeling is like. And the plan for Khalsa Vahir is that. So we're going to jump into what the plan of this bus and Khalsa Vahir is. Before that, let's take a quick 2-minute Parchar break, and then I'll have Bhai Sahib explain Khalsa Vahir to us. Youth like you and me, they're always thinking, mere naal ta kisi ne vyah nahi karna, I'm going to be left alone, mera ta koi nahi hai, na mere maa pyo aakhe lagde hai. So then we're forced to try to put ourselves out there. Nahi pyareo, kisse te aas rakhan di koi lod nahi. Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj did not care, didn't say, all right, I'm coming of age and now I need to develop this culture around me so that people get to know who I am, and therefore maybe I'll get married and have my own family one day. No. Us seva vich lage rahe. There came a time, Mata Mansa Devi Ji said, Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj, our daughters are of age now. Bibi Bhani Ji vaste var labhiye. And Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says, keho ja chahida var. Mata Mansa Devi Ji aakde ne, jiddan da oh Gursikh hai na, I see God when I see upon him. They said, let's bring him. Inu le aao. And Mataji says, hold on, Guruji, not him. He doesn't have a family. Somebody like him, but not him. And Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says the famous words you know, Paliye ede varga te hi hai. There's nobody in the world like him. She says, but he doesn't have a house. Guru Amardas Ji says, he will have such a house one day that the entire world will come and bow down to him. He doesn't have a family. He will have such a family that will give their lives, and the entire world will remember and bow down to their feet. Their family of Surdi Kul of Baba Ajit Singh, Baba Jujhar Singh. But he doesn't have any wealth, he doesn't have any money. The entire world will donate buckets, and Lakshmi herself will come down and fall at the feet of Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj. These are the words of Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj. Don't worry about anything else. Place your hope on the Guru. Everything else will get taken care of. In fact, ਪੰਗੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਦਮ ਉਠਾਉਂਦੇ ਹੋ.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this one does. It transforms generosity into Seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this Seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
Welcome back, Sadh Sangat Ji. We were in conversation with Bhai Gur Pratap Singh Ji. And Bhai Sahib Ji, now let's hammer through Khalsa Wahid. Sell me the dream.
Hanji, so Khalsa Wahid is a very bold dream, but it's a dream that makes sense nonetheless. This dream is basically the problem we're facing right now in North America is just like how Abji said, ਵੀ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਵੀ at one time in history, Mahapurukhs had to leave their own house and do Parchar, following the Purne of Guru Nanak Dev Ji leaving to do the Udasis. Te ਉਹ ਪੂਰਨਿਆਂ ਕਰਕੇ with Guru Nanak Dev Ji's blessing, ਘਰ ਘਰ ਅੰਦਰ ਧਰਮਸਾਲ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ. In the same sense, now we're in North America, but we're seeing that we go to these very remote locations within America, within the Midwest specifically, to do camps, to teach Santhya, to teach Sikh history. But what we find is they're much far behind in their kamai and jivan of Sikhi versus other places like California or New York or Surrey, jithe Sikhan da gaadya. So what we've thought to do is basically be a Khalsa Wahid or a outreach unit that goes to these places, and we share our resources and we share what we've learned from our ustads, from our sangat, and we kind of give our dasvand by donating our time and resources to them. And how that would work is basically we have 6 students, we have Parchariks, we have Gyani Singhs, Ragis, Tadis, all available, who are able to go on the bus with us. And every stop we make, the original goal is ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪੁਰਾਤਨ ਦਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੋਰੀ ਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਉੱਥੇ ਫਿਰ 3 ਦਿਨ ਦਾ ਅਖੰਡ ਪਾਠ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਆ. But with that ਅਖੰਡ ਪਾਠ ਸਾਹਿਬ, what you would do is every morning there's a Gurmat Vidyala, and every evening there's a Gatka Akhada, and then obviously 2 times a day you get langar. That's the dream, that we go every single city in North America and we do an akhand ਪਾਠ ਸਾਹਿਬ. ਜਦੋਂ ਮੱਧ ਦੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਆ, we tell the next location ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਉਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਹਾਂ 1.5 ਦਿਨਾਂ 'ਚ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ. And then once we reach there, obviously we do the same mriada. Everywhere we go, we distribute these Bal Upadesh, we distribute langar, and we distribute this vidya that's been passed on to us and blessed upon us. So the problem is some cities have too many Sikh resources and Gurmat resources, but some cities have none. So what we're doing is we're creating a bus or a palki site for Maharaji, and having Maharaji on board, Nishan Nagari on board, we're going to travel through the heart of America, through the Midwest, and basically do this Parchar for the Sangat.
That's amazing. So we have a group of Singhs that are ready, willing, with skills. They know how to do Kirtan, they know how to do Katha, they know how to run camps, they know how to put together a Khand Path. And I don't think people understand the value of this, of bringing Sangat to someone, bringing Sikhi to someone's house and saying, we will show you the power of Bani by reading it to you. Like some people think Parchar is done just by, I will explain a Sakhi in a very beautiful way. But Gurbani has Paras Kala. And what Paras Kala is the touch of a philosopher's stone. Where just by hearing it, sometimes you don't even know what it means, but it has the power to change so much karam. It can change someone's life like that. And Like even Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj, they heard the voice of the singing Gurbani of Bibi Amro Ji, and ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਸ਼ਰਧਾ ਫੈਲ ਗਈ that they went to Guru Sahib Ji. So the power of just taking Sangat to someone that doesn't have access to it is actually very, very underrated. And this ability to do this is very powerful. So how do you plan on doing this? I know you have a bus. So with this bus, so the biggest question, how are you going to take the things to these places? Well, guess what, Satsang Ji? We bought a bus. Yes, we're going to have a Basics of Sikhi bus that is going to travel from place to place and bring Sangat to those places that don't have the availability. So tell me more about that.
Hanji, just like Avji said, we have a bus. Maharaj di Kirpa naal, I think with the Kirpa of Sheed Singhs, obviously with the Kirpa of Bhai Jagrat Singh, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਆ, like ਪੂਰਨੇ ਪਾਇਆ of how to go within Maya, do udasi and become a Gurmukh and show that you're a Gurmukh. In the same sense, now that we have a bus, Maharaj di Kirpa naal, we've acquired it after this past Hola Mahalla. Us to baad renovations began. So the two main renovations that we've done so far is we've created the inner Palki Sahib, and then we've also created the Palki Sahib windows. So with the windows, when you look at them, they're about 9 feet in diameter and about 4 feet in height. And when you open those up, that basically means you could go to any city and start a community kitchen. So ਜਿਵੇਂ ਦੇਗ ਤੇਗ ਫਤਿਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ ਗਰੀਬਾਂ ਦੀ ਗਊਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੰਗਰ ਮਿਲੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਹੁਣ ਛੇਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਦੀ ਸਾਖੀ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਆ ਵੀ that's no Sikh of mine whose neighbor goes to sleep with an empty stomach. That comes up in Suraj Prakash Granth, Kavi ji ਉਹ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਆ. In the same sense, we want to go everywhere in the nation and show ਵੀ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜਾਗਦਾ ਆ ਤੇ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਹਰਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਨੇ ਅਜੇ 10ਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਨੇ and we're working towards our goals. So the Palki Sahib has been created, the windows have been created for where langar is going to be distributed from, and when we set up camp somewhere, whether that be a random parking lot, whether that be a random park, we're going to put tambu kanats everywhere. And on the back of the bus, it's all the langar. In the front of the bus, it's obviously Amrit Vela Diwan, Gurmantar da Abhyas, Nitnem da Abhyas, Asta Diwar, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਸੰਧਿਆ ਸਮੇਂ ਜੋ ਸੰਧਿਆ ਦੀ ਮਰਿਆਦਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਰਹਿਰਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਆਰਤੀ ਆਰਤਾ ਇਤਿਆਦਿਕ. And then with all that, obviously the Gurbani training, the Sikh history classes, archery training, Gatka classes, whatever you can name, that's going to be provided to you. ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਕਵੀ ਵੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਵਾ, if I'm not mistaken, I think Maulana Room ਲਿਖਦੇ ਆ, and they write ਕਿ ਕਦੇ ਪਿਆਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਉਹ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਢੂੰਡ ਲਵੇ. So that person who's thirsty for water can never find water, but ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਾਣੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਪਿਆਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਭਦਾ ਆ. The water comes to that person that's thirsty. If you have that thirst within you to learn about Sangat, just do ardas to Maharaj Sheed Singhs, and that Sangat is going to come to you. If you have that thirst for Gurmat, Maharaj ne aap ਬਿਆੰਤ ਕਲਾ ਵਰਤਾ ਕੇ they're going to give you that sort of Sangat. ਤੇ ਉਹ ਪਿਆਸ ਬੁਝਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਉਹੀ ਨੇ. So Maharaj's Kirpa, we're going to unveil the bus soon. We have a lot of reels ready explaining the bus that are going to be promoted within the coming week of the Swanda Network to raise more funds. But yeah, Maharaj di Kirpa naal, we're almost about to hit the road sooner.
That's amazing. So with this, future plans of Khalsa Vahid and the other, projects that we were talking about, we've been talking about this a lot since this morning with all the speakers. What does the youth need to do right now? What are focuses right now? And what do you think this next era, at least our generation and maybe our kids, needs to focus on to help Sikhi prosper?
Hanji, that's a very good question. And I would say, personally, ਹੁਣ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਸੰਥਿਆ ਦਿਵਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ, we teach Gatka. And we get this question a lot from not only committees, but like the parents of Santhya students, Gatka students, and Am Sangat after Katha Divans. But the one main thing we have to understand is Jin Prem Kiyo Tin Hi Prabh Payo. Whatever is done in Prem, O Maharaj Pravan Kar Dinde a, te Unanu Manjoor a. But anything that's done in hate or with an evil eye or with any sort of negativity within your heart, O ਭਾਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੱਖ ਵਾਰੀ ਚੰਗਾ ਕਰਮ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਲਓ, ਉਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ. ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਤਾ ਰਟਣੀ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ। ਬਈ ਜੇ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਕੇ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਸ਼ਹੀਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਫਿਰ ਅਸਲ ਫਰਕ ਉਦੋਂ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਕਮਾਈ ਵਿੱਚ। In the same sense, one big thing or one big message I would give to the youth is never forget about how you're living now and the people who had to die for you to live like this. So if we look at the 6-year-old Baba Fateh Singh Ji, the 9-year-old Baba Joravar Singh Ji, the elder sons, the elder Sahibzade of Dasਵੇਂ Paatshah Ji, Baba Ajit Singh Ji, Baba Jujhar Singh Ji. We look at the 80-year-old Amar Shaheed Baba Deep Singh Ji, whose Shahidi Dihada is actually today. They left home knowing that Guru Ram Das Sahib Ji Sarovar ਉੱਥੇ ਬੇਦਬੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ, and they only left, ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਹੈ ਵੀ 8 ਸਿੰਘ ਨਾਲ ਸੀਗੇ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ. They never knew if they would have bands and bands of Singhs and militia join them. They just knew ਵੀ ਬੇਦਬੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਣਾ ਹੈ ਗੁਰੂ ਰਾਮਦਾਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਅਰਦਾਸਾਂ ਸੋਧ ਕੇ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ. In the same sense, you have Amar Shaheed Gyani Mani Singh Ji, who at the age of 90 years old, they gave Shahidi Band Kotaya. You have Amar Shaheed Sant Bhai Taru Singh Ji, who gave their Khopri Chaddi Jawani, which they were 24 years old. Huh? So it doesn't matter where you look in Sikh history, there's always going to be someone that you could relate to, whether you're a Singh or Singhani. There's someone of your age that's given Shahidi for you to live today, but are you upholding the manorat or the reason that they gave Shahidi for? So one big thing you have to understand is ਕਿ ਜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸ਼ਹੀਦੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਆ, what are we doing for them to apna their shahidi and uphold the blood that they spilled on this ਧਰਤੀ? And the main thing to do is ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਕੇਸ ਸੰਭਾਲੋ, ਉਹ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜੂੜਾ, ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੁਰਮੁਖੀ ਨਾ ਛੱਡੋ, which is ਊੜਾ. So this is the main Parchar that the Singhs did Gurmata of for the Khalsa Vahir Bas, ਕਿ ਊੜਾ ਤੇ ਜੂੜਾ ਜੇ ਇਹ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਫਿਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕੋਲ ਤਰ ਜੂਗੀ, ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੀ ਵੇਲ ਹਰੀ ਭਰੀ ਰਹੂਗੀ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਬਾਜਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਆਪ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨਗੇ. ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਊੜੇ ਤੇ ਜੂੜੇ ਦੀ ਸਿਖਲਾਈ ਆ, ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਘਰ ਘਰ ਅੰਦਰ ਧਰਮਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਪਹਿਰਾ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਆ. ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨ, ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨ. ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੇਸ ਰੱਖੋ ਤੇ ਗੁਰਮੁਖੀ ਸਿੱਖੋ.
ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ, ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਤਰੱਕੀਆਂ ਬਖਸ਼ਣ. ਐਂਡ ਊੜੇ ਤੋਂ ਜੂੜੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਛ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਉਪਜਦਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਬੀਜ ਹੈ ਸਾਡਾ. ਸੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਐਂਡ ਵੀਰ ਏਬਲ ਟੂ ਟੇਕ ਥੀਸ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਟੂ ਦ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਲੈਵਲ ਐਂਡ ਹੈਲਪ ਦ ਸੰਗਤ ਬੈਨੀਫਿਟ ਫਰੋਮ ਐਨੀ ਐਫਰਟ. ਜਿੰਨਾ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਪਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਤੇ ਓਨਾ ਹੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੇ ਪੰਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਮਾਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਆਪਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਸੇਵਾ ਕੀਤੀ, ਆਪਾਂ ਕੌਣ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ. ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਆਪ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੇਵਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਦੇ ਆ, ਆਪ ਹੀ ਲੈ ਲੈਣੇ ਆ, ਅਤੇ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਦੇ ਦੇਣੀ ਆ. ਬਟ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕਰਨ ਕਰਾਵਣ ਹਾਰ ਤੂੰ ਆ. You are the doer, you are this. And so ultimately when we're in the push and we talk about the projects and the statistics and we do all of these things, but really when you step back, you have to say karta sab ko tera vas. ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਤੇਰੇ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ, and you manifested this play, so then why should I hold any attachment to it? Let me just put my effort towards this play of yours and let me enjoy it along with what you're doing. So I really enjoy just being a part of this seva, not in a stressful way, but just in a way like, wow, Maharaj, you're getting us to do this. This is what you have planned next for the Panth. So I really enjoyed looking at it from that perspective. Bhai Sahib ji, bahut dhanwad. Is there a final message you'd love to give to the Sangat?
The final message would be, ek ta, like I said before, jin prem kiyo tin hi prabh payo. But that Prabhu that we're talking about is only realized through ਆਪ ਨਰਾਇਣ ਕਲਾ ਧਾਰ ਜਗ ਮਹਿ ਪਰਵਰਿਓ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 9 ਯੁੱਗ ਵਾਵੇ ਅੱਖਰ ਦੇ ਜਾਪ ਕੀਤਾ ਆ, ਫਿਰ 9 ਯੁੱਗ ਹਾਹੇ ਅੱਖਰ, ਫਿਰ ਗੱਗਾ ਅੱਖਰ, ਰਾਰਾ ਅੱਖਰ. It's said that Guru Nanak Dev Ji did jap of these different ਅੱਖਰਸ for 9 ਯੁੱਗ. ਅਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਦਾ ਉਚਾਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ, 36 ਯੁੱਗਾਂ ਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਭਲਾ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਆ, ਫਾਇਦਾ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਆ, and you get the fruition of 36 ages just by saying ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ. So saying ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ from your mouth, ਇਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚੀਤ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਟਹਿਲ ਕਮਾਵਣੀ, ਗੁਰਮੰਤਰ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਚੀਤ, ਬੰਸ ਘਾਤ ਕਰਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਹ ਸਿੰਘਣ ਕੀ ਰੀਤ. This is the first thing taught within Dal Panth, and that's the one message I would leave to everyone here, ਕਿ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੀ ਟਹਿਲ ਕਮਾਓ, ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰੋ, ਹੱਥ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਕਰੋ, ਪੈਰ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਕਰੋ, ਗੁਰਮੰਤਰ ਰੱਖੋ ਚੀਤ, ਅਤੇ ਬੰਸ ਘਾਤ ਕਰਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਰੱਖੋ, ਅਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਹੀ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਊਗਾ. ਜੋ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਨੋਰਥ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਜੋ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ, ਅਤੇ ਤਿਲ ਫੁੱਲ ਭੇਟਾਵਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਕਰੋ. ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਖਾਲਸੇ ਪੰਥ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਆ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲਾਇਕ ਬਖਸ਼ੋ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਬਖਸ਼ੋ ਜੀ
Thank you so much, Bhai Sahib ji. And ਇੱਥੇ ਫਤਿਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੁੱਕ ਜਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਵੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਆ it all continues with your contributions and your yogdan. So that's why I want to repeat again. It's the Swand week, and it's an annual fundraiser that takes place every year, where we put forward our projects and the different seva that we do. This year we decided to do a fundraising telethon, which is a full day, all day live stream. That's why we are here with you. You've probably seen me sitting here for about 3.5 hours now, and we're not even, I think we're halfway through. So we've got a full day of things planned for you, and we're going to continue doing that. The link to donate is through the QR code that's on the screen, and the link is actually pinned in the description below as well. Before we go on to the next thing, we'll take a quick Parchar break, but I want to take a Sakhi break now. I want to give you a Sakhi. Next we have by Gurjab Singh, who is also a leader, a thought leader, and a director of Anandpur Institute. He also is going to be talking about the Why Guru app, a new app that we've been developing, which we are going to release to the Sangat soon. So he'll be talking about the back end of that. But I want to take a quick break and I want to tell you a Sakhi, just because it's been on my mind for a while, and just the way the flow of the day has been. Especially after our last conversation, the Sakhi keeps coming to my mind. So, Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj, one day, they had a darbar outdoors. Unhone darbar khulla laya, and Singhs were sitting outside, Kirtan chal reha siga. In this beautiful jungle, Maharaj's darbar takes place. There is a man that walks out of this forest. And he's wearing clothes like he's not from that area. His clothes are from a different area. People haven't seen these types of clothes. And he's holding a feather. And it's a type of feather that people aren't familiar with because it looks very unique. It looks very majestic. The way he's dressed looks very majestic. The way his face is, the way he's dressed, the way he's styled is very different. Like banda kede desh to, it seems like he's from a different country. Such a man walks out of the forest and walks into that court, that darbar of Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj, arrives, places that feather in front of Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj, matha tekta, bows down. Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj takes that feather, and that man turns around and leaves and walks away. Guru Gobind Singh Ji say absolutely nothing. Maharaj pure Nand vich baithe rahe. Some of the Singhs came up to Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj and said, "Hey Maharaj, we have a question. We saw that man, he doesn't seem like he's from around here. His clothes are different. The look on his face is different. He gave you this feather. We've never seen such a feather like this before. Maharaj, remove our doubt. We don't understand what's going on. Maharaj, why did you accept this feather? Where did this feather come from?" Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj, they did not say anything. They instead took that feather and they took out an arrow from their quiver. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਤੀਰ ਕੱਢਿਆ. ਧੰਨ Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj ਨੇ ਉਹ ਖੰਭ, that feather, they attached it to that arrow. They aimed that arrow all the way up. ਜਦੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਤੱਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਲਾਇਆ, the arrow shot up right away. And they attached that feather to that arrow. Now normally, those of you that know Gatka or Janganiti, sometimes when you shoot an arrow up into the sky, there's training that you have to hold the shield, and when the arrow is coming down, you have to knock it to the side or you have to avoid it. But usually that's done with an arrow that doesn't have a tip, or else if you miss and it hits you, then you could die. But this arrow had a tip. Guru Gobind Singh Ji shot the arrow all the way in the sky, and all the things are waiting. When will this arrow that's shot directly up, when will it turn around, and when will it fall to the ground? The gravity should pull it down to the ground. They're all waiting for the arrow to fall, but the arrow never arrives. They wait and they wait. And they turn to Guru Gobind Singh Ji again and they say, "Maharaj, we asked you to remove our doubt. Where did this feather come from? Now we know, we don't even know where it went. Maharaj, ਉਹ ਖੰਭ ਕਿੱਧਰੋਂ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਕਿੱਧਰ ਗਿਆ? Where did it go? Where did your arrow go? Why is it not coming back down?" Guru Gobind Singh Ji smiles and they say, see, that feather was not from this world. That feather was of Hamayu Panchi, which is the king of birds that lives in this different realm. Patala patal lak agasa agas. How many realms are there? There are endless realms. And in one of these realms, there is Garud Panchi, Hamayu, who is the king of birds. His feather has such a trait that when the feather goes away, the feather always returns back to its root, meaning the bird itself. And Guru Gobind Singh Ji says, I took that feather, I attached it to this arrow, which was of this world. When I shot that arrow, the feather returned back to its root, its mool, meaning it went back to Garuda Panchi, the bird. And it took my arrow with it. And the Singh stopped for a second and said, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, Maharaj, what are you trying to say? Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj said that, see this Gurbani that we read? This Gurbani is not of this world. Tur ki bani ai, tin sagli chint mitai. Vaho vaho bani nirankar hai, this jevad avar na koi. This Gurbani, the words, people think it's just poetry. People think lok jane eh geet hai, eh to Brahm Vichar. This is the word of Brahm Gyan. This is spiritual knowledge in itself. This is Aap Narayan. The Vaho Vaho Bani Nirankar hai. Guru Gobind Singh Ji says, when you take this Bani and you read it and you recite it and you implement it to your heart, it will take you back to its roots. Apne tor tak le jaogi. Just like the feather went back to its roots, a Bani khud Nirankar tak pahunchoge. And if it's attached to you, or I should say, if you are attached to it, Je Gurbani is attached to your heart, then you will also go to the root with it. Meaning if Bani came from Nirankar and merges back with Nirankar, then it will take you, destroy all your shackles of this world, and then take you to its root, and you will merge with it, the root of Waheguru as well. Bani is Nirankar. It is like the wave that has come out, grabs onto something and pulls it back into the ocean. So why do we not read this Gurbani? That is the lesson that Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj is giving through this Sakhi. So Pyareo, let's take a quick Parchar break or a break, and then next we will have Bhai Gurjap Singh joining us.
How do I walk into the Darbar Sahib? This is the biggest problem in the West because they want to have flashy entries and things like that. But in Guru Sahib's Maryada, in the Guru's code, everybody is equal. Even if you're getting married that day, you're not special. There should not be any seats placed in front of Guru Sahib Ji when the couple is going to sit. You're going to be sitting on the same space, same place where the other Sangat is also sitting, because asi Sangat to upar nahi hai. So there should not be any flashy entrances, there should not be any music played at the background, and it should be simple, elegant, and it should be in the Bhavana. Again, Guru is at the center, you're not the center thing. Your Bhavana should be with the Guru Sahib.
Next 5 minutes of that me doing Simran, something happened to me. Something happened to me that was not normal. What I'd been told was normal. You know, going to school, going to university, normal. Something happened to me and I started crying. I started getting overtaken by this feeling of something bigger than myself. What had I done so far? I couldn't read Japji Sahib, I couldn't read any part, I didn't know anything about Sikhi. All I was saying was this one word, Waheguru. Huh? And I started to read about my Gurus already. I wanted to know about my Gurus. And I wanted to praise my Gurus, because Guru is amazing, isn't it? Guru Sahib ko dekhlo, waqai, Guru Sahib bahut, they're just amazing. Huh? Maharaj says ki Guru ki mehma kya kaha, gur bibek satsar.
Dukdaru sukh rog paya. Sometimes the pleasures can distract you so much you don't even realize that you falling to rock bottom was Guru Sahib Sache Pacha shattering everything around you. Say, wake up, man. What have you been doing? Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says to their two son-in-laws, Bhai Rama Ji and Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj. They said, can both of you construct me a thada, a throne for me to sit upon? Bhai Rama Ji is building their throne, Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj is building their thada. Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says to them both, you've made it, it's beautiful. Tear it down now. Destroy it. They make it again and destroy it. They make it again, destroy it. They make it again, destroy it many, many times. By Ramaji at one point they give up. And at the end, Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj says, Maharaj, I realized after making and destroying it many, many times, I'm not capable of making anything worthy of you. Maharaj, you bless me to be able to make it yourself. Without your grace, nothing is possible, Maharaj. Without your support, I'm not able to do anything. Thodi aasi meri aasi. I have nothing else. And at that moment, you know what Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says? They said, Hon thada tayar ho. Because it wasn't the thada, the physical element that they're looking for. They're looking for the spiritual heart that was ready for the light of the Guru to be able to sit in.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this fund does. It transforms generosity into Seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this Seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
Welcome back, Sad Sangat Ji. Next, we have a very exciting project in development, or has been in development, and we're going to be launching it soon, which is the My Guru app. And with me is Bhai Gurjab Singh and Devneel Singh, who have been working tirelessly on this project to be able to bring it in front of you. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Bhai Devneel Singh and Bhai Gurjab Singh to be able to introduce this project. Tell us about the app, its features, and how the Sangat will benefit. Hanji.
Vajji Khalsa, Vajji Fateh.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh Ji. How are you, Veer Ji?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm great, I'm great. So tell me more about this project.
Right, so My Guru is an app that we designed to help you track your sort of Sikh activities that are daily. So Nitnem, Simran, if you're doing a Sahaj Path. And it also allows you to connect with your Sangat. So you can do these things with them. They can nudge you, make you achieve your goals for the day. There's also a journaling. So we are trying to incorporate mindfulness and help you really use your Sikhi in your life day to day. And yeah, that's what we've been working on.
What sparked this idea? Like, what problem are you guys trying to solve? And I can totally see in today's day, people don't have attention spans. There's so much technology out there where people's minds are pulled left, right, and center that apne aapde bare nahi soch paunde. And so definitely being able to track, to know your Nitnem, and to know how much bhakti you're doing is a tool that many people are asking for. And it's kind of funny that I remember I was having this conversation with yourself, that people think they read a lot more Bani than they actually do. So we think, oh, main to bahut part kita because you did Sukhmani Sahib 4 days ago. But when you really look at it on a scale of a month, say, how much part have you been doing? Or how much Sangat have you really done? You'll see, well, it's really nothing. All your bars, thode sare bar te empty hai. Sara sama ta tusi nindya chugli vich la denne ha. So the ability to have habit tracking, which is very common today in people's watches, people have health activity trackers, and they're using their phones. Why not go to that medium? Why not go to those tools and be able to implement a tool to help progress people's daily jivan? So tell me more about how you've been able to put these systems in place to tackle some of these problems.
Vajji Khalsa, Vajji Fateh. Yeah, we actually started out in terms of the spark of the idea came from one of our thought leaders actually last year through Anandpur Institute. They had this idea of some type of spiritual tracker, and they were looking for somebody that would be able to build it out. So myself alongside Harjit Singh actually began building it out. And then of course, people get busy throughout their lives, and we have all these sorts of projects that we're working on and trying to develop. And so I know Harsimranjit was on earlier talking about this idea of the bounties. This was actually kind of our first official bounty that we put out. And so we put a call out towards projects in the Nandpur Institute that whoever wants to apply and whoever can make it for this My Guru project will then allow them into the program and help them build it out. So Devneel Singh alongside Jasraj Singh and Navkin Kaur, who are now part of our ambassador team for another project that we're working on, work together to build this out. And Devneel Singh has been working hard and tirelessly trying to build out this project and get it out there and get it in front of people. And really, the inspiration was behind exactly what you were talking about, right? You have this situation where people are disconnecting from their nitrim, disconnecting from their baniya, and they don't realize it as much. We have this kind of false conception of bhakti, of the bhakti that we're doing. And we don't really have this sense of holding each other accountable, as Sangat is supposed to do. And so if you'd like, I can actually walk you through some of the mock-ups and show you sort of how the app works and how we developed it.
Yeah, for sure. Please do.
Amazing. I'll go ahead and do that now. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Amazing. So when we first developed this app, it was still in very much kind of this archaic form. Over the past few months, Devneel Singh has been working hard building this out and building out the project. And now you can kind of see what the app looks like and what we've actually developed. Not only is it kind of this Nithanim tracker, but like you said, you can track your Simran, you can track your Sahaj Paths. And just like a fitness tracker, you can actually set your goals at the beginning of creating your account. So let's say maybe you do Panch Baniya right now, but you want to start incorporating Sukhmani Sahib and Asadiwad into your Nithanim. You can actually set those goals for a certain period that I want to build up to this Nithanim later on. And then you can start tracking and see how much you're hitting your goals. So you have your Nithanim tracking, your Simran tracking, your Sahaj Path tracking based on the goals that you set. Based on your schedule, you can see when you wake up and read your Baniya, if you wake up at Amratullah, what time you wake up. And it can actually send you reminders of when to do your Rara Sahib, when to do your Kirtan Sohila. As you can kind of go through here, you can see how this works. When you open up your Nithanim Baniya, you can see whether you've read it, recited, or listened to it. You can track it right away. If you want to listen to it inside of the app, we've offered that feature as well, where you can listen to by Janal Singh reciting the Bani, and then you can kind of go through and listen to it. It'll track automatically in the app. And if you look at this kind of top left corner here, you can also see this kind of fire emoji there. This is our streak tracking. So we have how many days you've been on track, how many times you've fallen off track, and you can actually put on streaks. You can win achievements if you've done if you met your goals for a certain amount of time, just so we can gamify it for a younger audience. And then of course we have our time tracking here for your Simran. You can submit how many angs you've completed in your Sahaj Path, and it'll keep track based on what day you want to finish your Sahaj Path by. And then we have this new space called the daily reflection space. This space actually allows you to go in and write your reflection at the end of the day. You can do a guided reflection or a free form reflection. And this is really what our thought leader kind of inspired us to build out. This idea that people want to be able to write about their experiences, write about what they're struggling with, write about what they're going through. And so you can write throughout the day maybe you've done something you weren't supposed to do, maybe you've done a good deed, whatever it might be, and you can reflect. Just like so many mob books teach us to reflect at the end of the day and see what good deeds you've done, what bad deeds you've done, and you can correct them. And again, this is like completely 100% private. Nobody's going to go and read any of this. And we've actually also incorporated into the app not only a daily Hukamnama feature where you can see the Hukamnama of the day, but based on your daily reflection, you can also get AI insights. So we have a chatbot that you have where if you ask a specific question or if you express a specific emotion, it'll automatically go and find a Pankti from Gurbani to go and give you so that you can then use that to reflect upon your own personal Jivani and use it to answer your question. So we actually have another feature that we've launched, and this one is kind of probably the most exciting one, which is My Guru Sangat. And this is where we have this idea of holding each other accountable. You can see how many days you've met your goal, what your Sangat's consistency is. You can see who has the highest consistency. Obviously, you have the option to keep your Bani and Gupt if you want to make sure that nobody is seeing what your Nithanim is. I know some Gursikhs have a requirement to make sure that their Bani are kept hidden. So that's in there as well. But based on the requirement you set, you can see who is hitting the requirements. You can make sure that people are hitting the shriek. So if your friend's not waking up at Amritullah and you know that they're supposed to be and they told you that they're trying to work on it, you can look at this and you can give them a call and you can say, hey, I checked my guru and you're not meeting your goals, and you can go and kind of hold them accountable that way. So this is now actually almost available on the App Store. We've now submitted it onto the App Store. So it's pending review. It should be ready either today or within the next couple of days. So if any of the Sangat members do want to sign up with this link, they can go ahead and join our sign up link to get notified as soon as it gets on the App Store for download. And Devneel Singh can add a little bit more in case I missed anything regarding the app or regarding the features.
I think that was really good. It covered almost everything, I think. Yeah, we're submitted it to Apple. It should be released within as soon as today or maybe the next few days. And again, if you want to sign up, please do. You'll be notified when the app releases. Anji, I think that's it. That was pretty good. Covered everything.
Well, that looks amazing, man. And I know so much effort goes into putting the back end of these, looking at the little intricacies of how the user journey will actually be as they utilize these sort of apps. And research does show that in order for people to be consistent with their habits, they have to build systems around that. People love waking up on New Year's Day and say, okay, I'm going to do Nityanam forever now. But we know, we do Parchar, and the thing that people struggle with the most, at least the youth here, I can speak like firsthand when I speak to Sangat, is the youth really struggle with their Nityanam. They don't have systems because it's almost treated like it's a private thing and no one's going to know if you did it or you didn't do it, because that's between you and God. But research shows in order to keep a habit going for a long time, you need to build systems around it. And that's why I love the My Guru Sangat, because that is you and your friends building a system with each other, holding accountable, where conversations are taking place about your habits of reading Bani, your habits of going to Sangat. So rather than keeping it gupt, let's talk about it in Sangat and help develop it with each other. And so that's why kudos to you to be able to put all of this together using the skills and the research that you guys have. And I'm just so excited to download it myself and share it with my friends. So hopefully more Sangat can do that. Again, I'd like to say that these projects are possible because of your Daswand. So it is Daswand Network Week, Daswand Week, where we are fundraising and telling everybody about all of our upcoming projects and the Sevas that are ongoing. The donation can happen through the QR code on the screen, and the link is also pinned in the description. So please donate to make all of these projects more sustainable, and many more to come. So before we go into the next thing, we'll be speaking to you guys and Gurjab Singh about how we utilize very smart and talented people. And I think this is a prime example. We came across by Devneel Singh here, and who's an amazing developer. I was sitting there, I still remember, at the university. I gave out a couple of ideas. I wish we could make this happen. And there was by Devneel Singh, there was another Singh named Mehak Singh. And they were like, we can do that in 2 seconds. That's not hard. And I said, really? And with just literally on their laptops, they pulled 2 programs together and they made an app doing that. And I was like, I thought this would have taken millions of dollars and a whole institution like Apple to do. But they said, no, that's not the hard part. The hard part is collecting data and doing this next part. So I really want to talk about how we should be utilizing, such as this project. We took somebody with a skill in our Panth and we gave them networks and allowed something to be produced from it. Something was created. How do we utilize smart people like this? And so we'll be talking about that with Gurjab Singh and Devneel Singh. Let's take a quick 2-minute Parchar break and then we'll be right back.
How do I walk into the Darbar Sahib? This is the biggest problem in the West because they want to have flashy entries and things like that. But in Guru Sahib's Maryada, in the Guru's code, everybody's equal. Even if you're getting married that day, you're not special. There should not be any seats placed in front of Guru Sahib Ji when the couple is going to sit. You're going to be sitting on the same space, same place where the other Sangat is also sitting, because asi Sangat to upar nahi hai. So there should not be any flashy entrances, there should not be any music played at the background, and it should be simple, elegant, and it should be in the Bhavana. Again, Guru is at the center. You're not the center thing. Your Bhavana should be with the Guru Sahib.
Next 5 minutes of that meeting Simran, something happened to me. Something happened to me that was not normal. what I'd been told was normal. You know, going to school, going to university, normal. Something happened to me and I started crying. I started getting overtaken by this feeling of something bigger than myself. What had I done so far? I couldn't read Japji Sahib, I couldn't read any part, I didn't know anything about Sikhi. All I was saying was this one word, Vaheguru. Huh? And I started to read about my gurus already. I wanted to know about my gurus. And I wanted to praise my gurus, because Guru is amazing, isn't it? Guru Sahib dekh lo, waqai, Guru Sahib bahut, they're just amazing. Huh? Maharaj says ki Guru ki mehma kya kaha, gur bibek satsar.
Dukh-daru sukh rog paya. Sometimes the pleasures can distract you so much you don't even realize that you falling to rock bottom was Guru Sahib Sache Pacha shattering everything around you. Say, wake up, man. What have you been doing? Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says to their two son-in-laws, Bhai Rama Ji and Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj. They said, can both of you construct me a thada, a throne for me to sit upon? Bhai Rama Ji is building their throne, Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj is building their thada. Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says to them both, you've made it, it's beautiful. Tear it down now. Destroy it. They make it again and destroy it. They make it again, destroy it. They make it again, destroy it many times. Bhai Rama Ji at one point they give up. And at the end, Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj says, Maharaj, I've realized after making and destroying it many times, I'm not capable of making anything worthy of you. Maharaj, you bless me to be able to make it yourself. Without your grace, nothing is possible. Maharaj, without your support, I'm not able to do anything. Thodi aasi meri aasi. I have nothing else. And at that moment, you know what Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says? They said, Hon thada tayar ho. Because it wasn't the thada, the physical element that they're looking for. They're looking for the spiritual heart that was ready for the light of the Guru to be able to sit in.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this fund does. It transforms generosity into Seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this Deswanda week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this Seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
Parchar break, we are still with by Devneel Singh and by Gurjap Singh, speaking about the beautiful project, an amazing dedication and hard work that they put into the My Guru launch, the My Guru app. And for those of you that might be new to basics of Sikhi, we run a course, and Bhai Jagrat Singh created a course called the Why Guru. And so that's why it was really interesting for us to play that play on words with this, is to say why Guru is like, why do we need the Guru? That's an introductory course to Sikhi. Why Guru? And chalo apa Vaheguru we kenne, that's our Guru mantra. But why Guru is, why do we need a Guru? And that's a question that many people have, like, what's the point of Sikhi? Why do we need a Guru? And then My Guru is now you're inspired, you want to practice Sikhi, or now you need to bring My Guru into your heart, into your life. So Mera Guru. So that's the beautiful play on words there. So amazing for the Singhs to put attention into those details. I'm going to give it back to Devneel Singh and Gurjap Singh to be able to walk us through this next part. Hanji.
Hi, I also just wanted to say, during the break, while we were doing our Parchar break on the telethon, the app was actually just approved on the App Store. So now it will
amazing.
So for someone that wants to go ahead and download the app, it might take a little bit just for it to show up on the search bar, but now it is available for download, and we should be able to get that to Sangat probably by tomorrow it'll show up. So if any Sangat does want to download it, it should be available tomorrow.
Yeah, so please do download that, give it a try. The more users we have, and give feedback, because obviously in the first trial there might be some bugs, there might be some improvements, but eventually as the Sangha starts using more and more of these apps that we develop, then the more of that feedback that we get to help improve your user journey. So again, Bhai Gurjab Singh Ji, you've been able to utilize the skills of Bhai Devneel Singh and many others throughout the projects that you've been involved with Anandpur Institute and Basics of Sikhi and E13 and many other conferences and programs that you're a part of. How do we build such a culture where we're able to utilize talents and identify these unique talents, I should say? Because this isn't something that we are just looking at today. You look at the times of the missals. You look at Guru Sahib's times. Maharaj was very keen कि आ सेवादार को आ कलाया, and Maharaj would pull that, and Maharaj would like let it blossom. They would give that time and space and resources for that person's skill to develop. And in today's day, ਇਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ to become those scouts and see these talents in our youth where they've gone to schools, they're working in the world, they're professionals, and we hone those skills together them to be able to work together and create beautiful things and systems for the Panth and tools like this for us to use.
I think this is probably the most important topic that we kind of think about over in Anandpur Institute. And even just kind of being involved in Panthic spaces. I mean, you know, I know, we all know how difficult it is to get smart people out and get them to kind of work on Panthic projects. And I think that the important thing to think about, especially for those who are watching, I think there's this kind of like Panthic dilemma with people that are working on different projects and know that they have the capability to build something. But, you know, they're struggling with what they should work on, with what they're meant to work on. And I think there's one kind of formula to keep in mind when thinking about how you can structure your life and how you can structure your long-term goals. And actually, I was talking to Devneel Singh about this as well a little while back, where we were kind of talking about his long-term goals and what he wants to do with his career. I think there's three kind of areas that you need to focus on, right? You need to first look at ability, then you need to look at impact, and then you need to look at what you care about, right? Especially when thinking about Panthic spaces, you need to look at what's the maximum impact that you can have based on your ability in the area that you most care about. And obviously there's a lot of decisions to be made within that definition, and there's a lot of different things that you could be working on, but it definitely narrows the decision down. And in doing that, you can figure out what is the number one thing that would best utilize my time in order to help solve a problem that I'm really passionate about. And then in terms of on our side, you know, we think a lot about what are the problem areas, what are the different ways in which we can engage Sangat, we can engage these intelligent people to come out and kind of work on Panthic projects. And, you know, that comes out with incentivizing them in different ways. I mean, I think we as Panthic organizations need to figure out a way that we can incentivize these smart people to come and work on Panthic projects. And you know, I think working on Panthic things doesn't necessarily have to be direct. I think you can do it indirectly as well, right? I mean, we have a lot of people in this cohort with Anandpur Institute that could have gone and, you know, worked at Google or worked at Microsoft or Neuralink or all these really big companies because they have the intellect to do so. And I think there's a few paths that you can go down. One is you can go and do that path. You can work for those big companies. You can get in high positions, and then you can help the Panth through your position. Another way is that you can directly work on Panthic projects, right? You can kind of put everything aside and work on things that will directly help the Panth in an immediate impact sort of way. And then you can also start your own thing, right? You can launch your own project like Devneel Singh has done now with My Guru, and you can go and take that step, whether it's starting a startup, whether it's starting your own nonprofit organization. Any one of those three paths, I think, can make a lot of impact for the community. But then the scales of impact are dependent on your own personal ability and how we can foster people to build those abilities.
For sure, for sure. I always think about it exactly how you just said it there. That we've got people with talent, and I've said this to yourself, and I've said this to many others as well, who become very successful in their field. We very commonly identify with our skills and traits first, and then we say, but I happen to be a Sikh, right? And so the question really is, am I a Sikh first, who happens to become a lawyer, who happens to be a very good politician, who happens to be given this big appointment within the US government, who happens to become a computer science intellectual and make lots of money? Or am I a computer science intellectual who happens to be a Sikh? Because in the very definition, the way you structure that identity, that sentence to yourself, that I'm a lawyer with these skills, oh yeah, and I believe Sikhi. I believe in Sikhi. I believe in my guru. If that's secondary, then that will be shown in your life through your actions, on the decisions you make, because sometimes they don't agree with each other. Sometimes there will be conflict there. So if you say, I'm a Sikh who happens to be in this position, well, then you're like Bhai Subeg Singh, who was a Sikh who was working in the Lahore government, or with the Lahore government. When time came, then he chose a Sikhi first. And so I always feel like in today's youth, the biggest foundation is to help them understand what the Panth is, the mission of it, understand what Guru Sahib Sikhi is. The second step is then making sure we don't take that bhavana and just let it die out and let it sit there. Right? It's like you have like the amazing, like the best cricket player, the best Ronaldos, the best tennis players, the best Messis of the world, and you just have them sitting on the bench and saying, "Tu nahi khel sakta." Why? Because there's no room for you. Let the uncles fight over who gets to play. Right? That's not the right utilization of our youth. And so that's why I think this is such a common topic. And I think whenever you and I sit down, we don't talk about anything other than developing and utilizing people. And I think to any business leader out there, they will know that their company is based on how well utilized their best talent is. So even if we think at our Gurdwara Sahibs, our institutions, you will know the answer to listening, those of you that are listening to this, how well utilized and how well placed is every person that's entering that Gurdwara Sahib. Is the committee and the people in it, are they the best people to be there? Are the people that are doing Langar Seva, are the people that are walking in? We don't even know what talent walks in, matha takes and walks out. We were talking about it with Mandeep Singh earlier this morning. When a Singh walks in, we don't even get to know them and introduce them, let alone figuring out Panthik Bhavana, understanding what we need, understanding what they need, and what to move forward. So I want to ask you this question, and I know I hear this quite often. And there's kind of a dilemma out there where we've got Singhs with lots of bhavana and they have lots of talent. And they might even be connected with groups and organizations like Basics of Sikhi or many others that are able to pull together networks and make spaces for some of this talent to actually do seva. But sometimes their jobs, if they're working in Apple, if they're working in Google or Sentry, other big companies like that, or Nvidia, their job takes up so much of their time and energy that they've got nothing left for the Panth. And even if they have a little bit of time left, they have to take care of their children, they get married. I remember I was working with this a Singh on this one app, and he was working with his most talented Singh I know, and he's based out in Toronto. And then he reached out to me one day and he said, Mera rishta ho reha, yeah. Like my family's getting me married. I was like, okay, cool. Like, tu rishta kar la, whatever. And we'll just keep on working. Bro, we never saw that Singh again. He was gone. I was like, he didn't even have a kid yet. Na vyah hoya, na bache hoye, nothing. Right? I'm like, okay, you had 3 kids. We get it. You're busy. But the rishta shuru hoya. Meaning, and he wasn't like somebody that was disorganized. No, he was very organized. Problem is, he had very little space after work because he was involved in so many different things. I think this is where the next step is. We need systems, and you and I have talked about this a lot. We need like a tech firm of the Panth. Like we need a place that is for that whole tech firm that where full-time employees and Singhs that are just doing tech work and the technological wing for our Gurdwara Sahibs and institutions out here. And if not, why not Akal Takht and institutions back in Punjab and India as well? So how do you think we can, that's the goal, that's the dream, right? We have a town, we've got tech sings, they go and like sings like Divneel Singh and Meg Singh and many others. They get their masters in artificial intelligence and computer science. And the Panth is able to offer them a job and say, don't work for Nvidia for 200K, we'll give you 100K, 200K. Okay, you know what? Forget 200K. The Singh might even be willing to do it for 100K, half the price, but at least let him live and he'll say, you know what? I'll serve the Panth and I get to do my job and utilize my talents that I work hard for. How do we get to work towards a vision like that from where we are today?
I think there's a few things. I think you're completely right about that. Like you said, the sad part is we don't have a lack of talent, right? I mean, it's not like we have a lack of smart people in the Panth. Like people like the thing that you mentioned in Toronto, like we probably have at least thousands of people like that. And it's not like we have a lack of Sikhs in high positions. I mean, we have Sikhs that are building successful companies. We have Sikhs that are in high positions of power and in politics. We have a Sikh that's, leading the World Bank. But how do we then create systems around utilizing that talent, utilizing those positions, and getting more of our people in those positions? I think for this, there's kind of two ways on an individual level that you can think about it. Either you can structure your Sikhi around your life, or you can structure your life around your Sikhi. And I think those are very two different things, right? When you structure Sikhi around your life, or even the Panth in general around your life, maybe you'll be busy in your own world, you'll be busy in your own work, in your own family, but then you might attend an event here and there. You might speak somewhere. You might go and, go to the Gurdwara and do Seva once a week, and that will be your Sikhi, and that will be your Panthic contribution. Or you can structure your life around the Panth. And then it's no longer about how can I take the Swand out of my life to put towards Sikhi, but what time can I then take from my time for the Panth and use it for myself? Now that becomes the lesser amount, right? And there's many ways to do that. One video that Bhai Jigaraj Singh put out that I think he actually did this katha here in Toronto, where he said, I was in the army and I learned how to do parachuting, and if the Panth ever needs someone to jump out of a plane and parachute and do all these different things like the army taught me to do, I can now go ahead and do that. And that's a very different way of thinking than somebody that thinks, okay, well, I'm somebody that's in the army, I'm somebody that knows all these different skills, so then my contribution is I'm going to go to Gurdwara once a week, right? So that's the first thing, is how can we now structure our life around the Panth? And then everything else becomes clear. But then for us as institutions, for us as part of the community, we need to then figure out how can we emulate successful communities and how they've been able to do it. I think we can cut ourselves some slack, right? We're a community that's been through a lot of hardship. We're a community that's been through a lot of trauma, and we've had to be very resilient over the past few decades. But there's a lot of other communities like that. And there's a lot of other communities that have been able to bounce back. And those communities have been able to structure systems where they can connect each other, where they can build each other up. I think we're very, very concerned with tearing each other down. I think we're very concerned with how can we make sure somebody doesn't get ahead of us. Whereas what we should be doing is let's support our own people. Let's make sure that our people are in these positions of power. Let's make sure that the capital that we utilize is built in-house, so we don't have to keep asking others for things. We can do everything on our own. We need to make systems that are self-sustaining, systems that we can continue to fund and continue to support ourselves and sustain ourselves on. And really it comes down to people that go ahead and want to build those systems, right? I think oftentimes we'll look towards large organizations and say, why aren't they doing more? Why aren't the Gurdwara doing more? Why isn't an organization like Basics of Sikhi or another organization, why aren't these people doing more? But the truth is, everybody needs to do their part. These people can only do so much. They can only contribute so much to the Panth. All of us have the same responsibility on our heads to go ahead and do something. And until we, as collective members of the Panth, don't mobilize together and decide, hey, I'm going to stop now criticizing existing organizations and I am now going to then try and solve this problem myself, then nothing can happen. So I think it starts with each one of us. We need to now take the action ourselves. We need to now stop looking to others to solve our problems for us, and we need to now take that responsibility on our own.
100%, going out, becoming, saying, I am the Panth, identifying as first, And I say it very commonly, you know, when you go to work, you say, hi, I'm this is my name, this is what I do. Maharaj ne sanu fateh diti hai. So who are you? I'm Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa. What do you do? Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Who do you work for? I work for Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. That's our identity. And I think, you know, hi, I'm Harman Singh and I am a kinesiologist, or hi, I'm Gurjab Singh, I'm a political science major. Like, we say these things first, right? Then we say, oh yeah, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh, as if that's just a, you know, default. But no, that's our identity. Who are you? Tera naam ki? I don't care. Tere sar te dastar hai. That's what you identify as. You said it very beautifully there. And when I look back, and if I can just say honestly, when I joined the army as well, many people ask me, are you trying to build a career out of this? I say, no, that's not my intention. I'm not trying to build a career in the army. Why are you there? Well, my cousin's working here, my brother's working there, my other cousin's working at a shoe shop. I'm like, cool, they'll learn about sales, they'll learn a little bit, somebody else is working at McDonald's, somebody else is doing this. And we're all like, we're just finishing high school, right? So थोड़े बहुत तो पैसे बनाने होंदे है ना. Before university च पढ़न लगे, before we go into university, you work like हफ्ते च एक शाम काम करीदा. And we were like, where should we go? And I remember my dad telling me, whatever work you do, make sure you're developing skills right now. It's not about the money. I said, great. So I'm joining the army, because where else can you learn discipline? Where else can you learn about tactics and warfare and strategy, especially with so much that has happened in the Panth? And I almost looked around and I said, people are not thinking this way anymore. They're not thinking in the way of a soldier. And yes, we had our older brothers like Jigaraj Singh and many others, and even many Mahampurkhs, Baba Atar Singh Ji, Mastawana Wale, etc. Jinnah ne Fauj vichon nikal ke, and they brought in a lot of these things. Baba Karam Singh Huni, all of them. They were in the army, and they developed a lot of these skills to bring into the Panth, back into the Panth, because that's their home. The first thing about Parchar is identifying the skills are there, but you have to bring them home. And you're out there to develop it and come back. So even if you're thinking right now and listening to this and saying, well, I have no skills, but you have the breath and the energy to be able to go and develop it for the Panth. Right? You might be listening to this and thinking back, 10 years later saying, well, I listened to this, I went and developed this, I'll come back. Even if it's a 3-hour project management course on Google that's for free. Like, that's a skill. We need skills with project management, I'm telling you right now. We need project management skills, we need HR skills, we need tech skills, we need secretary skills, we need organization skills, all the simple stuff that people really don't even think about. We need financial skills, we need public speaking skills, we need planning skills, we need strategic skills, all of them. So exactly what you're saying. Bhai Sabji, if you wanted to give a message to the Panth, to the youth, what would that be?
That's a heavy question. I think there's a lot of messages to give. But I think on kind of the lines of what we've been speaking about, I would say to take action as much as you possibly can. And if you have an idea and you have something that you're willing to pursue it. Don't wait. I think a lot of the times we fall into this nimrata trap. I know we've spoken about this as well, where as kind of members of the Panth, we have this concept of nimrata and we try to maintain nimrata. But then sometimes that nimrata can actually be destructive towards us because we are so obsessed with trying to appear humble that we shoot ourselves in the foot by not then doing things that we could be doing for the community. And like, for example, we have people that could go ahead and be in very successciul roles, but they don't want to give off the perception that I'm higher than anyone else or that I'm bigger than anyone else.
Exactly, and remember you saying it very well, that nimrata is inside of you. And it reminds me of Gurbani Pangti, maan honde, hoye nimana, taan honde, hoye nitana. Meaning that doesn't mean don't have the pride. We're not talking about like the vakar, the vice pride here. Meaning have the honors, make sure you are at the top of the game in the world, but internally be humble with it. Have power, meaning taan honde, have the power, have the security guard, have the army, have the forces, do all that, but act as if you are powerless in front of God. Right? So you need the concept of both. And there's, I remember Gyani Singh saying it once. He's like, the person can only be humble if they have something. Right? If they have maan, if they have pride, you can be humble about it. How can you be humble about something you don't even have?
Yeah.
So we need to go and develop those skills, and then nimrata is something inside of you. But that doesn't mean that we aren't going to go out and develop those skills in the name of nimrata. So that's what I think what you're trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And you know, I think people need to just do as much as they can to the best of their ability, maximize their potential, and do it with the idea that everything, my man tan, everything is for the Panth. Everything I'm going to do is for the Panth. And through that, then our Panth can flourish.
100%, 100%. Thank you, Paisabji. That was so beautiful having you, and congratulations on the launch of the My Guru app, which is now available as we were talking live on the App Store. Is it available on Play Store as well?
That will be out later on. We're in development for that, but App Store for now, yeah.
Perfect,
Sorry.
perfect.
Sorry
Holy,
about the
holy.
Android.
That's okay. Don't worry about them. No, I'm just kidding. No, thank you so much, Bhai Sabji. Bahut vadiya. We'll take a quick Parchar break after this, and then next we have Bhai Sukhdeep Singh joining us all the way from the UK. So, Bhai Sabji da bahut bahut dhanwad ji. Vaheguru ji ka khalsa, Vaheguru ji ki fateh. Stay tuned.
पूर्ण होए हमारी आशा तोर भजन की रहे प्यासा. We have a desire to stay thirsty for his hukum, for his singing his praises, but we also have an ardas कि जो बर चाहूं सो तुम ते पाऊं. Whatever I get, let me get it from you. So my benti to everybody, let's not think we've got ages left. On a personal level, you know, Maharaj says, हम आदमी हाँ एकदमी मोहलत मोहत ना जाना. We don't know how long we got. If you got dreams for the Panth, if you want to do something, you want to keep your case, you want to take Amrit, don't wait. Kar lo. What's the worst that could happen? Guru Sahib could get happy with you. Go for it. Kar lo.
Let's not assume because of our past or where we are right now that is somehow cement around our feet that will stop us making moves. Because the Guru will carry us, cement, blocks and all. From a Pandit of the Bhagavad Gita, by the Kirpa of Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj, they would become Shaheed at Chamkaur Sahib with the 40 things. Have you ever thought, when you think of those valiant, courageous, perfect warriors, inside and out, that the root of one of them was a Brahmanistic Pandit caught by their ego and an understanding of the Bhagavad Gita. Pandit Lal Chand, as they fell before the Guru, could never have envisaged that there would be a Surma in the company of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Be careful what you ask for. If you ask for just things of this world, you might just only get those things. Imagine if you left it to the Guru and said to Guru Maharaj, do with me what you will. I fall at your feet, take me wherever you want, as Lal Chand did. And now they would become the greatest Shaheed. They would become one of the greatest Shaheeds. Shaheed at Chamkaur di Kari. Akho Satanam Sri Vaheguru.
Sometimes I see people like going at like non-profit charities. Oh bro, you're not doing enough for the Panth. Oh, you're doing something good. Can we talk about the good they're doing? And then, if you want to do something good for the Panth, wake up and do it. That's the dirta. You see, use the strength to build systems, to build Seva yourself. It goes both ways, Naam and Seva. But use the nimrata to be like, Bapa ji, jo tusi karde hain, chardi kala. Do you understand the mindset?
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this one does. It transforms generosity into Seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue the Seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
How do I walk into the Darbar Sahib? This is the biggest problem in the West because they want to have flashy entries and things like that. But in Guru Sahib's Maryada, in the Guru's code, everybody is equal. Even if you're getting married that day, you're not special. There should not be any seats placed in front of Guru Sahibji when the couple is going to sit. You're going to be sitting on the same space, same place where the other Sangat is also sitting, because asi Sangat to upar nahi hai. So there should not be any flashy entrances, there should not be any music played at the background, and it should be simple, elegant, and it should be in the Bhavana. Again, Guru is at the center, you're not the center thing. Your Bhavana should be with the Guru Sahib.
Next 5 minutes of that meeting, Simran, something happened to me. Something happened to me that was not normal. What I'd been told was normal. You know, going to school, going to university, normal. Something happened to me and I started crying. I started getting overtaken by this feeling of something bigger than myself. What had I done so far? I couldn't read Japji Sahib, I couldn't read any part, I didn't know anything about Sikhi. All I was saying was this one word, Vaheguru. Huh? And I started to read about my Gurus already. I wanted to know about my Gurus. And I wanted to praise my Gurus, because Guru is amazing, isn't it? Guru Sahib dekh lo, Vakei, Guru Sahib bahut, they're just amazing. Huh? Maharaj says ki Guru ki mehma kya kaha gur bibek satsar.
Dukdaru sukh rog paya. Sometimes the pleasures can distract you so much you don't even realize that you falling to rock bottom was Guru Sahib Sache Parchar shattering everything around you. Say, wake up, man. What have you been doing? Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says to their two son-in-laws, Bhai Rama Ji and Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj. They said, can both of you construct me a thada, a throne for me to sit upon? Bhai Rama Ji is building their throne, Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj is building their thada. Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says to them both, you've made it, it's beautiful. Tear it down now. Destroy it. They make it again and destroy it. They make it again, destroy it. They make it again, destroy it many times. By Ramaji at one point they give up. And at the end, Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj says, Maharaj, I've realized after making and destroying it many times, I'm not capable of making anything worthy of you. Maharaj, you bless me to be able to make it yourself. Without your grace, nothing is possible. Maharaj, without your support, I'm not able to do anything. Thodi aasi meri aasi. I have nothing else. And at that moment, you know what Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says? They said, Hon thada tayar ho. Because it wasn't the thada, the physical element that they're looking for. They're looking for the spiritual heart that was ready for the light of the Guru to be able to sit in.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this one does. It transforms generosity into Seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this Seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
Welcome back, Sad Sangat Ji. As you know, ongoing fundraising telethon for DVN week. All day we're going to be live streaming, going into the depths of the projects and the seva that we have. And with Guru Sahib's Kirpa, the lives that it changes around the world, the impact it has across the world for so much Sangat, as it has for so many years and as it is today. And Sangat asks us all these questions. We want to know more about the seva that you're doing and the vast amount of seva that's involved. So next we have coming up live with us is the absolute legend Bhai Sukhdeep Singh, all the way from the UK, and the seva that they're involved in, how they've been a part of this journey, they've seen it develop and grow, and the projects that they're currently doing, such as BOS TV, self-defense classes for Bibia in the UK and all the issues going on there, and yatras and tours that they've been working on around India and these places that the Sangat, at least the youth here, hasn't even heard of these places yet. So Guru Sahib Di Kirpa will be able to get into a lot of depth. Before we jump into them, I just want to remind everybody that the QR code is on the screen and the link is pinned. The DVN is currently being matched right now. So now is an opportunity to make your dollar go even more and to help make this Seva even more sustainable in the future. So without further ado, Bhai Sukhdeep Singh ji, Waheguru ji ka Khalsa, Waheguru ji ki Fateh.
Thank you for having me on this telephone, bro. I'm looking
It's
forward to it.
amazing, man. We get to do the Seva together and we get to talk about the Seva that we do. So yeah, man, tell me more about all the Seva that's going on this year. I know you're involved in so much. You've got so many team members, and in the last couple of years, like we've been transitioning Seva a lot, and with the new technologies coming out and how fast YouTube and Parchar has been changing, you've been at the forefront of it.
Well, good kid, but we're just trying our best, and yeah, it's been great. It's always busy, as you know, yourself, G. I think just really enjoying it. Some of the main highlights of this year is pushing the 350 year campaign of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji Shahidi Divas, and for that we've dedicated many projects to it. Like you mentioned, the self-defense class run by the Sikh Warrior Project, another project that the Singhs here in West London started, and starting a regular BBS class in memory, or to celebrate Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji's life in that warrior aspect. That was started earlier this year. And we've got BOS TV, which is another project of videos and podcasts and vlogs that I've been creating this year, Guru Kidpa.
And I know we've talked about this before, that any project that we always take on, it always comes from a place of compassion where you feel there's a problem in the Sangat. And as Gursikhs, we naturally, out of compassion, want to solve those problems. And so we dedicate time and effort towards that. And so much energy goes into these projects. So tell me more about them. What are you trying to tackle? What is your niche, and how you are able to put all of these things together? What do you have planned in the future for some of these projects?
Great question, G. I think the main thing to start with is, if you just look at BOS TV, which I'm obviously very biased about, I really enjoy doing as well. It's kind of in the name, like BOS TV. It's about the idea. It's like a Sikhi Netflix. So we just want people to come together and watch. Obviously, I'm not promoting watching TV, but we use social media in today's world. So if we're going to be watching TV using social media, then let's use it for the right means, and let's use it for the Sikhi means. So instead of watching things like Sidemen and Bear Squad and all these things that people watch, let's watch Sikhi content, and that's why we create BOS TV, for people to sit down together and watch Sikhi content that is engaging, that's educational, and that is fun. And Guru Kirpa, some of the big issues that we've been facing, across the world and in the UK, and even from Guru Sahib Sama, if you want to say that, is people of different faiths questioning Sikhi and the teachings of Guru Sahib Ji, and things like that, from even Bhai Jagraj Singh Ji's videos, like his Sikh amalgamation of of the Hindu faith and the Islamic faith. So we created this Finding Sikhi series where we interview people that have come into the Sikh faith from different backgrounds. We had a Bibi who was Javjeet Benji, who was from Belgium, from a Catholic background, and she came into Sikhi. Then we had a Bibi Haneet Kaur, who was from originally from Bangladesh, and she was from an Islamic background, and she came into Sikh. And then recently, by Dalveer Singh, who was actually born in a Sikh Punjabi Sikh family, but who's addicted to drugs, cocaine, alcohol, and he actually spent time in prison. And it was actually in prison at Guru Kirpa that he found Sikhi for a Sikh chaplain. So those is, in terms of anti-conversion, solving those issues with Bhai Amarpreet Singh, we started this campaign for Finding Sikhi. So that was one example. Another one of the ongoing podcasts. Podcasts are a big thing in today's world. Everybody listens to them. So we made sure that we've got a Sikh voice for podcasts on general topics. Even last year, we did for 40 years. We did a whole podcast series on 1984, June and November, and then finally we have the India vlogs, which we're currently doing right now and releasing in this current moment, where we went to India and we traced the footsteps of Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, starting at Amritsar Sahib, Guru Ke Mahal, all the way to Chandni Chowk, Delhi, where they gave Shahidi, stopping off at key asthans, key places. Even looking at the architecture, we had many people come out with us. Karanveer Singh, Balvinder Singh from Southeast Asia, with Bhai Resham Singh and Bhai Mandeep Singh from the Varasti project come out with us, and we looked at Sikh architecture. We looked at the Vastuva of our Guru Saiban, Guru Sahibji's Jode, beautiful ones that we saw in Varanasi. One of the asthans of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, And we went to places like Varanasi, like I said, Prayagraj, Lucknow, Ayodhya, went to Bangladesh as well. So that was quite crazy. So yeah, just be busy, just trying to, engage with the Sangat and bring them some educational but fun content at the same time.
When I think of the work that Boss TV has been focusing on in the last couple of years, and I speak to Sangat, there's like a few main things that always stick out. The Gurmukh series, because it's going through the in-depth, the lives of these saints, which when I talk to Sangat through Parchar, it's like proof that Sikhi works. Because you see it in transitioning in somebody's life. And especially today's youth, we need relatability. We need to see how somebody has progressed through this journey. So the Gurmukh series allows us to break away, as you know, from the traditional small 10-minute videos of the reels that people watch in 30 seconds, but just to go fully into depth of it. So I know people have told me they listen to it on the way to work, they listen to it at their lunch break, they listen to it in the evening, like you mentioned. And then along with that, you mentioned the people that have come into Sikhi, their journey from other faiths, right? So other races, we can say, not from Punjabi backgrounds, and their journey through that. And especially the 1984 series, which, yes, they're big events in our history, and you were mentioning recording for like 9 hours, 12 hours a day, to be able to put those together for the Sangat. And I know Sangat that have said that they have been so hooked on that it's just every time they've watched it to the depth and the details provided in it, they just have tears coming to their eyes. So Guru Sahib Di Kirpa, this effort and these sevas are reaching out there, and the beautiful thing is they're available for the Sangat to always go back to, and the future generations can always reflect back on.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously a big shout out to Gyaniji Upasaji for the Guru Book series as well, because even when we travel yourselves, even when I go to India, and I randomly in India, I meet people that are watching the Guru Book series as well, so it does show the reach, and it wouldn't be possible without all these great Guru Books that come on the Boss TV and support the seva that we're doing. So yeah, it's been great, and that's just in terms of like the online, Guru Kirpa, we've been blessed to make quite a few books this year as well, which Guru Kirpa hopefully will be distributed to the rest of the world. In terms of we had the first book was it was like a self-help book. It's a book for kids. I forget what it's called now. It's by Mansingh, and he's going to kill me for forgetting the name of the book. Maybe you guys can put it on the screen. It's like a Khalsa spirit book, is what it is. It's like how to help kids, wake up in the morning, become more regimented, have that discipline. And that was dedicated to Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. We released another book on the Shahidi of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. Another one on Vaisakhi 1699 relating, because that relates to Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji Shahidi. The story of their Shahidi, and then Guru Gobind Singh Ji later on, manifesting the Khalsa. And then we've actually got one more book coming out, hopefully in a couple of weeks, before Guru Sahib Shahidi Divas as well. So, on one side we're making the videos online, but at the same time we're trying to rebrand or remarket that content and make it into books for kids to be able to read as well. So, yeah, there's quite a lot going on.
Yeah, you mentioned that, and I'm going to ask you a bit more about the effort that it goes into recording all these things, but you also mentioned the yatras, the tours that you've gone all the way to Jaipur and these places where youth growing up here haven't even heard of some of these names. Like there's so many asthans and small places like Sultanpur Sahib that Guru Sahib lived in. The story of Tera Tolana happened there, but a lot of times everybody visits India, they go to Delhi, they go to Amritsar Sahib and they leave. But in these small villages, that's where Guru Sahib lived. The distance between Khadur Sahib and Goindwal Sahib, where Guru Amar Das Ji used to walk every single day between the river. And so all of these places, the connection towards this land and having that feeling that Sikhi is real, it actually happened rather than it just being a bedtime story. So there's so much effort that goes into traveling, recording it, putting it together. So tell me more about the behind the scenes. Like tell me how many cameras it takes, the people it takes. People just see, okay, it's a 3-hour video, but it's probably months of research, months of gathering teams, convincing, time zones coming together. There's so much that goes into it.
Yeah, with the India project, the vlogs that we did, we went in March to film them, but we were planning it last year. So I think from last November, I was trying to get a team together to go out, which ended up being myself and Karanveer Singh, who would be like the head of the tech. So he'd have to get his cameras. We took one, I don't know the names of the cameras, but I'm not that good, but there was one Panasonic camera. We had a little DJI like vlog camera, and then we took a drone with us as well. And then he had his iPhone, which has got a great camera. So he did all the tech side, and Michael Winderson came up with me as well to tag along with the Parchar. And even before going, like I mentioned in one of the vlogs that I read a Poti side called Guru Tirath Sangraha, which basically just lists out each Guru Sahibans asthans that they went to. And for Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, it gave me 100 different asthans. So I had to search all those asthans on Google. So search 100 different Gurudwara. Then I had to find them all, because a lot of the asthans are renamed, or they are under different, like the Nidamale may own them, so they're not under SGPCs, and so they're harder to find. And luckily some Sangat helped me out, and they actually put it into an itinerary for me. So yeah, it was literally like a couple of weeks of just back to back every single day, just putting it together. And then when we was in India, we were there for 21 days, and we traveled for 21 days. We only had 1 day off in that whole time. On that day off, we drove from Damdama side to Amritsar side, which is a 4-hour drive. And we stopped off in Gardavi's Bin because he went to go see his grandparents and stay there the night. Then he joined us back the next day. So it was literally non-stop, like no rest. But the Guru just carried us through it, man. And now when we came back from India in April, we've had like 4 different team members working on it, from Southeast Asia editors to our editors here in the UK, and it's been a huge task to put it all together, from the marketing to being ruthless with the content, because what we show you guys is only like probably 50% of what we recorded, and we have to keep engaging, unfortunately, because otherwise YouTube won't share videos. Sad face. So yeah, I'm probably not doing a great job of explaining it, but so much goes into so many hours, just lagatar every week working on it. But hopefully the Sangat enjoy the product, because when you see that level of editing that goes into it, like these guys are smashed it, man. Behind the scenes, you just see us, like we're like the faces at the front, but the people in the back end, that are doing the Seva, like they do so much, man. So it's not just a Sangat supporting us, the Parchar, it's your Daswan, even the DVN, I know the matching donations. It's not just supporting the Parchar, it's supporting all those people that you don't see on the screen, that are doing so much behind the screen, that they never get that praise for what they've done, but in some cases they deserve it way more than we do. Good part. But yeah, that's some of the kind of work that goes into this stuff, bro.
Yeah, 100%. You alluded it to a little bit there, where you said like the people aren't going to watch it on YouTube, and I think that's another challenge, let alone the physical elements and the amount of team effort that goes into it, where it's almost like today's Janganiti, where you have to battle all of these other things on YouTube. It's not just about making it and putting it on YouTube, but how it's going to navigate, beat the algorithms on YouTube, and actually reach the Sangat. There's so much effort that has to go in through that. So we're fighting grassroots issues on the ground in England. Then we're fighting, physical issues to try to get all of this content put together and recorded by traveling around the world and putting team members together. And then there's the online battles. And then there's so much that takes place there. So, Maradi Kirpana, like, as you progress through this journey of Parchar and trying to get it out to the Sangat, where do you see this Seva leading in the coming year or so? The way I think about it, more of on a macro scale, not just year to year, we go and travel to India, we put together this content, we put it here, it reaches the Sangat, and the Sangat watching it get an idea, and they build another brick on top of this brick. And so the next generation has something to work off of. It's not just this project ends with this project, Saad Sangat, it's a great product. These are all building blocks to build something great for the Panth. And you can see that. I don't know if we can explain that or show that properly, but I know you definitely feel it and I definitely feel it. And there's always that underlining feeling in every project that we do. So where do you see kind of this heading in the next year or so?
If we're talking specifically about BOS TV and the Seva that we're doing, I think it's just trying to do a better job and learn from our mistakes. And I would love to vlog the life of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, that would be amazing if Sangat wants to, because as the reality is that we do this full time. So, it's through the Sangat support that we can do this, but it's not just myself going to India. We take a team with us, right? Of people that go, editors, videographers and so on. So, in being honest, time is money, right? So in order to justify this investment going forward and using Sangat's money to do this, then we need to make sure that we're doing a great job, and Sangat wants to see more of it. If they do, then they need to support it so it can carry on going forward. So just creating content that, we don't see in Sikh circles, that is engaging for the diaspora, for, I would say in the primary stages for English-speaking people across the world, and not just Punjabi Sikhs, but anybody that's interested in Sikhi. So the way I see it going in the next year is just doing bigger and better things and increasing our level of production. Right? I know one of our editors, is saying that he wants new equipment, he wants to push it up to even better quality. So the team, everybody is so passionate about the field that they're in, whether that's the Parcharics, about the Parchar they want to do, whether that's the videographers, about the equipment that they're using to get the best product, whether that's the editors for the software they're using to create the best edit possible. Everybody's passionate about their field, and in order to carry on doing that, we need the Sangat support to keep creating even better content than we already are. Guru Kirpa Rakhe to keep smashing at the Seva.
Awesome, Paisav. And finally, can I get you to touch upon I know it'll be difficult in a minute, but the plethora of the grassroots projects that the team there in the UK are working on. I know there's so many courses ongoing. There is the case sambal workshops that are taking place for bullying that's happening in schools, and the self-defense things that you mentioned a little bit. Even now, right after this, you're going to go and teach a Waheguru course. So it's just back to back for you as well.
Yes, apologies to any of the team that I forget to mention their projects. That's how many projects we've got going on. We've got the case ball that Pai Mansing's running. He's been to Australia, he's been to Canada, he's been to California, he's been to Amsterdam. He's been across the UK. He's been to so many places, living this case ball, self-defense, how to symbol your Sikhi is what it really is, Sikh identity. He's been doing this for years, and he just smashed it out. Helping our kids to defend themselves, be confident as well. University talks are taking place. Waheguru course, we're running 3 Waheguru courses at the same time. This is an introductory course into Sikhi. In West London and Midlands, we've got about 90 people on average coming every week, and Nottingham have started their own one. We've got regular talks every single week on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Across the UK, you'll find something regular from Wolverhampton to Birmingham, Southall, East London, South London, Brent, which is in North London, Leeds, Nottingham, just you name it, across the whole country, something's happening. And yeah, there's just so much Seva happening with the Kidpa. So I don't know what to say. We're just so busy, and we're so thankful for the Seva that Guru Sahib blessed us with, and for the Sangat support. And hopefully, one thing we're looking to do to finish up this year is plant 350 trees as well for Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji Shahidi Divas. So a lot of grassroots stuff happening, and a lot more to come hopefully. So if I could explain in a nutshell, I'll say that's what it is so far.
Is there one message that you would love to give out to the Sangha this year for this year's fundraiser?
The one message I'll give to the Sangha is just, if you feel like this Seva has changed your life, or it's changed the lives of those around you, then just please support it, and just do ardas for us. Just do ardas that we keep doing the Seva, to the best of our ability, and just thank you so much for all your support, and whether that's through Daswan, whether that's through your ardas, or whether that's through coming to see us in person and just speaking to us, just thank you so much, and that will be my final message to the Sangha, if that's okay.
Thank you, Paisavji. I know you and I could probably speak here all day. We've got a tight schedule ahead of us. And just a reminder, if you go to basicsofsikhi.com/donate, you can choose your country and donate to their respective charity. We also have the Swan Network Week ongoing this week, where donations are being matched, so you can make your dollar go further. The link is pinned and the QR code is on the screen. And we're going to continue with so much more insight into the sevas that are happening. But before we go into that, I want to thank Bhai Sabji for all the seva that he does, and it's a blessing to be able to do seva with such Gursikhs, to be able to serve this beautiful Panth of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Youth like you and me, they're always thinking, "Mere naal ta kisi ne vyah nahi karna, I'm going to be left alone, mera ta koi nahi hai, na mere maan pyo aakhe lagde hai." So then we're forced to try to like put ourselves out there. Nahi pyareo, kise te aas rakhan di koi lod nahi. Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj did not care, didn't say, all right, I'm coming of age and now I need to develop this culture around me so that people get to know who I am, and therefore maybe I'll get married and have my own family one day. No. Us seva vich lage rahe. There came a time, Mata Mansa Devi Ji said, Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj, our daughters are of age now. Bibi Bhani Ji vaste var labhiye. And Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says, keho ja chahiਦਾ var? Mata Mansa Devi Ji ਆਖਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖ ਹੈ ਨਾ, I see God when I see upon him. They said, let's bring him. Inu le aao. And Mataji says, hold on, Guruji, not him. He doesn't have a family. Somebody like him, but not him. And Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says the famous words, you know, Paliye ede varga ta hi hai. There's nobody in the world like him. She says, but he doesn't have a house. Guru Amar Das Ji says, he will have such a house one day that the entire world will come and bow down to him. He doesn't have a family. He will have such a family that will give their lives and the entire world will remember and bow down to their feet. Their family of Soddi Kul Baba Jeet Singh, Baba Jujhar Singh. But he doesn't have any wealth. He doesn't have any money. The entire world will donate buckets and Lakshmi herself will come down and fall at the feet of Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj. These are the words of Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj. Don't worry about anything else. Place your hope on the Guru. Everything else will get taken care of. In fact, pange udo pinde jadon tusi aap jaake koi kadam uthaune hai.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this fund does. It transforms generosity into seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
So, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Welcome back, Sadh Sangat Ji. Hopefully you enjoyed that Parchar break. Next, we have with us by Gurmukh Singh, who is a part of a very unique organization called VAPSE. And before we jump to Veer Ji, I want to bring our focus to this next section of speakers, where we're going to be less focused on the project development and the Panth growth of the next era, but now more so a deep dive into the impact that Seva of Parchar is having on people, how important the philosophy of Sikhi is, and how important it is to get it out there, and also how the events that we do, the Seva that we do, not only regular Sangat, but other organizations collaborate with us, utilize those tools to be able to help Sangat get closer to Guru Sahib Ji, which is ultimately the goal. Mala Sikhi vade, Sikhi da naam, the name of Sikhi, God's name, which is inside of everybody's heart, when that blossoms and gets manifested, that's where peace comes from. That's where chaos is dispelled. All other systems, all other thoughts and philosophies, they come and go. Our own attachments, they seem real to us in the moment, but the reality is asal vich nahi hunde. So before we get into the next conversation, I want to drop a quick sakhi. And one time Guru Nanak Dev Ji Maharaj was walking to an island, and they reached the ocean. With them was Bhai Balla Ji, Bhai Mardana Ji. When they arrived to that ocean, Guru Nanak Dev Ji began to walk on the water. And Bhai Mardana ji said, Maharaj, you can walk, you're all powerful, you can go from island to island doing Parchar, doing whatever you want. How are we supposed to walk on that water? And Guru Nanak Dev Ji says, take the name of God and you can walk on water, you can walk on whatever you want. Tenu koi doban wala nahi hai, you will never drown. Bhai Mardana ji says Sat Bachan. They start reciting from their tongue, Vaheguru, 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 and they start walking. And to their disbelief, they were now walking on water. Pani de upar torna shuru kar ditta. When they reached halfway into the ocean, the land was back there, the next island was out there, and they reached halfway. Bhai Mardana ji got a little bit lazy, just like you and I get lazy. We fall into our attachments, our comforts, our pleasures. And once we fall into that, Bhai Mardana ji got a little bit lazy. Yeah, I'm walking on water. I don't need to recite it from my tongue again and again. And Bhai Mardana ji stopped reciting. And as soon as they stopped, they fell straight into the water. Thalle nu digge. Bhai Balla ji looks back and says, Maharaj, save my brother here. He's drowning. Bhai Mardana ji is splashing their arms, trying to grab hold onto something, but there's nothing around them. They're drowning into the water. Guru Nanak Dev Ji turns around, smiles and says, Naam japna kan to chhad ditta. Why did you stop reciting God's name? Bhai Mardana ji realizes, they start reciting God's name. Fir upani de upar aunde a. And Bhai Mardana ji folds their hand and says, Maharaj, mainu ek daan baksho, give me one boon, then may I never forget your name. Je thoda naam chete ravega. If I remember your name in my life, my actions, my environment, in my heart it's instilled, then it's true, then I will never drown. But Maharaj, as soon as I forget your name, then I will drown. And Maharaj Sache Pacha blesses Bhai Mardana ji with this. But the lesson to us from this short Sakhi is, we go through many cycles. We fall, we're in dark spaces, we're in high spaces. But ultimately, the reason why we set out on this mission to do Parchar is because we knew that nothing else will actually solve the root cause of these problems, which is the ego, the homeman, the attachments. And so spreading God's name is that important. And again, bringing it back to our telethon fundraiser that we've been all doing, it's because of the Sangat, Asisa and Kirpa, we're able to help put our time towards, or because of Guru Sahib's Kirpa and Sangat Asis, we're able to put our time towards this short Seva. And we're not the doers, we're not the all-powerful behind it. It is Waheguru Ji's Kala, it's Guru Sahib's Kirpa that's doing it. We're just little vessels moving things around. So without further ado, I would love to welcome Bhai Gurmukh Singh Ji, who is the Clinical Director of Vapsi. And I'll have Bhai Sahib Ji explain more about Vapsi and the great work that they've been doing. We've been running monthly programs in New West Suksagar, and we've been having a lot of attendees and Sangat that have come through Vapsi, join us in the Sangat. So it's been such a blessing to have you here, Bhai Sahib Ji. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh.
Waheguru Ji ki Fateh. Brother, thank you so much for having us on. And what a beautiful Saki to start this next little segment off. I love that. So myself, like you said, yeah. So I'm the clinical director here at Vapsi. Vapsi is a very unique program. Vapsi is a 90-day sober living home that's informed by the Sikh perspective. So it's culturally rooted, and it's designed to help men rebuild their lives, sort of step by step. So, and I love that you brought up that we're at your program it's the first Saturday of every month, if I remember correctly, and a lot of our residents end up there, and even the individuals who are moved on from our program beyond the 90 days, they end up at your program too. And I love how you make that connection, and you make Sikhi very accessible, and that's what our program is rooted in. And we believe that Sikhi is the underpinning, spirituality, that connection, that's the underpinning that allows individuals to heal. And our approach is unique. Our approach is definitely something different because it's structured, it's relational, and we believe that sustainable recovery requires a long-term connection. So, I guess before we jump into it, should I give a further explanation, or do you want to?
Yes, please do. Please explain Vapsi and walk me through this 90-day program that you guys run.
Absolutely. So yeah, the 90-day program, it's grounded in routine, structure, and then our daily Gurbani practice. We have counselors coming on scene, and case management specialists who are led by trauma-informed practitioners and culturally informed practitioners. And then our program is very interesting because, like I said, it's the underpinning is spirituality. The underpinning is Sikhi, and so everything is done through Naam. it's values-based learning. It's not sermons. It's practices that build strength. So every morning after the individuals wake up, we jump into Mool Mantar, and then we jump into Japi Sahib, and we do it as a collective sangat. Then Seva is used as like our community integration piece, volunteering, and it serves as a pathway towards responsibility and purpose. And then we have our broader Sangat who comes in and supports us, and that's through mentorship, peer support, and ongoing like aftercare after that 90-day program to ensure that recovery is long-term success. And then what separates us is very interesting because it's cultural safety. It's a place where our identity is respected, our language is honored, and our men can heal without shame. So when we talk about our mission, it's really transforming community health and creating generational change by rebuilding what cultural connection is and supporting it through a Sikhi-informed recovery community.
Okay, amazing. And so, what sort of main issues do you deal with? And so, you are based in Surrey, BC, and
We're
this
in
program is.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, we are in Surrey, BC.
Yeah, so you're based in Surrey, BC, and what sort of issues do you mainly deal with through this recovery program? And what type of, I guess, cases do you regularly see?
So our program is based in addiction. We have this belief, one of our philosophies, that addiction isn't just a physical thing, nor is it a psychological thing, it's actually a spiritual thing. So we believe that addiction kind of disconnects an individual from their inner compass, and it disconnects a person from their values and their sense of purpose and their inner light. And this is why we say that Seva is a compass. So when we're talking about cases, we have individuals who've been using alcohol as a coping mechanism for years. We have heroin, we have cocaine, we have every spectrum that you can probably think of that's been talked about in the Western world, not inclusive of what's been coming from Punjab and coming over here, and that's also been talked about. But there's a mixture of all that. And in that is the psychological aspect that we talk about. And then that's that disconnection from the spiritual aspect we talk about.
Well, it's beautiful. And I can definitely relate with that because I've mentioned before as well, like addictions is like trying to find contentment in the wrong place. And so we end, that's what I assume, like from a spiritual perspective, when I think about it, we're trying to find contentment, but we think it's over there and we get a false sense of it. So we end up going back towards it. And the reason why I'm saying this is when I speak to the youth a lot in today's day, it's very surprising how much youth, young boys that are, semi trying to get into Sikhi or learning about Sikhi at the university level, high school level, like pornography addiction is so widespread. It's out there. It's attacking so many people. And then those that are not, and these are people that are in Sikh circles, right? Outside of that, you definitely have like the alcohol addictions, and you have other addictions and heroin and drugs and all of these sort of things. And they tie you down to such a point where you can't get out of them, but you end up going back towards them. But the foundation is not that like, oh, you find like, oh, this is the reason I like this thing, I enjoy it. People don't like alcohol. People don't like drugs. People don't like pornography. It makes them feel really, really, really bad. But they end up going through this cycle. And the deeper thing is what you just mentioned there. It's a spiritual issue. There's a hollowness on the inside that they don't know how to fulfill, or they don't know how to redirect that energy or find that fulfillment. So they end up going back into that same cycle. And I heard someone use the word as an escape, where you feel trapped by this. So when there's stress comes in your life, you end up escaping back to what your mind has already developed pathways to. So people go towards pornography because they think that's their silent escape from the realities and the pressures of the world. It's a quick little dopamine hit that they can get, and that's just theirs, and nobody can take it away. It's quick, it's instant gratification. Haven't drank for 10 years. 10 saal ho gaye. Even after 10 years, you've not taken a sniff, but now all of a sudden, all you're thinking is like, bro, mainu ek glassi de de. Like, I need a quick drink. And this is an Amritari Singh who hasn't drank for 10 years. So like you mentioned, um, there is a much deeper issue that's going on behind this, from my perspective at least, and I see this in Parchar. So it's amazing that there are these programs that are using Sikh philosophy to help people that are in need of this and bring them through. So walk me more of like how you were able to implement Sikhi into actions and into phases of their recovery. And do you see like people relapsing and then bringing them back? What are main things that help them? Like, can you walk me through some of those things?
Absolutely. I did cut out there for a short moment, so I do apologize if I missed something. But I like how I love how you tie the spirituality component into this, because we, you know, when we talk about Bapsi is even the word itself, it's a return. So we don't look at spirituality as being sort of an add-on to healing, because when we talk Western psychology, we look at biological, the psychological components, and then the social components of it. But when we look at it, we look at it as spiritual as being one of the foundation components. And this is why programs like Basic of Sikhi is so important too, because when we are introducing new terms that individuals haven't been exposed to since their youth, basically, we use Simran as a calming mechanism for the nervous system, how to quiet the mind. This is why we say that Simran is a lifeline. We use Seva to build humility, responsibility, and purpose. And this is why we call Seva as being the compass. If you feel lost, go serve. Let Seva guide you, in a way. And then this is why we use Sangat as a tool. Sangat is the experience. Good Sangat, we say. Good Sangat is the experience of like belonging and accountability, and that's why we say Sangat is a mirror. So I mean, we've heard it many times in the Western world that you show me your 5 friends and I'll show you your future. But when we think about Sangat, it's actually a reflective thing. It shows you where you are in that portion of your life. And then when we have our daily morning routine and our morning Japji Sahib, when we do it together as a group, and our evening Adas when we do it together as a group, and our nighttime Kirtan Salah when we do it as a group, that's that reconnection to inner truth. And then the teachings obviously remind us that individuals aren't broken, they're just becoming. So the spiritual aspects, it gives you a sense of direction, a sense of worth. It gives you a reason to wake up. And it's one of those compasses that doesn't waver under pressure. Yeah. And that's how we turn spirituality onto the recovery path, because it's a pathway. It's not a punishment, regardless of how you may have been introduced by your younger years. And a lot of the brothers who have come through, and especially ones who grow up in the West, talk about that they weren't introduced to Sikhi in such a loving, compassionate way. Yeah. And when we talk about teachings, we're like, yeah, we need to log in and look at basics of Sikhi conversation, because this is something that's going to help make language accessible. This is how it makes understanding accessible in the language that we're speaking now. Even though we know very well that this language that we're speaking doesn't encompass everything that our Guru Maharaji is trying to say to us, but it does encompass just enough to plant a seed in us.
Yeah, and we talk about relatability and having that loving environment so much, and we've been talking about it all day. In fact, for me, from my perspective, it's just such a nice thing to see people that are going through these issues come through you guys, and then be sitting in a darbar where I can do katha. Like, for me, that's unheard of. Somebody that was an alcohol addict is now sitting for 2 hours listening to Sakhiyan, right? So for me, it's just like my heart opens up to that and says, like, this is why I do what I do, to reach out to these guys. And so I want to ask you this question, like, do you find people are hesitant to join programs, like people that have these issues of addiction and need this help? Are they hesitant to join you guys, and how do you help them overcome that hesitancy?
There's this layer of stigma that we are still very much working very hard towards lifting. If we could have open and honest conversations about what healing means and the issues that we're going through, this stigma would never have existed. If we had met individuals with love and compassion from the very beginning, many of these issues wouldn't exist. So absolutely, there is hesitation. We have a wonderful team of brothers who are very open about their journeys, who have these conversations very open and honestly, and then when an individual comes in and they feel like they can't be related to, and all of a sudden someone relates to them, that's where that coming home process begins. And we're still a young program. Our impact it's becoming a movement, and I don't think I'm afraid to say that, but we're young. And
Yeah.
we're the so long as we continue staying and the community continues looking at this from more of a more culturally informed lens and rebuilding the community and offering services that are rooted in spirituality and training and looking at safe spaces for families and educating our youth and shifting the narrative away from addiction and into more healing. I think that's where the expanse is going to be, and that's where the expanse will be eventually.
And thank you so much for explaining all of these things. And I think at the end I want to ask you, like, how can we as Parchar organizations or Parcharaks help more? What can we do better? Like, what more should, I guess, just from the Sikhi side, even if it's Parcharaks or the Gurdwara Sahibs or institutions, what should we be improving on to help solve some of these sort of issues?
I mean, the biggest thing that any community member can do is to continue having this conversation and continue having this conversation openly, honestly, and creating space. Like what you brought us on today, and this is again just one little seed that's been planted that's hopefully going to create a further conversation. Continue doing what you're doing. We love your program. The residents love your program, and we refer to the YouTube video. So content creation is important. Content creation that's accessible is important. And as far as I'm concerned, basically Sikhi's on the right path to helping our community heal, helping our community grow, and helping us just reconnect back to what it means to be a spiritual individual and sort of walk each other home.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, Virji. That was amazing to get that insight. And I just want to remind the Sangat, Virji Gurmukh Singh is the clinical director of VAPSI, which is a program that they run in Surrey, BC for those that are struggling through alcohol addiction or any other sort of issues. Please do reach out if you are struggling. And if you're in a different city, then make sure, I'm sure there's other organizations there as well. If not, you're only a flight away or a drive away. We got katha going on, we got programs going on. And Maradi Kirpanal, this is why we like to travel out to other cities as well and help bring Sikhi to where it's inaccessible. We can do the effort, but the desire has to be from your end. And so Maharaj blesses that desire inside of us. And may Guru Sahib, give more power to organizations like VAPSI, Basics of Sikhi, other programs that are just there to help bring positivity to the world. I think I can say that for the team that's around me and meeting yourself and the team that's around you as well. We have beautiful interactions every time, we do come together at the New West programs. So thank you so much, Virji. It's a pleasure to have you. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa. Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. That was by Gurmukh Singh. Next we will have with us is by Gurmeet Singh, which is our beautiful, lovely brother, also based out in Surrey, BC. And before we do that, let's take a quick 2-minute Parchar break, and then we'll be joining with Gurmeet Singh. Youth like you and me, they're always thinking, I'm going to be left alone. So then we're forced to try to put ourselves out there. नहीं प्यारे किसे ते आस रखने दी कोई लोड़ नहीं. Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj did not care, didn't say, all right, I'm coming of age and now I need to develop this culture around me so that people get to know who I am and therefore maybe I'll get married and have my own family one day. No. वो सेवा विच लगे रहे. There came a time, Mata Mansa Devi Ji said, Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj, our daughters are of age now. Bibi Bhani Ji वास्ते वर लब्बीए. And Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says, कहो जा चाहिदा वर. Mata Mansa Devi Ji आखदे ने ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖ ਆ ਨਾ, I see God when I see upon him. They said, let's bring him. ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਆਓ. And Mata Ji says, hold on, Guruji, not him. He doesn't have a family. Somebody like him, but not him. And Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj says the famous words you know, ਭਲੀਏ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਰਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਇਹੀ ਹੈ. There's nobody in the world like him. She says, but he doesn't have a house. Guru Amardas Ji says, he will have such a house one day that the entire world will come and bow down to. He doesn't have a family. He will have such a family that will give their lives and the entire world will remember and bow down to their feet. Their family of Surdi Kul of Baba Jeet Singh, Baba Jujar Singh. But he doesn't have any wealth. He doesn't have any money. The entire world will donate buckets and Lakshmi herself will come down and fall at the feet of Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj. These are the words of Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj. Don't worry about anything else. Place your hope on the Guru everything else will get taken care of. In fact, ਪੰਗੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਦਮ ਉਠਾਉਂਦੇ ਹੋ.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this one does. It transforms generosity into seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
Welcome back, Sad Sangat Ji. Next, we have with us the absolute legend, Bhai Gurmeet Singh, also known as Bobby Veerji, our brother, who is a firefighter, and he's currently at work, so I'm just hoping that there's no emergency Veerji has to rush off to. But while we have you, thank you so much, Veerji, for joining us. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Yes, thanks for having me. I am at work, so yeah, I could be gone at any time. We don't get to choose when emergencies come in. So as much as I'd like to plan some space, I just can't guarantee it.
That's all right. You're there helping the world, so that's what we need. So Viji, we met like a little over a year ago, and we had Baljit Singh, Viji come down. We were able to do Sangat together. And then you've been helping us actually do, prepare with the langar. You've been making fries, doing seva with you and your family every month at our New West Suksagar programs. And you've seen Sangat, you've seen the programs progress from day one over an entire year, and the Sangat joining. It's been very blessed to have you and your family a part of this. And I would ask you, like, what takeaways do you have? How do you think we can improve? And what sort of benefits and the impacts of the seva have you seen so far?
Oh man, so since those programs started, my life has changed a lot. I think just having the consistency of a monthly program that is catering to people who need to listen to the Sakyan English and have that translation done in a more personal level, where we can make it relatable. Having translations is really important, but sometimes they just don't get the message across as well as if someone like you who's done a lot of research and studying into it that can explain those things in such a way where I can apply it to my everyday life. So having those moments each month, it's very precious. And I find that over the year, more and more people have come attuned to that and said, yeah, this is actually a comfortable space. It's explained to me in a way where I can take something away from the Gurdwara going in, especially with someone who doesn't have, there isn't that clear understanding of Gurbani, and it's hard to get that. And we don't have a ton of that stuff out here, at least I haven't found that. So having those moments is super important. For me, it's a blessing. I get to do my seva there. We got the fries going. Of course, Baljit's idea, he says, get involved somehow. And if it has to be that way, then that's what you're doing. So I'm glad he held me to that, because it's kept me consistent as well. And I get to provide something, to the Sangat. And that's really what it's been about for me as well, is like just having that Sangat around, having the consistency. And I get to, while I'm making the fries, there's a nice loudspeaker. I get to hear the katha in there, and it's just a really good moment for me. I really enjoy it.
Waheguru. And of course, I think from my end, when we started these sevas, and I know we were talking about a year ago, it's not just the conversations, right? Like, we can speak for 2 hours and you won't be able to recall everything I said. I won't be able to recall everything you said. It's more about the interaction and how Sangat should make each other feel. Welcome and fostering that environment where somebody comes to the Gurdwara and is excited, especially you have kids, you're bringing them to the Gurdwara. You want them to come to the Gurdwara and feel, yeah, this is the place where they feel safe. This is the place where they feel their doubts can be dispelled. If they feel anxiety out there in the world, if it's chaotic out there, as soon as you come to Guru Sahib Ji, wow, this is my place where I can calm down. This is my place where I can chill. Like, I feel homely. This is where I belong. Fostering that environment, I think, has been like the goal always at every program. Bringing that type of sangat, and also it just helps having somebody smiling like you doing seva and bringing more and more sangat in. So it's at least welcoming me there. So how have you seen that sort of environment, and like what sort of environment would you like to build for your kids growing up, so they can learn more about Sikhi? Just as somebody who is a father and a firefighter and a professional in New West, how can we build upon that?
Yeah, I'm just going. Sorry, I was a little distracted. The guys are running around here in the fire hall, as a bunch of guys would be here. But I think that over the months, because it is a newer program, it's only been the year, and I think as the time has gone on, we have created that. We see a lot of the same faces, and we see a lot of new faces too. And I just find that environment, the kids want to be there. We do make the fries for the children, as for the adults too, but it's about 50-50. So having that there for them, I think you've really nailed it though on having the kata the way it is. Because it is something that the kids and teenagers enjoy listening to as well, and even all ages. To be honest, I find it's not just one age group. I find that there's all ages there. It is a family event, so maybe without planning it out, you've kind of created that, and I feel that most of the sangat that comes there is like family. And I've been going to Sukh Sagar myself for probably almost 15 years, and I do love going there often. But this has given me a different reason to be there and a different meaning behind, sangat for me. Because I didn't really interact with people as much. There wasn't that opportunity for me going in, and quite often when I hear someone speaking, doing kata in English, like for example when you do, it really opens up dialogue for me, because my Punjabi is fine. I can work with it on a daily basis, but in the deeper meaning of things, I feel that it's not adequate, and sometimes I need to use English to get across. So it does create a huge comfort level that we can talk with you after the program, spend time with you, spend time during the program, and getting there early. Having langar and just spending time with the familiar faces. I find it's been growing every month, that community.
Perfect. And thank you for saying all those wonderful things. The reason why I asked you to I wanted you to explain your experience through this program is because as us doing Parchar, we get told a lot, as you can imagine, Punjabi bolya karo. We always got that done on our head, right? Speak Punjabi, and I'll be honest, I always speak ਘਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲੀ ਦੀ ਹੈ, ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸਿਖਾਈ ਦੀ ਹੈ, with my wife ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲੀ ਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਮੋਢੇ ਆ, ਹਨਾ? But and then the second thing is like, kids can learn Punjabi. I agree, kids can learn Punjabi when I speak to them, but I think people don't realize in the UK, in Surrey, BC, in Toronto, right, in all of these places, you've grown up in an environment where you did not have access to a lot of these things, right? There wasn't English katha happening regularly when you grew up, right? And sometimes, as you mentioned, yeah, sure, you can understand Punjabi, but the question is, can you relate to those examples? Can you find interest in that? Can your kids find interest in that? Let alone just from a learning perspective, what about somebody that is struggling with time and and now like to overcome the answer they have to go and learn a new language and understand that, like there's too many barriers there, right? Like I mentioned, fostering the environment, all this. I guess I want to know from you, and I guess it's hard for me to tell the Sangha the impact of why we have to speak in the language that people understand, and the why we have to be relatable, why we have to get Parchar out there, not just to the kids, but literally adults, and even, I'll be honest, grandparents who don't speak Punjabi. There are grandparents out there, right? As surprising as it is, that have that language barrier. And so, what impact of Parchar have you seen, and how would you like us to take that impact even further?
Wow, I think that has been the greatest, me personally, it's been the greatest impact, because I've taken what I know about Sikhi and really remolded it on a lot of the stuff I've learned in the last couple years. I could very well have had the translations that are, I don't know, 15, 20, 30 years old, and been using those translations and been not, many times I've been not kind of correct on the real meaning behind what it is. So, it gets rid of all the assumptions that myself and others can make on what it is we're actually trying to take from the Gurbani. That's been the biggest change for me, and it actually has created this kind of a hunger to know more. And things like that I feel can spark that interest enough to, I've been thinking lately, well, maybe I should start learning Gurmukhi. Maybe I should just start picking up some pieces, because it is interesting. I do want to be able to recognize those words and those articulations when I'm listening or even trying to read. So those things are very important. And for me and the kids, like having that, I know my kids are better at reading Gurmukhi than I am. We're making it a point that this generation coming up knows how to do these things, because I wasn't exposed to that. English was the main language we used in the household, even though, my dad is from India, but my mom was born here as well. So her English is quite good, and to the point where you said my nanny's English is just like mine. So it never really got passed down, and it's something that is so important. I'm seeing now later on in life when I'm having different struggles and I have different problems in my life, and so I need it now more than ever. And could I have been prepared? Yeah. Was I? No, I was not. So that's why I'm hanging on your coattail and trying to catch every word you say.
Vijay, you've been through a long journey, and I've seen you, at least in the time that I've seen you progress. I've seen you grow, definitely, and I've definitely felt that pyar from you. If you were to give a message to somebody out there, or to the Sangat, what would you give?
I would tell them, just be there. I would tell them that in programs like this, that monthly Dewan, just be there. Just go and try and just sit there and spend time, because it can it changes your life. And if that's something that you struggle with, it will help you. And on any note, just being around others in that same energy and that same positive space, just being there just makes such a difference. And there may be times where you don't feel that there will be a benefit, or you don't feel like you're in a mood to go there, but there really is no mood you need to be in. You just need to go, and you'll see. Once you leave, you'll definitely feel different.
Oh my God, Vijay, hopefully you realize how powerful your words are, because I think that they go a long way. So thank you so much, Vijay, for joining me and taking out all this time, especially from your busy schedule.
Thank you for having me so much. It means a lot. I'm honored.
Thank you, Vijay. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa,
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa,
Vaheguru Ji Ki
Vaheguru Ji
Fateh.
Ki Fateh.
Sad Sangat Ji, the biggest thing is to always plant the seed of love. Jithe prem da beej pੈ ਜਾਵੇ ਨਾ, ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਪੈ ਜਾਵੇ, ਉੱਥੇ ਫਿਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ. The language is learned. You learn the language, you learn the history, you're willing to learn, right? Jithe prem nahi hai, where there's no love for Sikhi. We've gone to these Sangat, I've been at Nagar Kirtans, I've been to places, I say, can you tell me about Sikhi? They'll say, we have no interest in history. ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਪਿਆਰਿਓ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮੋਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਸਾਉਣਾ in the youth the love for Sikhi fostering those environments are so important and like that's why hopefully the words of Gurmeet Singh do carry forward if you are somebody that hasn't attended the programs or doesn't want to go into Sangat, you don't know how powerful it is until after you go. ਸਗੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਗਲੀਏ ਚਿੱਕੜ ਦੂਰ ਕਰ ਨਾਲ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਨੇ ਹੋ ਜਹਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਪੀਜੇ ਗੰਬਲੀ ਰਹਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਟੁੱਟੇ ਨੇ ਹੋ meaning even if it's raining outside or there's a stormy night and it's muddy, what are the pros and cons? ਆਪਾਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਨਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਆ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਊਂਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਨਾ ਕੀ ਹੋਊਗਾ and we think well if I don't go what am I to lose ਮੈਂ YouTube ਤੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਚੋਂ ਦੇਖ ਲੂੰਗਾ. But what you miss out in the environment in the Sangat is very, very different. And again, it is the Swandui. The reason why I'm saying these things is not to say like, look, we do this and Simaya Deya Karo. This is only possible because of the Sangat support that allow this energy to go towards this. And you can, the reason why I'm putting it together in this way is so the Sangat can see that this one effort allows this project to continue, and this takes place locally, not just online. That creates an environment that has another effect. Or if domino effect ban janda, if that one domino leads to the next, so ugly cheez de asar paunda, ugly cheez de asar paunda, and eventually that name of Sikhi, which is so like it's so untangible, like we don't know how to put it into a statistic to say Sad Sangat ji thodi inni maya nal inna parchar ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਦਾ ਬੜਾ ਲੰਬਾ ਇਫੈਕਟ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਆ it goes very, very long term. So again, thank you to Gurmeet Singh for bringing that. Next ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਭੈਣ ਨੂੰ introduce ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਆ. I want to introduce my sister Gurleen Kaur, who is joining us, and she met me in the UK. ਮੈਨੂੰ UK 'ਚ ਮਿਲੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਭੈਣ ਜੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਚੇਤਾ ਆ her words she probably might not remember them, but for me they held a lot of weight because when she met me in the UK she said that Virji, we don't have Sangat like this where I live in the city that I'm from. And ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਕੀ ਪਤਾ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਆ like who in some town in the Midwest where there's probably no Sangat. I said, what city is this? And she said, Surrey, BC, Mehran. I was like, what? How do you not have Sangat? And I don't, when I say this, I said it a few places online, and people were surprised and kids even laughed. They said, how is that possible that you can't find Sangat in Surrey? Sad Sangat ji, we don't understand the difference of the world in some of the cities we live in. Thode ghar ch kuch chalda, dusre gwandiyan de ghar ch ki chalda. In one house, there is an akhand part. The next house beside that, there is a drug deal. The house beside that, jago party chaldi hai. Agle house de vich ranswai kirtan chalda. In the house beside that, ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਲੇਸ਼ ਲੜਾਈ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਹਰੇਕ ਘਰ ਦੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਆ ਭਗਤ ਫਰੀਦ ਜੀ says ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਘਰ ਜਾ ਗਿਆ I stood on top of the roof and I looked across the town and I saw everybody's house was on fire. So that, I'll be honest, thank you to Benji for saying that to me. It ignited a fire in me to say we need to go create that environment because there are so many youth growing up in Surrey, BC that we think they have access to Sikhi, but they really don't. And ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਾਲ ਫਤਿਹ ਬੁਲਾਵਾਂਗੇ, if we don't go and say to them with love to say, hey, my brother and sister, please come, let's do Sangat together, let's sing Kirtan together. The ਆਪਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ, who else is going to do that? And we were speaking about this earlier this morning by Mandeep Singh as well. But I would love to get Benji's experience as she's been attending the programs, growing through this, and she's, as you can see, progressed drastically through her Sikh journey of Sikhi. Jadon main pehli bari Benji nu milya, she had super long eyelashes. She was wearing a rumal like it was about to slip off. And main thoda heran siga. Now Benji has definitely progressed. Chalo, I don't know Benji personally, but definitely in Sangat I've seen her progression. And ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਵਿਚਾਰਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ, her love for Sikhi and Sangat has definitely grown. So Panth, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ. How are you, Panth?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
And like I
It's
said,
funny that you touched on that point about the whole UK experience, because I think that was the very beginning of my Sikhi journey. And from that day onwards, I think is when I committed to Sangat, and that's what's got me where I am today.
वाहिगुरु शुक्रिया संगत दा असर है महाराज गुरबाणी says साध संगत का असर है प्रभ सिंह रंग लाई. When you go into the sangat, that environment colors your heart. रंग चढ़ता है. And when your heart is colored, then you're willing to go there wherever wherever your love is. And so Benji, tell me a little bit about your journey through sangat, how you've progressed, and what sort of things aided you along this journey.
I'd say basics of Sikhi itself played a huge role. Growing up in a Sikhi household, my father always told us Sakhiyan. He was a long haul truck driver, but when he was home, he really emphasized on spending time with us. And when it was bedtime, he would tell us a different story about it, whether it be our Sikhs or the Gaur Sikhs, and like all of the important individuals in our history. So we always had that little bit of a connection, but I wasn't to the point where I went on my own to look into it. It was more so like when Dad would tell us stories. And I think we kind of became like the Sunday Gurdwara group where, you go one day a week and you say like, oh, I'm doing my part. But it was, I think when I was in the UK with my cousins, I was visiting and they brought up that, hey, there's a katha happening this evening if you want to go to it, because they are a Gursikh family. And I thought, about and when we attended, not going too much into it because it's more of like a personal thing, but I think through that katha, there was a lot of questions that I had internally that I didn't know that I needed answers to, but I received those answers. There was a lot of things that me and my cousin were opening up about. And when we were listening to you, she's looking at me like, oh my gosh, we were just talking about this. Like, it's insane that it's coming up. So a lot of the internal questions and challenges that I had, I did find the answers in that katha. And that's, I think, what sparked up the interest of attending more. And that's when I spoke to you saying that I don't think we have much of this. But I think a part of that is also when you're searching for something, you'll find it. But if you're not searching for it, you won't find it. So when I think you were telling me about the Instagram page that Basics of Sikhi has for North America. And there's the page, I think it's called BC6, that posts a lot of the events that Basics Sikhi holds as well. So I think I started following those pages, and that is what connected me to the Sangat. And the more I held on, the more I received. I think that's kind of where it started, and it's been flourishing since.
And definitely, I think, somebody might think, oh, Benji is saying this to, and she's saying, oh, Harman Singh spoke these things and all that, and I'm getting happy about that and all that. I'll tell you the honest feeling that I get. Many times, and I'm sure by Suparit Singh ji, by Jigraj Singh has mentioned this, we say this all the time. Sometimes we go with a few notes in our mind. We have a plan that we're going to go on stage and say this. And many times, and I think even maybe that day was one of those days, I can't remember. Sometimes you bow down to Guru Sahib Ji as soon as you come into the Darbar and your mind goes blank. Like the katha starts, and sometimes, I don't know if you want to blame the sound speaker system, it's too echoey, like our minds go blank, like totally. And we say things and it's like, well, I was completely off topic. And I remember doing katha once, not that at that time, but at a different time and location. I did vichar and I walked off and I thought to myself, Harman Singh, you're such an embarrassment to yourself. You don't even know what you're talking about. You were never on topic. Like you said a bunch of things and you walked off. Then as soon as I thought that, I said, Maharaj, okay, you know what? After this, I'm done with public speaking. And somebody came from the Sangat and said exactly what you just said. They said, Veerji, I had XYZ questions in my mind. And through this, and this, you fully explained it. And I got my answer from what I needed. And I thought to myself after, like, I don't even remember saying that. Or at least I didn't plan to say it. At least I didn't intend for that person to understand it in that way. But Maharaj did that kirpa. Which is proof that it's not the individual. It is the environment of the Sangat, jithe Guru da prem hai na, jithe naam di gal hai, the Guru works through that. And so fostering those environments again for your user journey, somebody else's journey. Sangat karni te guru di vichar karni kinni zaruri hai, how important it is, right? Not just from the planning end, but just the ability to be there. So, chalo, we talk about Surrey, BC, just an example, but you can talk about Toronto, you can talk about San Francisco, New York, London, wherever, Delhi, wherever we are. For somebody like you, like what recommendations would you give to them to help get them kick-started into Sangat, or at least maybe the donors that are watching this? How would you like to say to them on like, these are the things that are required for somebody like me to assist somebody else like me? Chalo, mere te guru di kirpa hogi. I had my father tell me stories. I had some support. What if somebody didn't have that support? What sort of things could we put in place for them and help them assist along that user journey? Because tusi meri bhain hai, there's so many other sisters of mine here in Surrey ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ, that they don't get that opportunity, or they're hesitant, or they have some level of trauma. How do we encourage them or foster the right environment to be able to invite them into along this path as well?
I think that's a tough one to answer because there's plenty that I personally think you guys are already doing. The aspect of the Katha being in English is enormous, as I do feel like sometimes Punjabi is really hard for some of us to understand, especially when it comes to Gurmukhi. I see a difference. I think when someone's talking in Punjabi is one thing, but when they start talking in Gurmukhi, there's some words that I don't understand. So I think for me, the biggest thing was English was able to kind of help me understand a little better. And the better I was able to understand, the better I was able to explain to my friends and share these things ahead. The other thing, I personally think it's just having to take the leap of faith. When, as you mentioned, I was a completely different person before my Sikhi journey. And there was that fear that I had in my heart that people might not be welcoming, that people are so ahead in their journey. What if they talk about things that I don't know what it means? And if I say, oh, what does this mean? They're going to say, oh, you don't know that? Like, you're Sikh though, you should know it. It's basic knowledge. But that's not true. These are all the fears that I had in my mind. But once I was like, you know what, like I just need to get over it and put myself out there, I was completely taken back by the response and the love that I received from Sangat. So I think it's more of the individual to really just have to take the leap of faith.
Yeah, and if they're saying this is the basics and you should know this, well, now you can find out on basics of Sikhi.
Yeah.
Benji, if you had...
Yeah, huge. Sorry. I think you touched on that part as well, that there are a lot of videos that get posted online, but coming in person is the real change because everyone has a different perspective. So I might, on my way driving to work, listen to a video, but I'll have my perspective. But when you go into Sangat, after the Katha, you get together and you chat about it, someone else will say, oh, this was my takeaway. And you're like, oh, wait, that's a really interesting takeaway. I didn't have that perspective. So you're able to share your different points of views and have different angles of understanding.
Yeah, amazing, Benji. What is one message you'd love to give to the Sangat?
It's not as scary as it seems. The whole point of Sangat is that it creates a safe space and it's very welcoming no matter where you are in your path. A lot of the fears that we have are very internal, and once you take that leap of faith, you'll understand. And I laughed at myself. I thought it was a little silly to think and feel the way I was, because it wasn't even like, let's say, my third or fourth visit. It was my very first visit in Sangat that the relief came. And all I can say is there's also, if you're nervous, as a female, I was a little nervous. So my first step into Sangat was the, I believe it was the Avo panel program that was held. But there's certain kathas that are like, for girls only, and there's certain that are for guys only, if that's what makes you comfortable. But I think the biggest thing is you just have to take the leap, and you just got to trust that there is a safety net, which is Sangat, and it's God. There's always a safety net. You just got to jump.
100%. I think, and that's our role as brothers and sisters, to be able to make sure that those environments are safe, and new Sangat members, young brothers and sisters that are joining our Sangat, that they do feel that safety. and we're able to guide them along that path and connect them to Guru Sahib Ji. So thank you, Panji, so much for your seva. I know you're involved in a lot of things now as well, and you connect a lot of sangat as well. So I really, really appreciate your presence, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for everything
Waheguru
that
Ji
you do
ka-
for us.
Thank you, Ji. Waheguru Ji ka
Waheguru Ji
Khalsa,
ka khalsa,
Waheguru Ji ki
Waheguru Ji
Fateh.
ki fateh.
Thank you, Sad Sangat Ji, for staying tuned. We do have more guests that are going to be joining us, but before we do that, we are going to answer a quick question. So as we progress with for more guests, we're going to start answering some of your questions as well. You can put them in the chat. We'll try to touch them. So the question here is, how can someone join Sikhi? What do you have to do? Meaning, so even for those that are from different cultures or languages, does it have to be the Amrit Sanchar? So this is a very good question. Let me break this down from my understanding. Where does somebody's Sikhi journey actually begin? It's the moment that they start learning, because Sikhi is learning. It's the moment they start learning about the Guru. They start learning about Sikhi. They start learning about what this path towards Akal Purkh, what this path towards spiritual wisdom is. So the moment we start learning, that is actually when the seed starts. When we say, okay, what is the Guru? Literally the question, why Guru? Guru kyun hai? Rab ki hunda hai? Do you think Sikhs don't ask these questions? Hunde hai. We ask these questions, Rab ki ya itam. What? Technically, that's where it begins. Now, that progresses. Eventually, that leads you to dive deeper in your own mind. It leads you to go towards good actions. All of these are part of our individual journey, but then we reach a point where we say, you know what? This has now led me into the Sangat. Good karma and great fortune has led me into the Sangat. Now, by being in the Sangat, I've been inspired, and now I've met my Guru. When you meet the Guru, you have a choice there. Do you accept or do you reject the Guru? That in itself is said very simply, but that's actually a journey. To know how, okay, you know what? I fully submit myself and say, Guru, tu samarat vadda, meri mat thodi ram. You are my caretaker, you are the all-powerful, you are the one that is all-knowing, and I submit myself here. And through this journey of understanding what that true submission is, we say, you know what, Maharaj, you are the one that is going to bring this spiritual wisdom inside of me, and I fully commit myself. That commitment takes place in the form of, yes, bowing our head to Guru Sahib Ji and fully understanding this is what the teaching is, implementing into our heart, bringing that practice in our daily lives of meditating in the morning, doing Ishnan in the morning, waking up in the morning, serving the Sangat, reciting with our tongue. These are all actions. The moment you say, Guru, main tera hai, I am yours and you are mine, that's where the relationship between the Guru and the Sikh starts. So based on this question, I would say that's where Sikhi begins. When you reach that point with Guru saying, Maharaj, main tera hai, tu mera hai. What is the practical form of that? That submission, that practical form takes place in the Amrit Sanchar, where you are now saying, my Guru, my father is Guru Gobind Singh Ji, my mother is Mata Sahib Devan Ji, my house is Anandpur. This is where you're destroying all previous identity, and you're joining a mission and a cause that is laid out by the Guru for you to serve with your mind, body, and wealth towards this path of righteousness, towards this path of truth. And so that's where the complete submission is. And yes, it does take place in the form of an Amrit Sanchar. Dusre paase, let's look at Gurbani and say, okay, what defines a Sikh? It is those actions and the daily routines that are laid out by the Guru and the person that follows the command of the Guru. Guru Satgur ka jo Sikh akhai, palke uthar naam te aave. Who is that person that is considered a Sikh? That person can call themselves a Sikh, what Guru Sahib says. They wake up in the morning and they recite God's name. Okay? And then they do Ishnan. Once they wake up, they recite God's name, they bathe themselves. Okay? Ishnan kare, Amritsar naave. Then fir chada divas Gurbani gaave. Then when the sun is rising, they continue to sing Gurbani. Ben dea urdea har naam te aave. Sitting, walking, talking, wherever they are, whether they're in their kitchen, whether they go to work now, and whether they're in their cafeteria, they're still they're still meditating upon the name of God. They're going through this, they're living a righteous means of earning. They're following through all of these actions. So I think from just the basis of this question, hopefully that gave you some level of understanding that this is the path that we need to walk towards to start implementing, and then at least seeing those results of calm, peace, tranquility inside of our lives. It's not just physical. It goes to a much deeper layer of love that we build a relationship with. This relationship with our Guru is what defines Sikhi and how practically it falls in part of our life. So ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਹਾਂ, ਪਰ ਜੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਲ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਪੈ ਜਾਵੇ ਨਾ, where there's true love, then we don't look anywhere else. ਜਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਆ ਹੋਰ, if they have you, then there's nothing else for me. Then that's where Maharaj, I am not going to expect this ambrosial nectar and bliss elsewhere. Maharaj, I'm just going to look towards it from you. But passing off of that Gurbani and all of these Sikhiyan, this relationship is built through these conversations that Maharaj has written out for us in Gurbani. So hopefully I was able to touch on that that question and provide some context to it. As sometimes I have the tendency to take a question and turn it into a whole lecture. So I'll try not to do that right now. We have joining with us by Karanveer Singh soon, who also is a Seva, and he's been part of the Sangat in a small town in USA called Bellingham or Ferndale, and how he's grown up in his user journey of Sikhi. So Maharaj Kirpa Karan, he'll be joining us in a second, but before we do that, let's take a quick Parchar break and then we'll meet back.
How do I walk into the Darbar Sahib? This is the biggest problem in the West because they want to have flashy entries and things like that. But in Guru Sahib's Maryada, in the Guru's code, everybody's equal. Even if you're getting married that day, you're not special. There should not be any seats placed in front of Guru Sahibji when the couple is going to sit. You're going to be sitting on the same space, same place where the other Sangat is also sitting, because asi Sangat to upar nahi hai. So there should not be any flashy entrances, there should not be any music played at the background, and it should be simple, elegant, and it should be in the Bhavana. Again, Guru is at the center, you're not the center thing. Your Bhavana should be with the Guru Sahib.
Next 5 minutes of that me doing Simran, something happened to me. Something happened to me that was not normal. What I'd been told was normal. Going to school, going to university, normal. Something happened to me and I started crying. I started getting overtaken by this feeling of something bigger than myself. What had I done so far? I couldn't read Japji Sahib, I couldn't read any part, I didn't know anything about Sikhi. All I was saying was this one word, Vaheguru. And I started to read about my Gurus already. I wanted to know about my Gurus. And I wanted to praise my Gurus, because Guru is amazing, isn't it? Guru Sahib dekh lo, waqai Guru Sahib bahut, they're just amazing. Maharaj says ki Guru ki mehma kya kaha gur bibek satsar.
Dukh-daru sukh rog paya. Sometimes the pleasures can distract you so much you don't even realize that you falling to rock bottom was Guru Sahib Sache Pacha shattering everything around you. Say, wake up, man. What have you been doing? Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says to their two son-in-laws, Bhai Rama Ji and Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj. They said, both of you construct me a thada, a throne for me to sit upon. Bhai Rama Ji is building their throne, Guru Ram Das Ji Maharaj is building their thada. Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says to them both, you've made it, it's beautiful. Tear it down now. Destroy it. They make it again and destroy it. They make it again, destroy it. They make it again, destroy it many times. By Ramaji at one point they give up. And at the end, Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj says, Maharaj, I've realized after making and destroying it many times, I'm not capable of making anything worthy of you. Maharaj, you bless me to be able to make it yourself. Without your grace, nothing is possible. Maharaj, without your support, I'm not able to do anything. Thodi aasi meri aasi. I have nothing else. And at that moment, you know what Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says? They said, Hon thada tayar ho. Because it wasn't the thada, the physical element that they're looking for. They're looking for the spiritual heart that was ready for the light of the Guru to be able to sit in.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this fund does. It transforms generosity into Seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this Seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, camps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
The question is, what is the relationship between Guru Amar Das Ji and Guru Angad Dev Ji? So the second Guru and the third Guru. What is their worldly relationship? So that answer I will provide. If you know it, you can put it in the chat. If you know it, then you can hold on to it and be proud. If you don't, then I will reveal that answer after our conversation with the Karamveer Singh. So without further ado, Bhai Sahib Ji, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, Bhai Sahib.
How's it going, bro?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for taking out the time and joining us. Veerji, you are based out in Bellingham, Washington, and we've become good friends as of recent. And Veerji is involved with a lot of the Seva there. The reason why this aspect is unique, because I know a lot of Sangat look at Sikhi and Parchar from the angle of large cities like Toronto, Vancouver, London, Delhi, Amritsar. What sort of sevama, do you see? How does, basics of Sikhi have a impact in, regions such as yours? And while at the same time, like, what could we do better to help support, growing towns where Sangat and the youth there are developing and trying to connect with Sikhi? And what are some of the issues that they're facing?
So, yeah, it's a good question. So small town Bellingham area. So I think there's a lot of growth opportunity here. There's a good amount of Sangat here, but there's not a lot of, I guess, focus on Sikhi Parchar at a bigger level. There's a lot of support for, I guess, more of younger children and kind of grassroots sort of Sangat. But I feel like there is a lot missing for like youth unity and kind of growing into Sikhi. There's a lot of, I guess, spark into Sikhi at a younger level. I would like to see, I guess, more connection for Sikhs in their late teens, into their 20s. At that stage, I feel like there is not a lot to relate to in the community, and that's where like bigger cities have, I feel like, a lot more community in that sense. But that is somewhere that we, as a community in our area, need to improve on.
Yeah, we definitely touched upon it, earlier today as well, where yes, it's very easy to run a Punjabi class and bring the kids by force because both Punjabi sikhni hai, Punjabi school jana hai, and they learn, then they're there. How do you get to the hearts of those kids? And what we see is those kids eventually when they turn 16, 17 years old, you can't retain them any longer because they don't have any interest. There's no space for them. They're too old for Uda Era. They learn their simple Pentra Gatka class. They know the 3-4 tals of Garva and Dadra in Tabla class. They know everybody is singing Rakai Kumara Swami in Kirtan class. They've already learned it for 4 years in a row now. So there's no space for a 16, 17-year-old because, yes, now you need the more senior ustad, you need dedicated time, you need to develop, you need to give more sevas to those 16, 17-year-olds, make them feel like as if they belong and they have a responsibility. And I think some of our institutions fail to do that, to take care of those teenage years. Yeah, I know as a pracharak, I get calls from parents all the time. "Sade niyane hun gurdware nahi aunde, akhe nahi lagde, aa nahi karde." I said, what have you been doing with them for the last 4 years? That's where your answer is going to be, right? You can't just call me and say, talk to my kids now in 20 minutes, right? Because they're thinking very emotionally. They're not thinking like, I need an answer for one thing. Oh, I got an answer. Now I'm good to go. It's about their community. It's about their upbringing. It's about, the things that they've gone through. So can you walk me through your journey of how you connected, the struggles you went through, and how, the impact that Parchar has, and what, in a simple words, why Sangha should support Parchar, in some of these areas?
I think, yeah, so I guess talking about myself a little bit, the struggles I would face as a young teenager is the lack of connection, I guess, to Sikhi. When you're young, you don't really desire too much of a connection. You're just, having fun at the Gurdwara, learning what you need to learn. But once you're growing up more, I feel like you're gonna build connections with some things, and if Sikhi is not there, like someone like a pracharak who does like prachar in English and connects to the youth, if you don't have someone like that, there is lack of interest. They're gonna get connected to other things in life, and that's just going to like formulate their personality and who they are. Um, there's like, I guess, a lot of struggle in that sense in the younger community here in Bellingham. There's not a lot of pracharaks at that level connecting to the youth. You have your babbes and uncles. They're doing the best they can, but they're like, they're more like old school Punjabis, and I feel like they don't connect to the youth, and the youth doesn't connect to them. Once they're grown up, the youth starts forming, I guess, their own opinions and stuff about Sikhi. So there isn't a lot that they can do there. So for me, I think a lot of Prachar in English did help to connect the dots between, I'm going to school, I go to the Gurdwara, what about Sikhi, what about my career, job? So there's a lot of like disconnects at that age that you see. The more that you can have, I guess, Sikhi connect all your aspects of life together, the stronger your connection to Maharaj is. So I think
you're a professional. You're an engineer by trade. You've done your schooling. You grew up there. You've been through this journey, and there was times you and I have talked about it where your faith in Gurus and Sikhi lacked a little bit because you didn't have those resources. Then it grew. a group back, and you're researching, you have that pain, you see it in the youth, you want to help the kids at your local gurdwara, you're a part of the programs now, you're leading them from the forefront. How, like, what are some of these issues that the kids are facing today, and like what should Sangat be supporting to help them, like, guide through? What advice would you give to some of these kids, and especially the parents? Like, what would you say to the parents that are saying mere bache vade ho rahe hai, 14 15 year old, they've finished Punjabi schools and now they're not willing to stay into Sikhi, but like we take them to the Gurdwara, their dad goes to the Gurdwara every Sunday. Isn't that enough? And the answer, when the parents know, is not enough. So they look up to you now. And they're saying, Karmveer Singh, tum ithon da munda hai, Jampal, you're a young kid from here. Give us advice on what we should do with our kids so they end up like you. Right? They say, you're into Sikhi, you're a little bit older, you're a professional. We want ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਿਆਣੇ engineer ਬਣ ਜਾਣ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, and ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖ ਬਣ ਜਾਣ, ਸਾਬਤ ਸੂਰਤ ਹੋਣ. For them, that might be the bare minimum. So what advice would you give them?
So I guess I seeked out a lot of self-learning, I guess, or a lot of YouTube katha. Since you don't have, the best kathawachaks at like a small town in America, there's a lot of like self-motivated, I guess you want to connect to Guru Sahib, but there's not readily open connections at the Gurdwara for someone later in their teenage years. So the advice I would give, I guess, to people is if your children, I guess, aren't taking Sikhi home and doing the homework per se, practicing kirtan by themselves without anyone telling them to, or like doing research about Gurbani, watching kathas. Like if they're not doing that on their own, then you have to, I guess, provide them a resource or at least a connection at the Sunday Gurdwara or something.
How do you get them to fall in love? Like, how did you fall in love with Sikhi? Like, what was that turning point that said, yeah, you know what, I do love Sikhi? Or was it gradual?
It was, I guess, it took like, I think, a couple of years of me like researching Sikhi to finally, take the step towards becoming like a more fully committed Sikh. I did, for personally, I guess, it took a lot of, I watched a lot of katha. I stopped, I guess, listening to a lot of like other music. I just, kirtan fully, like only kirtan, because like I can't get up in the morning and listen to like anything else and have like a feel good in the morning. And I know a lot of people like that are monne. They're like, oh, like I love listening to Japji Sahib in the morning, but then like in the evening in the gym they're blasting whatever, But like that connection is like there in everyone, and I feel like you need to grow that more. And I guess once you're like completed with school, you've finished like all your little achievements you wanted to do, like what's the purpose after that, is kind of where I was, when I realized like the philosophy that's going to make me happy is Guru Nanak Dev Ji's philosophy. Like there's no philosophy beyond that philosophy. So I felt like I had a deep connection in that sense where I found happiness, I guess, through Katha Kirtan, and I guess my spiritual connection grew slowly. It didn't grow overnight, but slowly. It's like there's a Gurbani Dipankti, it's like Saje Saje. But slowly you do grow into the part where you want to take more steps into Sikhi. And I think it's not a super fast process, but it can be like expedited if you have role models in the community, such as Bhai Harman Singh and a lot of other young pracharaks. So I feel like that's kind of
We
my
definitely
journey.
need more. I agree. We need more Parchariks. We need more young leaders. We need more role models. We need more relatability. We need more space for in our institutions. We need more pathways for young professionals to find space and be able to connect. We need think tanks. We've been talking about this, on more development of these systems. We need cultural shift, and it all comes down to understanding the root of what is Sikhi. I would say you research, you read your history, you read Gurbani. We were talking with Bhai Jaswinder Singh this morning. We said, what should the next generation do? They need to read. They need to read their history. They need to listen to it. They need to understand it. Like our job for the last 5-10 years has been telling Sikh kids and Sikh families who their guru is. Like if you take a step back and you think that's pretty sad. ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਸੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਕੌਣ ਆ. But in a way, that's been the state to say, yeah, no, they don't know what Sikh is. They don't know what the Shaheed Singhs are. They don't know what what Gurbani is saying. They bow down to it, but they don't know what it is. And it's our job to make it relatable. And youth like you and me, we have that pain and we see the problems in the kids and we know what the answer is. We just need to connect the dots, as you mentioned, right? And be able to put it together. So thank you so much for joining us and providing us these insight by Sabji. If there's a message you would want to give to the Sangat, what would it be?
I guess my message would be don't completely give up. Even if people aren't following the path, you don't want to completely let them go. You want to maintain at least a slight bit of connection. Like I still had a little bit of a connection when I walked away, but then that slowly grew into a bigger connection. So I guess my message would be to, when someone is like falling off the path, give them more support. Don't, I guess, ignore them and say, oh, they're done, they're gone. So
प्यार पाई रखना and it's these connections that create the environment for us to continue to want to go back to. The world is going to give pressure. And when we want to escape, we should go back to our guru. We should want to go back to the Sangat. Especially when things get rough. Rather than when things get rough, we run away from the Sangat. Right?
Yeah.
Those are the type of environments that we want to be building. So thank you so much, Bhai Savji, for joining us and giving us your insights.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Guru Sahib Ji Kirpa, we are running this Fund Network Telethon. We've been here for, you can see now, for how many hours. I've been here thoda ja tarz kha ke donation pamin de diyo. The things are laughing in the back. The annual fundraiser that we do this DVN every year, again, like I say, is there to help the Sangat understand the Seva and the impact that this Seva has and the ripple effect that it has throughout many industries, right? Like on the ground, small towns, big cities like Surrey, BC, as you've seen, like where there is youth growing up, they're in the city, but they don't go to that Sangat. Then small towns that don't have access to it. Then you have bigger, cities that are working on developing things, but they have political issues and access still isn't there. From an individual level to an institutional level to a whole era of Sikhi on what we should be focusing on in the next generation. Next, I want to welcome Bhai Jasneet Singh Ji. Before we do go to Bhai Jasneet Singh Ji, we will take a 2-minute Parchar break and then we will jump to Bhai Sahib Ji. So I did say that I will answer the question before that I asked before Karmveer Singh joined, which is, what is the relationship between Guru Amar Das Ji and Guru Angad Dev Ji, between the second Guru and the third Guru? What is the what is the relationship between Guru Amar Das Ji and Guru Angad Dev Ji? And so I asked that question. If you knew it, great. The answer is that they are Kodam, meaning they are in-laws of each other. Because the daughter of Guru Angad Dev Ji, which is Bibi Amro Ji, was married to the nephew of Guru Amar Das Ji, meaning Guru Amar Das Ji had a younger brother. They were the oldest out of their brothers. And one of the younger brothers had a son, and that son was married to the daughter of Guru Angad Dev Ji, Bibi Amro. So Guru Angad Dev Ji had their daughter married off into the village of Basarke. And Jadon Bibi Amro Ji uthe gaye, Bibi Amro Ji woke up one morning and she was singing Gurbani. And that's why Guru Amar Das Ji came into contact with Gurbani. Because she was singing Gurbani early in the morning, because she's the daughter of the Guru. Guru di beti ne kirtan kita Amrit vele, gun gaye. Baba Amar Das Ji heard it and said, Minnu kade vi inna anand nahi mahsoos hoya. Tell me whose Bani this is. And they said, mere pitaji di hai. And now Guru Amar Das Ji is meeting Guru Angad Dev Ji, but not in the same way that they were before as like their in-laws, that they have a relationship, rishtedar. No, now they're falling at their feet and saying, Main tera ban gaya, I'm falling at your feet. So yes, after Guru Amar Das Ji, we do understand that their son-in-law is Guru Ram Das Ji, and everybody else after that is from the Sodhi lineage. But it's very interesting to see that the second Guru and the third Guru, whether it's not through blood relationship, but it's still a relationship through a marriage of their relatives. So Guru Sahib ne bade asarj tarike de naal, Gurgaddiyan bakshiyan ya, from not just to their son. Guru Nanak Dev Ji didn't give the Gurgaddi to their son. No, they gave it to the sevak, the servant, the student. Then that student gives it to their in-laws. ठीक है, the kodam nu Gurgaddi ditti. फिर उस गुरु ने अपने जवाई nu ditti, gave it to them, not their son-in-law. Then that son then gave it to their son, but not the oldest son, the youngest son, Guru Arjan Dev Ji. Then Guru Arjan Dev Ji Maharaj gave the Gurgaddi to Guru Hargobind Sahib, and Guru Hargobind Sahib Maharaj then gave it to their grandson, not their son, their grandson, Guru Har Rai Sahib Ji. Har Rai Sahib Ji, then their younger son, not older son, but younger son, Guru Har Krishna Sahib Ji. Then Guru Har Krishna Sahib Ji, then it went back 2 generations. Like normally the Guddi goes down, but it went up 2 generations. It went from Guru Har Krishna Sahib Ji to their great-grandfather's son. Think about it. Guru Har Krishna Sahib Ji's father is Guru Har Rai Sahib Ji. Guru Har Rai Sahib Ji's father is Baba Gurditta Ji. Baba Gurditta Ji's father is Guru Hargobind Sahib. Guru Hargobind Sahib's youngest son is Guru Tegh Bahadur Maharaj. And so when you think about it, Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji was actually the grandfather of Guru Har Krishna Sahib Ji. And then Guru Gobind Singh Ji and Guru Har Rai Sahib Ji were actually cousins. And Baba Ajit Singh Ji and Guru Har Krishna Sahib Ji were cousins. So sometimes we don't think about Guru Sahib Ji's relationships like that. So just wanted to give a little bit of that trivia and that little bit of insight. So Maharaj ne kirpa kiti hai. Let's take a quick 2-minute break, and then we will be joining with Bhai Jasneet Singh Ji. Youth like you and me, they're always thinking, mere naal kisi ne vyah nahi karna, I'm going to be left alone, mera to koi nahi hai, na mere maan pyo aakhe lagde hai. So then we're forced to try to like put ourselves out there. Nahi pyare ho, kise te aas rakhan di koi lod nahi. Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj did not care, didn't say, all right, I'm coming of age and now I need to develop this culture around me so that people get to know who I am, and therefore maybe I'll get married and have my own family one day. No. Us seva vich lage rahe. There came a time, Mata Mansa Devi Ji said, Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj, our daughters are of age now. Bibi Bhani Ji vaste var labhiye. And Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says, keho ja chahida var? Mata Mansa Devi Ji akhde ne, jiddan da oh gur sikhya na, I see God when I see upon him. They said, let's bring him. Inu le aao. And Mataji says, hold on, Guruji, not him. He doesn't have a family. Somebody like him, but not him. And Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj says the famous words, you know, Paliye ede varga te hi hai. There's nobody in the world like him. She says, but he doesn't have a house. Guru Amar Das Ji says, he will have such a house one day that the entire world will come and bow down to him. He doesn't have a family. He will have such a family that will give their lives and the entire world will remember and bow down to their feet. Their family of Sodhi Kul of Baba Ajit Singh, Baba Jujhar Singh. But he doesn't have any wealth. He doesn't have any money. The entire world will donate buckets, and Lakshmi herself will come down and fall at the feet of Guru Ramdas Ji Maharaj. These are the words of Guru Amar Das Ji Maharaj. Don't worry about anything else. Place your hope on the Guru. Everything else will get taken care of. In fact, pange udo pinde jadon tusi aap jaake koi kadam uthone.
What if the next person who learns about the Guru is because of you? Every week, someone messages us saying our video helped them reconnect to Sikhi. That's what your support makes possible. Every video we produce, every camp we organize, every talk we give, it all begins with you. Behind the screen, there's a whole team working day and night, researching, scripting, editing, teaching, so the Guru's message can reach every corner of the world. This is what this fund does. It transforms generosity into seva. It turns support into connection. And it keeps the Guru's light shining in hearts across the world. So this one week, I'm inviting you to be part of the story. Help us continue this seva by giving monthly. Your donations help us spread the message of the Guru through videos, caps, talks, and research. Click on the link below to donate to Everything's 13. Remember, the next person who learns about the Guru could be because of you. Thank you.
Welcome back, Saad Sangat Ji. Next we have with us by Jasneet Singh Ji, who is a long-time Sevadar. They've been involved, my brother in arms, and they are involved in so many of our projects, including the Gur Prasad Vidyalaya, which we've been talking about with Bhai Gur Pratap Singh Ji earlier this morning as well. Bhai Sahab Ji has been a teacher, a student, and a teacher within the Vidyalaya. They also are involved in local projects in the Toronto Waterloo area, such as running academies and connecting the youth there. They also are they work in computer science and technology by profession, and they have experience with AI and tech and a lot of the back end technical seva and future planning of technical projects that we do. They're involved in that, and one of those projects is the Granthalaya project, which I'll have them speak a little bit about. And Guru Sahib Kirpa Naal, such a loving Gursikh that the Sangat knows that, especially in the local area, if you need something on how to connect the Sangat, they're definitely the person to go to. So without further ado, I'll welcome Bhai Jasneet Singh Ji. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. ठीक है तुसी
ਕਿਰਪਾ ਜੀ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ
ਸ਼ੁਕਰ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਬੜੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ all morning we've been having this telethon bringing in different project leaders and sevadars and we have you now as the final guest for the telethon and ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ reminder ਦੇ ਦੇਵਾਂ you can donate with the QR code on the screen or the link that's pinned in the description where DVN is adding $50 to every new monthly donation that is signed up. So please sign up for a recurring new monthly donation on DVN and your dollar can go a little bit further. So Bhai Jasneet Singh Ji, described your experience with Gur Prasad Vidyalaya and teaching and the impact that just having an online Vidyalaya has had, especially reaching out to Sangat across the world. Like you have students learning Gurwani from you and Benji as well, that you probably would never have come into contact with, or they probably wouldn't have had access to, a ustad or a teacher if it wasn't for some of the projects run by E13.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਸੋ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦਾਸ ਨੂੰ ਐਵੇਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਲਾਈਕ at the time of COVID, I guess everyone was so disconnected कि ਆਪਾਂ like ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸੰਗਤ ਕਰੀਏ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਜੁੜੀਏ and I think this idea came around that time of Gurprasad Vidyalaya. ਦਾਸ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੁਭਾਗਾ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਨਾਲ ਦਾਸ ਵੀ ਜੁੜ ਸਕਿਆ ਦਾਸ ਦੀ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਦੱਸੀ ਉਨੀ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਰ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਜੀ ਤੇ the one thing like Das felt himself is ਕਿ ਉਸ time ਤੇ like there were technology there like Zoom or other things to connect with each other but then the missing ਸੰਗਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੰਗਤ missing ਸੀਗੀ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨਾਲ ਬੜਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੰਥਿਆ ਦਾਸ ਆਪ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ and I still remember I asked you like can we do it over phone or something. I didn't even knew like santhya something can be done like online so Abji helped there a lot and then this idea of Gurprasad Vidyalaya ਦਾ ਹੁਣ ਦਾਸ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੇਵਾ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਜੁੜੇ ਆ
So there's a lot of potential like ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕੁਝ students ਏਦਾਂ ਨੇ they live like couple of hours away from like ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੂਰ ਦੂਰ ਤੱਕ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਗਤ ਘੱਟ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ it's not just a way of doing ਸੰਥਿਆ ਇੱਕ ਸੰਗਤ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਮਾਧਿਅਮ ਹੈਗਾ it's also like a medium of doing ਸੰਗਤ over the phone like ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਸੰਥਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਆਪਸ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਦੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਵੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਅਰਥ ਵਿਚਾਰਨੇ and there is a lot we can do. I still remember the idea you once discussed of Jangi Brahmgyani Center where like we were talking about like bhai ਆਪਾਂ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੰਸਟੀਟਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਕਰੀਏ ਕਿ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਹਰ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਵਿੱਦਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ and I think it's the basis of that and it has a lot of potential to grow out in a lot of ways like like it can grow to like Shastra Vidya and other like Brahm Vidya. Yeah,
that was a wild idea. That was just a name that I threw out there of a Jangi Brahmgyani Center. It's hilarious that you mention it. You know what? I'll talk about it here very briefly. Maybe somebody else can pick that up and maybe it'll turn into a reality one day. Is basically we saw that there are so many academies and every city you go to there's youth academies, right? Sare bach focus karde ya bal upadesh sikha do, udada sikha do, get them nitnem santhya, get them to learn a little bit of tabla and up until they're 14-15 years old. But beyond when they finish university sare na gap year linde ya. Everyone takes a gap year after universities kai nyane karde ya or jadon job nahi mildi they kind of wait around a little bit. And when they're like 18, 19 or when they're 21, 22 ਉਹ ਨਾ community ਲੱਭਦੇ ਆ at that age if we don't provide them the community the right environment for them to foster the rest of their life ਉਹ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ foundation ਬਚਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਉਮਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ like people might not be involved in sangat or environments when they're 45 but they definitely what they were doing at 22 has a huge impact on their life and so why not have these centers we have the ustads we have all the teachers that have all of these skills, but unfortunately the Panth hasn't been able to give them the right environment or the place and the resources to be able to give their vidya, give their skills to other people. So they're out driving trucks, somebody's working a taxi job, somebody's doing this just to make ends meet. But they are very, very skilled people. And we have all of these teachers. If we gave them a place and said, we just want you to stay here and teach these students 20 students 30 students 40 students can come from around the world and create this like young adult environment which they acquire the best of the best skills from Gurbani and like we want to create Brahmgyanis, right? Guru Sahib aap kirpa karde, but we know that's through Gurbani. That's why I just threw out the fun name of Jangi Brahmgyani. We're not just Brahmgyanis, we're Jangi Brahmgyanis, okay? We're ready to fight as well, right? Fight for righteousness. So it's like a play on Saint Soldier that when you're growing up in that environment at that age, it's not a youth academy, it's not a boarding school. No, you're there for a year and you're fast tracking these skills which you will go out to your different locations and pass off in your hometowns. And it might be a year, somebody might be there 4 years, somebody might be there for 5 years. But the experts are there, and in this institution, you're also developing future experts. They're doing research projects. They're diving into discussions that nobody had opportunity to discuss those things before, right? Well, these sort of skills and these conversations used to take place back in the day at Akal Takht Sahib. They used to take place at different asthans and Jod Mele back in the day, right? At Vasakhi time or Holla Malla time or Diwali time, back in the day. Singhan de Vele. Now those gatherings don't really happen in the same way anymore. At least those experts aren't able to present because there's so much politics involved, right? So what about these institutions where you can force the students get together and actually discuss the best? This is the whole concept of think tanks. Now these think tanks get to happen in these locations where the best experts and the best students already exist. And eventually we can develop that. That was the idea. But it all begins from, okay, I've got 10 students in front of me. How do I get them and eventually develop that? We can get there, right? But we have to deal with these students first, which are saying, well, there's no one for me to learn Urara from, no one to learn Ladivar Santhya from. How do I do that? And it began from those conversations. That's what created Guru Prasad Vidyalaya, which you discussed. So now we're in a field of technology, and we mentioned the institutions and the centers. We mentioned the students trying to learn about it. But how many texts do we have that like people don't actually have access to in their libraries? You can't go to the Gurdwara and pick up these books to research and read. You and I know there is a group on Telegram, right? It's kind of like the hidden gem of all Kathavachaks worldwide, right? So this is a secret I'm putting out to the internet. There's a Telegram group called Granthalya, and there's many like it, right? These groups where there are Kathavachaks and Gyanis and researchers from around the world that have PDF files all posted in this Telegram group. Right? Yes, some of them are starting to make their way into Dropboxes and other online libraries and stuff like that. But there's no ability to actually, what if that Telegram group gets deleted? And this is what a lot of the Gyanis actually told me. They're like, what if that group gets deleted? Then is it all lost? Right? We need to be able to take those 60,000, 80,000 PDFs that we have, right? And there's more that aren't even on these platforms. Some are just sitting on people's phones. And we need to be able to create systems and use the technology to be able to scan it, read it, and help develop our research using the AI systems that we have today. Imagine researching, asking a question, and say, give me indexes to everywhere it mentions Guru Arjan Dev Ji Shahidi in these 80,000 books, right? Or where it mentions the differences of how like the discrepancies between the certain page in Gurbani, where the Siari is like this, the Siari like this. Give me all references to this across 90,000 different texts. And to be able to bring that up to you in minutes and then go out, and it might give you like, say, 400 pages to go and read. But you can now go and read those 400 individual pages, which is feasible. Whereas reading 80,000 books will take a lifetime in itself. So utilizing technology and research factors that are related to advancing the Panth, that are related to these centers, Guru Prasad Vidyalaya and all these things. So can you, introduce me to this idea of the Granthalaya project that you're mentioning?
ਹਾਂਜੀ exactly ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ like you mentioned, so think of it as a like centralized Panthic search engine where you would it would act as a Panth owned search tool, having resources from Gurbani, Rehatname, Itihasik Granth, historical Granths, Mahan Kosh, even like some of the Katha transcripts out there. So having them at a centralized space. So how people think of like using Chat GPT today, but what Chat GPT does is it gets its knowledge from all over, like, places and search for that. But we can aim it to particular resources so that we have some trust over those resources, like what resource it comes from. It can code the resource for us. So you can think of it as a centralized search tool of it. And that can come out of this database that we are trying to work on right now. I think if does think of technology, like what we can do today with technology, you can like just see around you what's being done with AI, and then the same knowledge can be applied to Panth as well. Like there are learning platforms out there where you learn for like grade, like school resources. You can learn from there. There are LMS. There can be AI-powered Santhya tutors as well. But it's possible. It's just like it requires some of the like willingness and resources from the Panth. But it's possible to have like AI-powered Santhya tutors, or like kind of translation translation tools. So there's a lot that can be done with AI right now. It's just that like having that, I would say, willingness and right resources
Definitely,
on
ये
the
सारा कुछ करने वास्ते सारे resources बड़े चाहिए. We need a lot of resources towards it. I've talked to a lot of things that are in IT and computer science, and you know, it's not a one man job. एक इकल्ले बंदे दा काम नहीं है. ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ. We need a whole IT firm. We need a Panthic IT firm to say, Panth the IT project, yeah, you need managers, you need senior IT people, you need a whole system. Like, we need like a Panthic office in Silicon Valley. It doesn't have to be in Silicon Valley, but you get the idea, right? So, ਉਸ level ਦਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਆ. How do we make a system like that which is self-sustaining? I know we're just doing moonshots right now. Like, we wish this could happen. But it starts from step one, right? One IT project goes into the next, then creating maybe 2-3, you know, like an IT project that where Singhs are able to just go out and help Gurdwara Sahibs with their, you know, with their development using AI technology, using LLMs, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀ resource ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਆ ਹਨਾ, ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ skills definitely ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਦਿਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ. ਗੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਉਹੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਕਿੱਲਸ ਆ, ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਿੰਘ ਇੰਨੀ ਕਲਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਦੂਸਰਿਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਆਪ ਤਨਖਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਪਾ ਰਹੇ. We're not able to provide them that capital to be able to put it towards Sikhi projects. And so ਉਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੱਲੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਥੋੜਾ ਨਾ transition ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, I think in our Panth. Eventually we will get there. But at the moment those things aren't available, at least maybe there's someone's willing to drop, you know, donations or funding towards it, but they need the assurance ਕਿ ਮੇਰੀ ਮਾਇਆ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੋ ਜਾਊਗੀ, ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਹੈ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਗੈਪ ਦਿਖਦੇ ਆ. From my perspective, I do see people wanting to give money. I do see people willing to want to do it, and the people that have the right idea, but the space for them to come together at the right time, at the right place, is just not available yet. But I think we're at the corner of where these conversations will start taking place now. So Maradi Kirpaya, you know, where do you see like this technology leading us, especially the seva that we do through Parchar and the impact that you've seen? ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ 'ਚ ਕਿੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਊਗੀ? ਕਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੀਦੀਆਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ?
Avji asking in terms of like tech AI ਕਿ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ?
Anything in general, just impact of Parchar, Seva, impact, you know, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਿਦਿਆਲਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਪਾ ਰਹੇ, you have local academies, ਅਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਪਰਸਪੈਕਟਿਵ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਦੇਖ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਦੀ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਆ. We're moving in that direction. The world is moving in this direction. How do we stay at the forefront of it and make sure we have the largest impact possible?
I think the largest impact is possible कि we need right now the एक दास ਨੂੰ ਕਮੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ. We need more ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰਸ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਇਸ ਸਮੇਂ. Any project, anything we want to do, even like if I think about like the project we were discussing, it's like at a start it's a one-man job, I can say, but then ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ we need more sevadars in it, like to grow it. And ਕਿੱਥੇ if like ਕਿੱਥੇ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਆਪਾਂ, ਇਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਐਂਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ. Like ਦਾਸ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ we can do so much with having like correct resources and even like Das Maharaj ਇੱਥੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ in like academy, ਬੱਚੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਅਕੈਡਮੀ 'ਚ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ there is a lot of potential. ਉਹ ਬੱਚੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਕਈਆਂ ਦੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ. It's just that do we have like those resources to provide them like everything that we want? ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਪੰਥ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਅਤੇ ਇਹ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਵੀ ਪੰਥ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ. ਅਤੇ ਲਾਈਕ ਯੂ ਲਾਈਕ ਸੈਲਫ ਹੈਲਪਿੰਗ, ਯੂ ਨੋ, ਪੰਥ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਹੈਲਪ ਕਰਨੀ ਪੈਣੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ 'ਚ. ਦਾਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਜਸਟ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਲਾਈਕ ਕਿ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਿੱਦਿਆ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਤੱਕ ਸੀਮਿਤ ਵੀ ਰਹੇ. ਇਹ ਵਿੱਦਿਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੀ, ਹੋਰ ਸ਼ਸਤਰ ਵਿੱਦਿਆ ਐਂਡ ਆਲ, ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੱਕ ਵੀ ਜਾਵੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀ ਉਮਰ ਨਿਕਲ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਤੱਕ ਵੀ ਜਾਵੇ। ਇਹ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈਗਾ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਦੇਰ ਇਜ਼ ਸੋ ਮੈਨੀ ਵੇਜ਼ ਆਪਾਂ there is no end I can think of ਜੀ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਪਰ yeah, just like again saying same things like we need those like willingness and resources. Just a call out to whole Panth that still remembers the tagline of basics that I saw it for the first time, do it for the Panth, and that is still till day stuck with my mind ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੁਛ ਸੇਵਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜੇ ਮਨ ਅੜੀ ਵੀ ਕਰੇ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਅੱਜ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅੱਜ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਫਿਰ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਉਹ ਟੈਗਲਾਈਨ ਭੇਜ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਦਿਮਾਗ 'ਚ, ਡੂ ਇਟ ਫॉर ਦ ਪੰਥ।
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹਲੇ ਚੇਤਾ ਆ ਦ ਹੋਲ ਥਿੰਗ, ਲਾਈਕ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨੀ, ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕਦਮ ਉਠਾਉਣਾ ਪੰਥ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਪੰਥ ਵਸੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਜਣਾ, ਪੰਥ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਹੋਵੇ, ਅਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੀਆਂ ਖੁਸ਼ੀਆਂ ਮਿਲਦੀਆਂ ਆ। ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਬੜੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਸੁਭਾਗਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਆ, ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਪਾਉਣ ਨੂੰ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਆ। I would ask this last question to you. You've seen the impact that basics has, ਹਾਂਜੀ, and the domino effect even through, sevas of technology, sevas that are grassroots, sevas that are development based. What message would you love to give to the Sangat based on the sevas, and just like what message would you want to put out there?
ਬਸ ਇਹੀ ਕਹੂਗਾ ਕਿ ਕੁਛ ਵੀ ਹੋਵੇ ਬਸ ਲੱਗੇ ਰਹੋ, ਜਿੰਨਾ ਹੋ ਸਕੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਰਹੋ। ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣਾ ਇੰਨਾ ਤਿਲ ਮਾਤਰ ਵੀ ਦੇ ਸਕਦਾ ਨਾ ਪੰਥ ਨੂੰ, ਸੇਵਾ ਨੂੰ, ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ, ਆਪਣੀ ਆਤਮਿਕ ਜੀਵਨ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ, ਜਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਗਰੋ ਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ, ਪਰ ਇੰਨਾ ਤਿਲ ਮਾਤਰ ਵੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਵੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਰਨਾ ਨਾ, ਤਾਂ ਬਸ ਲੱਗੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਟਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਅਤੇ ਇਹੀ ਤਾਂ ਸੰਖੇਪ ਰੂਪ 'ਚ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ ਜੀ।
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆ ਕੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੇ। ਅਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਫਤਿਹ ਬੁਲਾ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ, ਐਂਡ ਦੈਨ ਸਾਧ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਵਿਲ ਗੋ ਔਨ ਟੂ ਆਰ Q&A। ਅਤੇ ਸਭ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। So Sad Sangat ji, before we go on to our question and answer, you guys can put more questions into the chat. The Sevadars will keep reading them and writing them down for me. मैं कोशिश करूँगा to be able to read them. मैं ना, before we go into the break, एक साखी तो सुनानी। I want to read a sakhi to you. Sakhi is like this. There was a time when Guru Arjan Dev Ji Maharaj, ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗੁਰਗੱਦੀ ਮਿਲੀ, when they were given the ਗੁਰਗੱਦੀ, and of course their older brother Preti Chand ji was not happy about it. And one time when Guru Arjan Dev Ji Maharaj was sitting there, they sent a person to go and kill them, go and attack them, ਹਾਂਜੀ। and ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ Sulhi Khan ਭੇਜਿਆ। When Sulhi Khan was sent, he was there to assassinate Guru Arjan Dev Ji Maharaj. And so Guru Arjan Dev Ji Maharaj is seated, and this is a shabd that comes in Gurbani. When the Sevadar said to Guru Arjan Dev Ji Maharaj that, hey, look, he's here to attack you, what should we do about it? So the Sevadars, they put out this question, and they said, Maharaj, prathame mata, apa pehla mata ki hai, we should put this out there, je patri chalavo, should we go and send out a letter? Meaning the person's arriving, let's write a letter and send it out to them to say, why are you here? Let's try to negotiate something. Let's put a trade deal in. You don't need to come and attack us. Is that the first action we should take? Mara says, nahi, ye nahi karna. Dutiye, what's the second thing? Motiya, dutiye mata, doi manak pahunchavo. Should we go and send two people? Should we send two messengers to go and communicate with them? Maharaj said no. Then eventually, Sulhi Khan came closer and closer and closer. And Gursikh said, Maharaj, kuch to kariye. We should do something about this. Kuch to upayo karo. So they said, Tritiye mata kich karo upaya. Should we make an effort to do something, Maharaj? Should we run away? Should we fight back? Should we do something? Maharaj said, no. And in that, Maharaj said, then Maharaj, what will you do? मैं सबके छोड़ प्रभ तू ही ते आया. Maharaj, I will drop everything and I will only focus on Paramatma. So what happened next? As Suli Khan was riding, his horse kicked and tripped and he fell into a furnace. And Suli Khan died the worst death that he could, where he was burned to life. Yeah, sorry, he was burned to death. वो जो पूरा सड़ गया, he turned into ashes. Then everybody looked at Maharaj and says, Maharaj, how is this possible? Maharaj ne kya, मैं सब कुछ छोड़ प्रभु तू ही. I've dropped everything. I placed no hopes and no efforts. I only focus my dhyan on Vaheguru. Maha Ananda Achint Sahajaya. That I've attained this supreme bliss and this beautiful Achint, this stress-free state inside of my mind. They ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਵਿਕਾਰ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਏ. I've attained bliss, and the true Guru has protected me from all of those that are trying to go after me. What this means for us is, yes, there are times when we think we have gut instincts. I got to do this. I have to fight this. I have to do this. We're always in this like fight or flight panic mode. But at what point do we stop and calm down and say, Maharaj, मैं प्रभु डोरी हाथ तुम्हारे, I leave this in your hands. Now I don't want you to take this out of context to say, wait, isn't this Gandhi's philosophy of like not doing anything and just become passive? I thought Guru Har Gobind Sahib Ji didn't want that. No, this is not what that's saying. I know it can seem like that. There's a difference between, yes, you can beat me, I'm never going to do something about it. There's a difference between, regardless of what happens, my faith is always on Vaheguru and I will never let go of my hope and ask. My support is going to be Vaheguru, nobody else. Even when Baba Deep Singh is on the battlefield, they had Vaheguru Gurmantar, Gurbani on their tongue. When Baba Gurbakh Singh was on the battlefield, when Anok Singh Ji Babbar, they were becoming shaheed and they were kept in a jail, and when their eyes were pulled out and hot rods were put in their into their legs and feet, their bones were broken entirely. And the police officer came to and said to Anok Singh and said, hey, do you have anything left to say? Now will you give up? And Anok Singh said, what time is it? You pulled out my eyes, I can't see it anymore. And he said, it's evening time. And Anok Singh started Rehra Sahib. Har jug jug bhagte upaya, paj rakhda aya Ram Raji. When he started Rehra Sahib, then even the police officer got very angry and he cut the tongue of Anok Singh. But what this means is Gurbani is our hope and asra regardless of anything. Do we think Guru Arjan Dev Ji didn't know how to ride a horse and play with spears? Of course they did. Okay, they rode horses, they played with spears, they knew how to spin swords. But Guru Arjan Dev Ji Maharaj Sache Pacha was the epitome, the embodiment of Hukum, the embodiment of Pana, the embodiment of following the will of Akal Purkh. This contentness that they had, contentment that they had, regardless of external circumstances. That's what Gurbani is trying to take us towards. And yes, today, all day, we've been talking about projects and efforts and all of these things that we're doing. But remember, the underlining feeling that we always have behind this is, Maharaj, tusi karne wale hain. What maan, what power do we have? And there's a beautiful discussion that Jigraj Singh and I used to have when Jigraj Singh was still with us. And I think he probably made a few videos about it as well. Was that, why do we have pride of Sikhi? Because we didn't make Sikhi. Sikhi assi ta nahi na banai. Sikhi ne, Guru Sahib ne Sikhi sanu bakshi. Yes, we write on our t-shirts and we say, Sunny the proud Sikh. And we write like proud to be Sikh and all this. But if you translate that, what does that say? It says, Minu maanya Sikh hon da. Nahi pariyo, maanya, maan karo tud upare. Mere pritam pyare. I have pride in you, not pride in me. I'm grateful to be a Sikh. I'm blessed to be a Sikh. I'm not proud to be a Sikh. Because Maharaj, ape sangat sad bahal hai, ape vida karave. You do grace upon me and you bring me into the Sangat. And Maharaj, you do grace upon me and you send me out of the Sangat. You put grace upon me, you see my efforts like a child trying to walk, and you grab me by the arms and you put me on your shoulders and you carry me in front of the world. And I'll be honest, all the seva that takes place is is with the same energy, is with the same intention. So all of the projects we've been talking about throughout the day, you can probably put your YouTube cursor a little bit back and follow the projects as well. But the foundation of it is Maharaj, this is your Panth. You are the doer. You've already planned all of these things out from the beginning to the end. You guys do know that Sangat Sahib Gurdwara is there. Mal Tekadi Sahib Gurdwara uthe Kangan Ghat Gurdwara Sahib Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj de asthan hege in Patna Sahib. And these asthans represent this, that Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj had everything planned out. They have everything laid out. Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj said that there's a place, this Gurdwara, this asthan, where Guru Gobind Singh Ji gave out shields of gold towards their Sangat. Sonne de vich par ke Maharaj ne ਢਾਲਾਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਨੂੰ. When the army arrived, the Singh said, "Ye Maharaj, ਸਾਡੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਸਾਡੇ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਘੋੜਿਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ, there's not enough food, there's not this." And Maharaj was so happy. Maharaj filled out shields full of gold and they gave it, piles and piles of gold to each Singh that was there. And even after Maharaj gave so much gold to all the Singhs, there was still so much left over. And Guru Gobind Singh Ji said, the rest of this gold we will leave here. Apa ethi dab deni hai. Why? Because this gold my Khalsa will use again. ਇਹ ਸੋਨਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਫਿਰ ਵਰਤੂਗਾ. When? ਹਾਂ, ਜਦੋਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਆਵੇਗਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਸੋਨਾ ਫਿਰ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਊਗਾ. These asthans are still today. They're today. When will that time come in the future? Guru Sahib Ji knows. We've not gone back to that location and said, yes, Maharaj, give us this gold. So for us, yes, ਆਪਾਂ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, help us with donations, help us fulfill these projects. But ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ Guru Sahib ਹੀ ਹੈ. We put our yogdan there through our this fund, through our efforts, through our seva. But Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj, you are the one that bestows gold, bestows dhan, bestows power, bestows everything upon all of us. So if we peel back all the surface layers and now let's just put the projects to the side. And let's get into these questions of yours that really connect you to Guru Sahib Ji. And say, Maharaj, main thoda hai, main thoda sevak hai. And if I was to be very, very vulnerable and say this to the Sangat live here, I'd say that main Guru di seva kyun karda hai? I do Guru seva not really because I want to achieve something. I know, Maharaj, you're going to get us to achieve something. I have full faith in you. Yes, it comes from a place of pain. And I want to help the Sangat out there. Yes, we talk about that all the time. That's the biggest reason why, that's the foundation of Parchar. But there's an even deeper layer than that. The deeper layer is that Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj, if I was to be, there's a selfish reason, right? We all have that selfish little bit. What's in it for me? What's in it for me is Maharaj thodiyan khushiyan hai, your happiness. If you are happy with me, through your happiness, I have everything. Bhai Nandlal Ji says something very beautiful. Chashme gohar bahar ma. They say, Maharaj, if you look at me, tusi mere wal dekho sahi. I can't sustain your look. Thode ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਵੱਲ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਆ ਨਾ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਬੜਾ ਔਖਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਆ. You might scold me, I can't bear your glance, but I still want you to look at me because there's so much virtue, there's so much bliss, so much anand in everything that you say. Every time you glance at me, I know ਮੇਰੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੰਧਨ ਕੱਟੇ ਜਾਣੇ ਆ. So still look at me. ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਮੇਰੀਆਂ ਖੁਸ਼ੀਆਂ. Even if I die by you staring at me, Maharaj, your stare is like arrows piercing through my heart, yet I still want you to look at me. ਇਹੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਨੰਦ ਹੈ, and in fact ਇਹੀ ਸਾਡਾ ਅਵਸਰ ਹੈ. This is our destination. We do seva and we strive towards this one aspect that Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj, please look at me and bless our efforts that we put towards this Panth. Your Panth is beautiful. It's created greater shaheeds and Singhs that we can't even dream to become like. You bestowed them, you will send more of them back to us. But can I stand along that side? And somebody told me a story when I was younger, and I think I've held that very, very close to my heart ever since I was young. And the story goes like this. They said there was a bird. This bird was flying over the jungle and it saw a huge forest fire. ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗੀ ਸੀ. The entire world was burning in fire. That tiny little bird, ਨਿੱਕੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਚਿੜੀ ਨਾ ਉੱਡ ਕੇ ਦਰਿਆ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ. It finds a river. Hey, there's a little bit of water there. It goes to the river, fills up its little beak. ਨਿੱਕੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਚੁੰਝ ਭਰ ਕੇ ਪਾਣੀ ਨਾਲ it flies back to the big forest fire. ਜੰਗਲ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗੀ ਆ and it drops that drop of water. ਉਹ ਨਿੱਕੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਚੁੰਝ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਣੀ ਭਰ ਕੇ ਵਾਰ-ਵਾਰ again and again it goes to the river and drops it on the fire. It goes back to the river, fills it up with water and flies back to the jungle and drops it on the fire. Somebody else said to that bird and said, "Hey bird, are you a fool? Tu pagal hai? Are you blind? Do you not see that your efforts are making not even a dent? When you go and fill your beak with this water, the forest fire is so big, your water is not doing anything." The bird replied and said, "I know I might not have that much effort. I know it might not have an effect. But one day, there will be two lines." They say, "Jadon dargah auni hai na, when we stand in front of God in the court, where all righteousness is read out, there's two lines there. Do uthe lines aya. Ek jehdi ag la rahe hai, ek bujha rahe hai. There's one side that they are lighting the fire, they're igniting the fire. Oh dunya nu ag la rahe hai. And on the other side, there are those that are putting out the fire. Yes, my little beak might not have the same power as firefighters and jets and all of those things. But my beak is putting a little bit, at least I can say with confidence that I can stand on the side of those those that were there to put out the fire. I can stand in that line, not the other line. So I'll ask you this question. We live in an environment where our money is coming from a system where that money goes around in so many cycles, or tax dollars, we don't know what they go towards. We like things on Instagram that is feeding the algorithms to put out bad material into the world. We are taking part in parties that promote alcohol, listening to songs, giving those videos more views. Kaam di gal hai, there's dancing, there's alcohol, there's slander. We are contributing to that. But when it comes time to contributing to, I'm not trying to guilt trip you, I'm just saying it as I truly believe. When it comes time to contributing towards Panthic Seva, towards helping the world, towards making a dent or making an effort towards Naam, Bani, Gurbani, Parchar, helping Sikhi prosper, can we say we've made more efforts in that direction, or have we made more efforts in the other direction? And that is something you will know individually. सब गुण औगण सब असा करता सब को तेरा जोर ठीक है महाराज सारा कुछ थोड़े वास विच है. You are the one that's doer. We as brothers and sisters get together and we try to have these conversations and try to make efforts towards Guru Sahib Ji. So Guru Sahib Ji, you can look at us one day and when I walk into God's court, you can look at me and say, you know what, this person tried to help the Panth. Ye mera bachcha hai. I think that is happiness for me. And I know when I used to talk with Jagraj Singh or when I talk with all the Sevadars, that is everything for us. Is to vaddi aur koi cheez nahi hai. We don't know how great we are. We don't know how much effort we have. Yes, we'll put it in statistics and we'll put it in front of you. But Sangat de khushi de vechi, when we have the happiness of the Sangat and the assis, that ardas, for me, that's like Guru Gobind Singh Ji saying, Poti, you're doing good seva. When the Sangat give that assis. And so Sangat Ji, tusi Guru Roop hai. We don't just say these things because they sound good and they're poetic. They have meaning behind them. And I think one aspect is I want the youth to actually understand the poetic meaning behind some of these things that are actually there when we say Guru Roop Sangat. I want them to feel what Guru Roop Sangat is actually like. I don't want them just to hear that, yeah, the Sangat is also the form of the Guru and the Guru works through the Sangat and that's a cool concept. It's not just a belief, it's something that many Gursikhs experience regularly, daily. So we want to make that manifest even more, especially in the dark age that we live in, where there are so many other influences. So I go back to this, that let's put our sahajog, let's put our effort, let's put our contributions towards those things that are helping move Guru Nanak Dev Ji's Naam forward. Naam is the foundation. Naam to ਵੱਡੀ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ, ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਫਿੱਕੀਆਂ ਰਹਿ ਜਾਣਗੀਆਂ. Everything else will fall. Or are we putting the right efforts in the right places and the systems to move the vehicle of Naam forward? Naam ਫੈਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ? I'm going to go to some of your questions now. I have all these sort of questions listened out, and ਹੁਣ speaker ਸਾਰੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਆ, ਹੁਣ ਆਪਣਾ ਖੁੱਲਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੈ. ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ? And I will, as the Singhs know, they'll probably stop me and say, like, ਵੀਰ ਜੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਥੱਕ ਗਏ ਆ, ਬਸ ਕਰੋ. ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅਸਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਣ ਰਸ ਆਉਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ. Because now we're talking about Naam Vani and we're getting to the crux of it, what your questions are, and removing your doubts, which I think is the foundation of what Parchar is, of what basics of Sikhi is. If the youth have doubts, then let's talk about them, because the Guru is the one that gives us the guidance. Okay, now I'm not saying I have all the guidance, the Guru does, and from whatever little bit I've learned from Guru Sahib Ji, I will try to put it in front of you. Question number 1. How can I experience Simran? I used to. I do not the way I did before. Let me say that again. How can I experience Simran? मैं Simran ਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰ ਸਕਾਂ? I used to. ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ. I do not experience in the way I did before. ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵਰਗਾ ਉਹ ਆਨੰਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ. Very, very good question. And you'll be surprised at how many people that walk this path of spirituality, they ask this exact same question. How can I experience Simran? I used to, but I do not experience it the way I did before. When we begin walking this path of Gursikhi, we have so much karma attached to us. We have so many entanglements. We are, as Gurbani describes it, the mud of attachment. Jada moh da chikkad hai. We're not able to escape it. We're not able to get out of it. And that holds back our thinking, our thought process, and many experiences that we should be seeing. It's like a window that's that's covered with mud. There's so much mud, you can't see through it anymore. That you don't even believe there's an outside to that window. It's just covered in mud. That's homme, that's ego. But when you experience a little bit of Simran, we've been separated for lifetimes and lifetimes. And in those lifetimes, we don't know what little bit of good karma we may have done. Gurbani says, Janam janam ke vichde, kar kirpa milo ram, ke kirt karam ke vichde. We've been separated for how many lifetimes? We don't know. But in those lifetimes, we must have done great deeds and we must have done bad deeds. Some things that we experience in this life right here, right now, are because of those bad deeds. Some we have already experienced in the past, some we are yet to receive. Yet some of those deeds were good deeds. And those little seeds of good deeds might spark an experience and say, you know, I don't believe I'm that type of person, but I found myself in Sangat doing Simran. And mere purable karma karke naam da sanjog pe gaya. I connected with Naam, I connected with the Guru. And it's like that window is filled with mud, but there's a small crack that came in. And you saw the light a little bit. But because we have so much other karma, sometimes we don't get to continue experiencing. Thoda ja ras la lene hai, and there's a little bit of mana that comes, a little bit of ego, that thought that says, wow, I'm experiencing this. I achieved this. And that little thought closes those cracks right away in the mud. The other way to think about it, that's one potential. The other way to think about it is, Gurbani talks about the concept of sil luni chatiya, where when you are beginning this path and you're disciplining yourself, sometimes it's like licking a tasteless rock. It's like you go to the gym and you're bench pressing, you're exercising. Oh, you hate it. Oh, it's so hard. It's tough. I don't see the results right away. But when you exercise long enough, you eventually begin to enjoy it. You eventually experience the positive results of you feel the strength, you feel stronger, then you almost get attached to that feeling and you want to bench press again, you want to squat again. Very similar. Sometimes you're disciplining your mind and your thoughts are bothering you. You've never experienced what a calm inside is like, so you're trying to go internal and trying to connect to God's name, but you haven't been able to. And as you're licking this tasteless rock, you're not tasting anything. But in the beginning, to be able to get you along this path, Maharaj has given you a small little taste test. And I've experienced this myself, where I have thought and asked this question, wait, I did experience it like this before, but the next day I didn't experience it in the same way. So think back, what were the thoughts that I had during that time? मैं किहड़ियां चीज़ां सोचियां? What were my actions throughout that time? Did they change? If not, पिछले पूरबले कर्म केड़े मेरे होणगे जेड़े मेरे रोकदे आ? Or did I think that was my doing, or did I believe that it was Guru Sahib's grace? If Maharaj gives you a little bit of taste test, that's to say to you, ke put lagga rahe. And I've talked to, there's some things you can read in books, but like these questions are not some things that you get in books. These are from real lived experiences. I mean, I've talked to many Gursikhs across the world even, right? Different countries, different experience, different lifestyles. And they've all said this very same thing. And they've said that, yes, we experienced something and we didn't for a month until we truly gave up and we said, Maharaj, we understand that was your doing. And then after they dropped all guard and they said, you know what, even me holding my arms up, that's not my doing. Vaheguru tu karne wala, you are the one that controls and sustains. When I gave up and I completely let go, that's when I began to experience that same way again. And it truly felt to them that it was like they were traveling this path of spirituality. Gali Atapiri, Gurbani talks about this path towards spirituality. The road gets so narrow that sometimes it's hard to navigate, to even think, can I even get through this? Is there a way out of this? And these questions can come up. But our Guru is so great. Guru Sahib is so amazing that they say, you know what, I'll give you a little bit of a taste of the result, or a little bit of the end of the carrot to say, here's some motivation, keep going. When you experience a little bit of that Simran, that's to say, you know what, there is something inside of this, so that you keep working on it. But you have to work towards it for you understand the value. Can we truly understand the value of Naam Simran? Sai Naam Amol Kim Na Koi Janto. Nobody, while living in this world, can understand its true value. We might think we do. We might think it's the most important thing in the world and it's the best feeling ever. But do we understand its full potential and full value? No, we won't be able to, because then whatever it's being measured with is actually bigger than that value. You can't fit a mountain on a scale, because this mountain will crush the scale. What scale is there big enough to measure Naam, the name of God? It doesn't exist. That's how valuable it is. So how can I experience Simran? I used to, but I do not wait. I did the before. Start doing Simran. Continue doing it every day, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Don't worry about the experience. Do it because you love Vaheguru. Do it because you focus your consciousness and you just want to sit there and love Vaheguru's Guru Mantra, and you love the Guru. Ode vich lage raho, and along the same side, focus on what your actions are throughout the day. Are you doing enough seva? Are you holding on to yourself that I will achieve something spiritually? Now let go of that thought. Focus on seva and make sure you have sangat around you, senior sangat. Sangat in which you feel I am the dust of the feet of this sangat, because I can't express to you how important it is to have this environment or have those around you. Why? Because then you always know there's someone on my head. There's a senior brother or a bajorg or an elder. ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਧੂਆਂ ਦੀ ਸੰਤਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਿਰ ਤੇ ਹੋਵੇ ਨਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਮਨ ਨੀਵਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ, and those cracks don't get covered up with your own ego. So you can continue to experience it even more. ਉਹ ਸਿਰ ਤੇ ਕੁੰਡਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਆ, in Punjabi as they say. So it's very important that ਸੰਤਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਦੀ ਧੂੜੀ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਰਵੇ, ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਦੀ, ਆਓ ਜੀ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਹੋਣ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੰਦੜੀਆਂ ਦੁਰਮਤ ਵੰਜੈ ਮਿੱਤਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਹੀ. When I look upon those brothers and sisters, I look upon them and I see their glowing faces of God's name, and the doubts in my heart are dispelled by listening to them or by seeing them. Those are my true friends. Though when we're around such environments, then we will be able to progress towards these experiences even faster. What is your environment? What are your actions? What is your daily routine? Don't give up just because it's hard one day. ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗੇ ਰਹੋ. Eventually you will start chipping away at that window, and the mud will get thinner and thinner and thinner. Eventually it'll just be a little bit of a haze on the window. You will see the sun flowing through, and maybe one day all of that filth will be cleaned off the window and the sun shines straight through. And now you can say, I can never not experience the sun. You can never leave that experience of God's name. And yes, people do live like that. What you experience in 1 second or 2 seconds of your meditation, people live with that while they're walking around at work. When people live with that while they're driving their car, it's automatically happening inside of them. That's the state that we want to reach when we do Naam Simran. So the bandagi karni, how we progress step by step. This is a long conversation, right? We can go on forever. But ਪਿਆਰਿਓ ਇਹ ਰਸਤੇ ਤੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਇਹ ਸਿੱਖ ਦਾ ਫਰਜ਼ ਹੈ. ਉਦਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੋ. ਇਹ ਨਿਤਨੇਮ ਆ. ਸਿਮਰਨ is a daily routine. And you know what? I'll take it a step further. Not just a daily routine. This is a breathly routine. Because if you ask Gurbani, if you ask Guru Sahib Ji, how much should we be doing Simran? Mara says, 8 ਪੈਰ ਤੇ ਆਵੋ. 8 ਪੈਰ ਤੇ ਆਉਣਾ ਹੈ. Day and night. 24 hours of the day. Well, how do you get to that state? You have to start at least with 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I say this all the time. Do 5 minutes of Simran when you wake up. Listen to 5 minutes of Kirtan and at least 5 minutes of Katha. Cut to cut. Whether it be through videos or whatever it is. 5 minute Simran karna, 5 minute Kirtan sunna, and 5 minute Katha sunni. At least every single day. Grow that to 10 minutes each. Grow that to 15. And then find yourself, build a daily routine or at least a weekly routine where you can go and clean the dust off the shoes of the Sangat. You'll see these little aspects of Seva and Simran, they will compound over a month. Like do it for 30 days. Set yourself, or 7 days or 21 days or 30 days, 40 days. And try to fulfill a 40-day. And hey, like we talked about this morning, you can use the My Guru app to track all of these things. When you track these things, you'll realize, hey, I actually completed 40 days of it. Or you might think, well, I did Seva once last month. I didn't experience anything. Well, 29 days out of 30 were empty and you only did it once. How do you expect to see a result there? So, pyareo, ye abhyas, inu kinde practice, abhyas, routine. So build this into your life. And the next question is, what are practical steps to connect emotionally with Gurbani? How do we connect with Gurbani? How do we build this emotional connection especially when we don't fully understand the language? Both of the aswad. Let me repeat that. What are practical steps to connect emotionally with Gurbani when you don't fully understand the language? If there is a language barrier, you cannot communicate and you cannot understand it. But you can feel interactions, right? Like, imagine you met somebody, but they spoke German, they spoke French. You could meet them and you could walk away feeling that person was very rude, or you can feel that that person was very nice. Now you tell me, what was it about that interaction that made you feel that this person gave you very good vibes and gave you a feeling that you felt loved, or gave you a feeling that you were unwanted? Is the way they reacted, the way they looked with their eyes. Maybe they didn't speak your language, but we speak body language. And you understood these sort of things. So what are you experiencing? How are you, even if it's not through the language, how are you experiencing Sikhi? When you go to an environment, you don't understand the words, but Sangat Prem, where tears are flowing and they're listening to Kirtan, you might say, you know what, these guys, bade jude hoye hai. When somebody comes and serves you and they speak to you very sweetly and you say, yeah, I don't understand Punjabi in the language, I don't understand Sikhi, but I feel very, very, very loved. You have to go into these environments And Gurbani says, Tina dekh man chao uthanda. Just by seeing those people, you well up with inspiration to want to walk this path of Sikhi, to walk the path of Waheguru. So, in that phase, it's not even about the language, it's about your interactions. Now, the next step is, yes, if somebody came to me and said, love Bob, I would ask, tell me more about Bob. Where does he live? What does he look like? And you say, no, just love him. It's like, yeah, well, I need to know more about this person, Bob. Ode gun ta dasso na mainu. And this is where we have to understand the sakhiyan. Babaniyan, kahaniyan, put saput karein. If you don't understand the language, bro, what language am I speaking? You're asking this in English. I'm speaking in English. My English bol rahi hai. You have opportunities. When we were younger, very rare did we get to hear something in English. Now you have it blasted on YouTubes and Instagrams and in your local Gurdwara Sahibs through the effort. And by the way, this is this one that the Sangat gives towards these projects. So we get to put all of this out there in that language. Learn it in the language you speak. Connect to it, ask questions, put the efforts, research it, read it. There's translations of Bhai Veer Singh's books. Yes, Bhai Veer Singh, great, beautiful writer, wrote them history and spiritual conversation. They wrote them in Punjabi, but they're translated to English. So you can read these books, the lives of saints in English. You can read them. You can read the history of all 10 Guru Sahib Jis in English. It's all available. Ek vari pad lo. Understand it. Jidon prem di kundi ek vari pੈ ਗਈ ਨਾ, once you fall in love with that hook of love is there, then you will naturally be inclined and want to learn the language. Oh, bhasha paini shuru ho jayegi. I'll tell you why. You know, I have a friend who married a Singhani from Spain. He does not speak Spanish whatsoever. Odi Singhani, his wife, is Amritari Bibi that grew up in Spain. Now, naturally, growing up in Spain, she speaks Spanish. That Singh, 3 years later, I met him. Banda badi Spanish bolta hai. Kyun? Because usse istri naal rehda, he's living with his wife. He probably loves his wife. He engages with his wife. He learns about, her background, her upbringing, her culture, everything like that. And yes, while they do speak Punjabi and they both speak English, he also is now speaking lots of Spanish because naturally in their household, he exchanges words and he's willing to learn. How is that? How is that? Because oda uthe moh pੈ ਗਿਆ. There is love. ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਦੀ ਕੁੰਡੀ ਪੈ ਗਈ. Naturally ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦੋਗੇ. In the same way, if there is a language barrier, and ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਾਫੀ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਆ, ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਗੁਰਪੁਰਬ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਹਟਿਆ ਆ. And I said this to the parents when Guru Nanak Dev Ji Maharaj was asked. Look, I asked this question. Look, Punjabi बहुत ज़रूरी है. Gurumukhi language is very, very important क्योंकि Guru Sahib जी wrote Gurbani, उन्होंने गुरमुखी अखरां च लिखी हुई है. पर गुरमुखी लिपि तो ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕੀ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ? ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ. They were speaking Punjabi in Punjab before Guru Nanak Dev Ji even wrote Gurmukhi ਲਿਪੀ. ਭਾਵੇਂ ਉਰਦੂ ਵਿੱਚ, ਫਾਰਸੀ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਵੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ. The language didn't come about, the ਲਿਪੀ and the script came about. Guru Nanak Dev Ji was taught by their teachers when they were young in Talwandi. They said, tell me the meaning of this letter. When Guru Nanak Dev Ji asked, they said, "E akhar da arth daso." They say, bol, speak after me. This is a kakka, this is a rara, this is a lalla. Say this letter. And Guru Nanak Dev Ji replied, tell me the meaning behind this letter. And the teacher said, there is no meaning. It's just a letter, bro. It's like like you go to English class and they say A, B, C. And you say, what's the meaning of A? What's the meaning of B? What does C mean? You might say there's no meaning. They're not words yet. You put letters together and that creates words. Words have meaning. Letters don't have meanings. And Guru Nanak Dev Ji replies, and then why would I study something that doesn't have any meaning? मैं क्यों वो चीज़ पढ़ा जिहदा कोई अर्थ ही नहीं है? फिर कहंदे अच्छा ਇਹਦੇ ਵੀ ਅਰਥ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ. And Guru Nanak Dev Ji says, yes, मैं अर्थ करके ਦੱਸਦਾ ਆ. When ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਆ, ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਪੱਟੀ ਲਿਖੀ. There is a Bani called Patti Likhi. There is a Bani called Bavan Akhri. You can read these these Bani and they explain the meanings of these letters. Maharaj explains Rara Ranga Vayamana Apna. Maharaj says Dadda dos na deu kise dos krama apnea. Dadda means this. Rara means this. Lalla means this. Papa means this. Gaga means this. There's meaning behind all of this. So I ask you, do you know the meaning behind Punjabi? Because I'll be honest, if Papa meant permission, ठीक है, Pabba meant Bhagti and Bhagwan, you know, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨਿਆਣੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੀ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਪਤਾ ਪੱਬਾ ਭੰਗੜਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੱਬੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਪਤਾ ਆ. You know which swear starts with a pabba, but you don't know Bhagwan, you don't know Bhagti, you don't know Pandar. You don't know these words and these meanings behind the actual letters. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਕਹੇ ਪੱਬੇ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਇਹ ਆ, ਪਰ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਦੇ, ਭੰਗੜਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਆ, ਲੱਲਾ ਲੜਾਈ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਆ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ. ਸ਼ਸ਼ਾ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ in older kitabs. And now when you ask most kids, they don't know about a sher, but they'll definitely know about shasha sharab jarur hundi hai. So what have we turned the Punjabi language into? Sharab, fights, ladai, Bhangra. Is that what Guru Nanak Dev Ji says? Yes, a Punjabi mein ditti, and the Punjabis took that language and then said to the generation, say Punjabi bolani badi zaruri hai. So मैं बेनती करदा ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਜੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਨੌਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਖਾਉਣੀ, ਮੈਂ ਕਦੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸਿਖਾਉਣੀ ਆ ਨਾ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਅਰਥ ਆਪਣੇ ਕਲਚਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਆ ਕੇ ਦਿਖਾਉਣੇ ਪੈਣੇ ਆ. ਇਹ ਚੰਗੇ ਅਰਥ ਆ ਇਹਦੇ. ਰਾਰਾ ਮੀਨਸ ਰਾਰਾ ਰੰਗੋ ਜਾਂ ਮਨ ਆਪਣਾ ਰੰਗ, ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਦਾ ਰੰਗ ਹੋਵੇ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, not something random, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ. Even in our books, instead of like Gagga Gobind, it's like Gagga Gada. Instead of Babba, it should be Badshah Darvesh, like an emperor, a king, but it says Babba Bandar. When the kid looks at that, he says, why should I say Bandar when I can say monkey? Chalda ya monkey kya ke nahi chalda? The connection to those words is going to happen ਜਦੋਂ ਪਿਆਰਿਓ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਇੱਕ ਕਲਚਰ ਹੋਵੇ. You need to utilize those words, and those words have meanings ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ words ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ. ਹਾਂ, ਐਂਪਰਰ ਹੋਦ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਪਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਾ ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ ਦਰਵੇਸ਼ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਵਾਦ ਆ, there's a rus within that. ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਐਂਪਰਰ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ, ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਦੀ. ਐਂਪਰਰ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ, ਨਹੀਂ, ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਦੀ. ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ ਦਰਵੇਸ਼, ਵਾਹ ਵਾਹ ਕਿੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ. ਐਂਡ ਸੋ ਨਾਓ ਯੂ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਯੂਜ਼, ਜੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵਰਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ ਵਰਤਾਂ, ਮੈਂ ਊੜਾ ਓਅੰਕਾਰ, ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਉੱਥੇ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵਰਤਾਂ, ਪੱਬਾ ਭਗਵਾਨ ਭਗਤੀ, ਹਾਂ, ਮੈਡੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ, ਗੱਲ ਜੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਦੇ. You need to utilize in that language. This is how language is preserved within cultures. Give it meaning, utilize it. ਜੇ ਕੱਲੀ language ਬੋਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦੀ, ਕਮਾਈ ਵੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ. ਬੱਚੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਇਹ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛ ਰਹੇ ਆ, kids are asking these questions saying ਸਾਨੂੰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਮਝ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਮੋਸ਼ਨਲੀ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਨੈਕਟ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ. We've not given them a reason to connect emotionally with the language. Huh. First, just connect with Sikhi. Here's your answer. Connect with Sikhi first. When you fall so much in love with Sikhi and the history, you will naturally, the next step is, well, I want to read Gurbani. Mera bhi ji karda Gurbani padhna. Acha, Gurbani padhna ji karda, fir Sikh uda ada. Read Gurbani, read uda ada. And you can read Gurbani in those languages. And guess what? You'll realize Gurbani de vich oh aam ilaqi de boli kalli nahi hai, dakhan di bhi boli hai, Farsi Arabi bhi hai. ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਆ, ਯਕ ਅਰਜ਼ ਗੁਫਤਮ ਪੇਸ ਦੋ ਦਰਗੋਸ ਕੁਨ ਕਰਤਾਰ. ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਮਾਝੇ ਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ, ਮਾਲਵੇ ਦੀ, ਦੁਆਬੇ ਦੀ, ਦੱਸੋ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ? ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ, ਇਹ ਵੱਖਰੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਆ. ਜਦੋਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਲੋਕ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਆ, ਗੁਣ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਗਾਇਓ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਨਮ ਅਕਾਰਥ ਕੀਨ, ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਹਿੰਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਰਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇੱਥੇ. ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੱਖਣ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਲਿਖਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਆ, ਦੱਖਣ ਦੀ ਬੋਲੀ ਆ, ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਆ, ਦੇਅਰਸ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜਿਸ ਉੱਥੇ ਨੇ. ਹਾਂ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਠੇਠ ਬੋਲੀ ਵੀ ਆ, ਪਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਣਾ ਪੈਣਾ ਆ ਕਿ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਕਿਉਂ ਅਤੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਵਰਤੀ. ਅਤੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਮਕਸਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੋ, ਨਹੀਂ, ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਨਾਲ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਨਾ ਆ. ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਤਰੀਕਾ ਆ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੜੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਆ, ਪਰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਅਰਥ ਅਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸਿਖਾਉਣੀ ਬੜੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਆ ਅਤੇ ਬੋਲਣੀ ਬੜੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਆ. ਪਰ ਉਹਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਬੱਚੇ ਭਾਵ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਆ, they're asking for a reason and we need to give them those reasons. ਉਹ ਭਾਵ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਣੇ ਪੈਣੇ, ਦਿਖਾਉਣੇ ਪੈਣੇ ਆ, ਕਰਨੇ ਪੈਣੇ ਆ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ. ਅਤੇ ਰਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਰੋਬ ਦਿਖਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਰੰਗ ਦਿਖਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਰਾਰਾ ਰੰਗੋ ਇਹ ਆ ਮਨ ਆਪਣਾ ਰੰਗ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਦਿਖਾਓ ਸਾਨੂੰ। ਪਰ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਾਰੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੋਬ ਨਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲਣਾ, ਡੰਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਸਿਖਾਊਂਗਾ, ਤੈਨੂੰ ਬੱਚੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਰਿਲੈਕਸ ਆਮ ਆਊਟ ਹੀਅਰ ਮੈਨ, ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਨਾਟ ਲਵ ਦੈਟ ਆਈ ਵਾਸ ਟੌਟ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਪਿਆਰੋ ਇਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ। ਆਈ ਨੋ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਮਾਈ ਰੈਂਟ, ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਪਰ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਮਝਦੇ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਗਈ ਗਵਾਚੀ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਜਵਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਦੇ। ਪਰ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਉਸ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੁੰਡੀ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਦੀ ਪੈ ਜਾਵੇ ਨਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ, ਜਿਨ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਕੀਓ ਤਿਨ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਪਾਇਓ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਪਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਆ। ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਿਰ ਬੋਲੀ ਵੀ ਪਿਆਰਿਓ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮਿਕਾ ਦੀ ਚੱਲਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ। ਵਨ ਯੂ ਫਾਲ ਇਨ ਲਵ ਵਿਥ ਯੂਰ ਪ੍ਰੇਮੀ, ਜਦੋਂ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਪੈ ਜਾਵੇ ਨਾ ਪ੍ਰੇਮੀ ਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਰਾਂਝਾ ਹੀਰ ਦੇ ਸਪੋਕ ਅ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਆਫ ਲਵ ਵਿਥ ਈਚ ਅਦਰ ਐਂਡ ਦੇ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੂਡ ਇਟ। ਹੀਰ ਰਾਂਝਾ ਲੈਲਾ ਮਜਨੂ, ਅਤੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਭਾਈ ਨੰਦ ਲਾਲ ਜੀ ਅਤੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਵੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਆਪਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ। ਦੇ ਸਪੋਕ ਦੀਨ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦਰਕਮੰਦੇ ਆਂ ਪਰੀ ਰਖਸਾਰਮਾ, ਹਰ ਦੋ ਆਲਮ ਕੀਮਤੇ ਯਕਤਾਰ ਮੁਏ ਯਾਰਮਾ, ਮਾਨ ਮੇ ਰੇਮ ਤਾਬੇ ਗਮਜ਼ੇ ਮਿਜ਼ਗਾਨ ਤੂੰ, ਯਖ ਨਿਗਾਹੇ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਜ਼ਾਇਸ਼ ਬਸ ਬਵਦ ਦਰਕਾਰਮਾ, ਗਾਹੇ ਸੂਫੀ ਗਾਹੇ ਜ਼ਾਇਦ ਗਾਹੇ ਕਲੰਦਰ ਮੇਸ਼ ਵਦ, ਰੰਗ ਹਾਏ ਮੁਖਤਲਫ ਦਰਦ ਬੁਤੇ ਯਾਰਮਾ। ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਆ, ਭਾਵੇਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਠੇਠ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਜੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਦਿਖਾਉਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੱਚਾ ਸਾਖੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਪਾ ਲਵੇ ਅਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਿਰ ਗੁਰਮੁਖੀ ਲਿਪੀ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਜਾਊਗਾ। ਹੀ ਵਿਲ ਲਰਨ ਇਟ ਆਫਟਰਵਰਡਸ। ਹੋਪਫੁਲੀ ਆਈ ਬੀਟ ਦੈਟ ਡਾਊਨ ਟੂ ਡੈਥ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਾਚੇ ਮਾਸੀਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਲੜਾਈਆਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ, ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਬੜੀ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਭੰਗੜਾ ਬੜਾ ਚਲਾਇਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਆ। ਫਿਰ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਕਰੋ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪ ਖੁਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਕਾਹਤੋਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੀ, ਵਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਫੋਰ ਇਟ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਲੜਾਈ ਦਿਖਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਲੇਸ਼ ਦਿਖਦਾ ਹੈ, ਕੱਕਾ ਕਲੇਸ਼ ਲੱਲਾ ਲੜਾਈ, ਸ਼ਸ਼ਾ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ। ਇਹਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਛੱਡ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਗਾਇਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਅਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਾਏ ਆ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਭਾਈ ਗੁਰਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਸੁਣੀ ਪੁਕਾਰ ਦਾਤਾਰ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਗ ਮਾਹੀ ਪਟਾਇਆ। ਆਪਾਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਭਾਈ ਗੁਰਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਆ, ਹਉ ਤਿਸ ਕੋਲ ਕਮਾਇਆ ਗੁਰਮਤਿ ਹਿਰਦੈ ਗਰੀਬੀ ਆਵੈ, ਹਉ ਤਿਸ ਕੋਲ ਕਮਾਇਆ ਪਰ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਸੁਣ ਆਪ ਹਟਾਵੈ, ਹਉ ਤਿਸ ਕੋਲ ਕਮਾਇਆ ਪਰ ਦਰਬੈ ਨੂੰ ਹੱਥ ਨਾ ਲਾਵੈ, ਹਉ ਤਿਸ ਕੋਲ ਕਮਾਇਆ ਪਰ ਨਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਨੇੜ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ। ਪਰਾਈ ਨਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਨੇੜ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਪਰਾਇਆ ਦਰਬ ਨੂੰ ਹੱਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਉਂਦਾ। ਇਹ ਸਿੱਖਿਆਵਾਂ ਆ। ਅਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਗੁਰਦਾਸ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਨਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਲੱਗ ਪਿਆ ਘਰ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਹੋਵੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ। ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਯੋਰ ਫਾਲਟ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਸ਼ਨਸ ਪਾਈਆਂ ਆ। ਸੋ ਪਿਆਰਿਓ, ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਯੂਥ ਗੈਟਿੰਗ ਟੂਗੈਦਰ ਐਂਡ ਸੇਇੰਗ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਕਰੀਏ, ਸਿੱਖੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਂਭੀਏ, ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਖਾਈਏ। ਅਤੇ ਪਿਆਰਿਓ ਹਾਂ, ਆਪਾਂ ਧਰਤੀ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਡਾ ਧਰਤੀ ਨਾਲ ਮੋਹ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਲ ਮੋਹ ਆ? ਸਿੰਪਲ, ਸਾਡੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਆ, ਸਾਡੇ ਬਚਪਨ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਆ, ਜਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਆ? ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇਦਾਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਆ, ਸਾਡੇ ਇਲਾਕਿਆਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਜ਼ਮੀਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਆ, ਜਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਆ, ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਅਸਥਾਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ, ਗੁਰਧਾਮਾਂ ਨਾਲ, ਸ਼ਹੀਦਾਂ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਆ? ਇਹ ਸਵਾਲ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵੱਲ। ਹਾਂ, ਵਨ ਵੀ ਸੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੜ੍ਹ ਆਇਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੁੰਦੇ, ਅਤੇ ਦੇਣਾ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਸਭ ਕੁਛ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਦੇਰ ਆਰ ਸਿਸਟਮੈਟਿਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ, ਦੇਰ ਆਰ ਸੋ ਮੈਨੀ ਥਿੰਗਸ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਦੈਟ ਵਨ ਵੀ ਐਸ ਯੂਥ ਲੁੱਕ ਐਟ ਦੈਟ ਐਂਡ ਵੀ ਥਿੰਕ ਲਾਈਕ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਆ, ਬਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦਿਸ ਅ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ, ਇਜ਼ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਆ? ਠੀਕ ਆ, ਹਾਂ ਦੋਨੇ ਆ। ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਮਦਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਬਟ ਯੂ ਨੀਡ ਟੂ ਲੁੱਕ ਐਟ ਦੈਟ ਐਂਡ ਰੀਅਲੀ ਆਸਕ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ, ਜੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਆ ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਧਰਤੀ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੁੱਲ ਆ। ਉਸ ਧਰਤੀ 'ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੁੱਲ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਸ਼ਹੀਦਾਂ ਨੇ ਸ਼ਹਾਦਤਾਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ, ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਗੁਰਧਾਮ ਬਣਾਏ। ਉਹਦਾ ਮੁੱਲ ਕਿਤੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ 'ਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਣਾ। ਯੂ ਨੈਵਰ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਫਾਈਂਡ ਇਟ। ਬਟ ਇਹ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਸਮਝਾਉਣੀ ਪੈਣੀ ਆ। they're going to need to understand it through that way, through that method. So what is the value of a ਗੁਰਧਾਮ? ਆਪਾਂ ਭਾਈ ਸੁਖਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਸਥਾਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ, ਦਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਆ। ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਅਨੇਕਾਂ ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਭਾਈ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਲਾਕਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਤੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇ ਸਥਾਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ। ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਪਤਾ, ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਕੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਬੱਚੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਟੇਕ ਅ ਟ੍ਰਿਪ, ਦੇ grab tickets and they go to Paris, they go to Greece, they go to Japan. Why? ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਟਿਕਟਾਂ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਅਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਗੁਰਧਾਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਨ ਜਾਂਦੇ? Why do they not put on tickets, buy tickets and say, you know what, let's go on vacation for a month? Why do they not go to their asthans? Why do they not go to Khadur Sahib, Govindabal Sahib, Sultanpur Sahib? I guarantee 95% ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਦੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ, ਅਮਰੀਕਾ, ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਆ ਨਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਲਤਾਨਪੁਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ. They haven't heard the name ਸੁਲਤਾਨਪੁਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਨੇ 13 ਤੋਲਿਆ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦਾ ਘਰ ਆ, ਦਾ ਹਾਊਸ ਆਫ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਰੋਜ਼ ਉਸ ਗਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੀ ਤੁਰ ਕੇ ਮੋਦੀ ਖਾਨਾ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ. ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਕਿਰਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਉੱਥੇ. But people don't know the name of that place. ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ. ਪਰ ਪੈਰਿਸ ਜਾਣ ਦਾ ਆਈਫਲ ਟਾਵਰ ਤੇ ਸੈਲਫੀਆਂ ਖਿੱਚਣ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ. It's not their fault. ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਹੱਤਤਾ ਦੱਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕੇ. We weren't able to put that meaning out towards them. ਸੋ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਰਲ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਆਪਾਂ ਆਪ ਸਮਝੀਏ, we understand it ourselves, and then we help the youth understand that as well. So anyways, I'm moving on to the next question. How to cope with guilt of not being sick enough? Very good question. Let me repeat that. How do I cope with the guilt of not being sick enough? ਮੈਂ ਸਿੱਖੀ 'ਚ ਇਨਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਅਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਬੜਾ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਗਿਲਟੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਫੀਲਿੰਗ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਆ. How do I deal with that? How do I cope with that? First of all, ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਉਸ ਦਿਨ ਕਥਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਂਝ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀਗੀ. I shared it with you. Say, first of all, we need to get out of this thought process that the Guru is only for the Sikhs. ਗੁਰੂ ਸਿਰਫ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਣਿਆ ਆ. ਨਹੀਂ ਪਿਆਰਿਓ, ਗੁਰੂ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਿਆ, ਗੁਰੂ ਪਾਪੀਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਇਆ ਆ. ਵਾਈ ਡਿਡ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ came into this world? ਪਾਪੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ. They're there for the sinners. This guilt definitely sets in enough because the guilt is there ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਝ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਮਨ ਜਾਣਤ ਸਭ ਬਾਤ ਜਾਣਤ ਹੀ ਔਗਣ ਕਰੇ. I know what I'm doing wrong and yet I'm not able to turn that trajectory. Something's holding me back. Why am I not sick enough? What do you consider sick enough? I think that's a very unique question as well. What is sick enough? Why do you feel that you're not able to become your ideal of whatever Sikhi is, of what sick enough is? And then what made you feel that you're not good enough for that? ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਜਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦਾ. ਗੁਰੂ ਪਾਪੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਤਾਰਦਾ. ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਆ ਕਿ ਐਸੇ ਦੁਰਮਤ ਨਿਸਤਰੇ ਤੂੰ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਾ ਤਰਹਿ ਰਵਿਦਾਸ. ਦੈਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਜਾਮਲ ਪਿੰਗਲਾ ਕੁੰਚਰ ਲੁਬਤ ਗਏ ਹਰ ਕੈ ਪਾਸ, ਐਸੇ ਦੁਰਮਤ ਨਿਸਤਰੇ ਤੂੰ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਾ ਤਰਹਿ ਰਵਿਦਾਸ. So many sinners that were stuck in calm and lust, they were stuck in pride and anger and attachments. All of these sinners that are mentioned, their names are the prostitutes, the sinners, they were liberated ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਪਾ ਲਿਆ. They were liberated ਜਦੋਂ ਨਾਮ ਮਿਲ ਗਿਆ. So how do you cope with the guilt of not being sick enough? You need to start reciting God's name. ਨਾਮ ਜਪਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦੇ. That is going to give you your coping mechanism to say, "Nahi, Maharaj is now filling me on the inside," and I just start doing Simran. And that is going to help you progress through whatever you feel is like not allowing you to break that barrier of becoming sick enough, of what you consider sick. Pero jithe ya naam japna na okha nahi hai. Look, if somebody came to you and you said, "You know what, this is too hard, but shortcut chahida. I need a shortcut. How do I get to God? Give me the quickest, give me the shortcut." And Maharaj says, just say Vaheguru, Vaheguru Japo. And you're like, no, that's too hard. It's like, no, you don't have to do jogs of bhakti. You don't have to hang upside down. You don't have to rub ashes on your body. You don't have to go and, dedicate and do jugs and cut off the heads of horses and, do all of these Asmeth jugs or do any of that kind of stuff. Just live your householder's life and just wake up in the morning and recite God's name. Just say Vaheguru. And you're like, no, that's too hard. Bro, that is the shortcut. Sikhi is the shortcut to spirituality. Maharaj aap sansar te aake, they said the world is in so much pain. Do you not have any compassion towards this world that's drowning? And Maharaj says, yes, I will come and I will destroy the tyrant rule. I will destroy the hypocrisy. Pakhand da khandan karunga te brahmand da mandan karunga. So start reciting God's name and start spending time in positive sangat that is encouraging you. When you start spending time in sangat that is encouraging you, that is helping you get there, and je thode man vich like chalo I don't have a big damala, I'm not doing this, sangat vich aake ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੋਗੇ, you'll realize very quickly that they seem very intimidating, but they are more than happy to actually sit with you and answer your questions, like at least the youth that we are around in. So find that type of sangat that are not belittling you, but instead encouraging you, raising you, picking you up. You know? That would be what I would say to that. The next question is, how do I pursue ambition and success while staying grounded in Sikh humility and values? Very, very good question. Let me repeat that again. How do I pursue ambition and success? मैं तरक्की किवें हासिल करां पर नाल मैं निम्रता भी रखनी while staying grounded in Sikh humility and values. बहुत वधिया सवाल है क्योंकि कई बारी we think success equals ego, but it doesn't always equal ego. Bhai Subeg Singh reached great heights. Bhai Gurdas ji reached great heights. Bhai Nandlal ji reached great heights. बड़ियां उच्चियां पदवियां उन्होंने पाइयां पर उन्होंने मान नहीं किया. उन्होंने क्या अगेन जो आप पहला क्या मान करो तुद ऊपरे मेरे प्रीतम प्यारे महाराज. Humility is, if you think I'm the doer, then you will have मान. When you say कहो नानक सब तेरी वडियाई कोई ना होना जाने मेरा. Maharaj, all the praise is yours, you're the doer, I'm just the vessel. And may nobody know my name, may they only know your name. Maharaj, may your name get famous. I want your name to be well known, not my name. Koi na hona jana mera. I don't want anyone to know my name. All of this is your doing and your grace. When you keep that as your foundation, recite that pankti again and again. Minuna sadhu ne kiya, the saints told me when I was young, they said, every time you finish a talk, every time you finish katha, every time you finish a seva, walk out and keep reciting this pankti in your mind. Kaho nanak sab teri vadayai, koi naam na jana mera. Kaho nanak sab teri vadayai, koi naam na jana mera. May nobody know my name, and may everybody know Guru Sahib Ji's name. Maharaj, it's Sikhi da naam pargat hona chahiye. And so when you go and you be ambitious, what is your cause for ambition? What is your cause for a success? Is it like, yes, people now know me and I've achieved this? The way to get rid of that is in the identity of your fateh. We spoke about this before. When you say my purpose of the success is Panth da vadda hove, fir thoda nijda kithe reh gaya? There's no niji fela. You want to go and become the president of the United States, chakado fatte, go become that. But why are you doing it? So I can give back to the Panth. Then Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. You are the identity of Guru Sahib's Khalsa. You're not there for your own individual incentive. When you let go of your individual incentive, then you can say, Maharaj, ye sab tera ditta, main tera ditta kar raha haan. That's where humility comes. It's on the inside. That doesn't mean you don't go and strive. You're putting their efforts. But why are you putting those efforts? Do you think Baba Bajittar Singh didn't put any efforts? Do you think Baba Uday Singh, do you think Baba Daya Singh Ji, they didn't put any efforts into any seva? Do you think Bhai Gurdas Ji didn't put any efforts? Do you think Baba Deep Singh Ji, Baba Banda Singh Ji, they didn't put efforts into their things? No, they did. But you were the one that is the doer. And we need that same sort of foundation of our thoughts and mentality as we continue to do our seva as well. So, is there any questions, Hagi? I'm sure there's a few in the chat. Andy? Okay, perfect. So there's a few more questions here in the chat now. I can see it on the screen. ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜੇ ਆਨਸਰ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੁਣ ਜੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੀ ਆ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਘੁੱਟ ਲੈ ਲਈਏ Very good question. Guru Arjan Dev Ji was such a wonderful, perfect, loving Guru. Why did they have to go through such a terrible torture? Very good question. I'm hoping you're implying that Guru Arjan Dev Ji Maharaj, they were very peaceful in the sense that they didn't go and initiate any wars, yet they had to go through that. And hopefully you're not differentiating to say, well, Guru Gobind Singh Ji wasn't the perfect Guru, Guru Arjan Dev Ji was. That's not true. Guru Gobind Singh Ji was the same form as Guru Arjan Dev Ji, as Guru Nanak Dev Ji, yet they took on those forms of the worldly emperors and those leaderships for different purposes to be able to help protect the righteousness. Anyways, going back to Guru Arjan Dev Ji Maharaj, why did they have to suffer such a terrible torture? And you know what? When we go into their Shahidi, if you listen to their Katha, you'll actually see that many people came to them and asked them the same question. They said, Maharaj, you don't need to go through this. You are all powerful. You are perfect. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਲਾਹੌਰ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ. You don't need to sit here and bear this torture. They were out in the Veda for a full day with the sun scorching on their head. This next day, they were boiled for 9 hours straight in a hot cauldron, a hot pot. The next day, they were put in the scorching sun with hot sand being poured on top of their head. And the fourth day, they were made to sit on a hot plate for 3 hours with a hot sand being poured on top of their head. Their body blistered, bruised, cut, almost like, if like the skin becomes so loose and crunchy that it's like you put something in an air fryer. They Maharaj de inne shale ho gaye sige. And the Sangat came to them, many people, Sai Mia Mir and many came to them and said, Maharaj, why are you bearing this? You don't need to. Give us permission. We'll destroy all of Lahore right now. And Guru Arjan Dev Ji Maharaj, they stopped Sai Mia Mir and they said, look up. And upon looking up, they saw millions of angels, Devi Devte, so many angelic beings, countless to countless, all standing, crying, praying. And they said, they're all waiting to do something. You're waiting to do something. The entire world is witnesses beyond Patala Pata, jinne vi dur to jaake hege ne na Devi Devte, Shakti, and the entire world, all of creation is crying, witnessing this right now. But let me play out my act. Jeda main ithe sansar te khed rachaun aaya na, the play that I'm here to show the world through such an action. They said, I'm not experiencing torture. Minnu koi dukh nahi hai. So you think they had to experience this torture? They weren't experiencing the pain. From our perspective, it's pain. Because they're like, if we went through that through our egotistic self, yes, we would experience pain. Maharaj is not limited to that. Maharaj is beyond the body. So when they went through this, say, let me showcase what living in God's will looks like. To say, Maharaj, this is your doing, and I am fully content in God's name. If I have God's name, I can experience pain. The fifth day, when Chandu was sitting there and thinking, how do I torture Guru Arjan Dev Ji even more? Like I've put him on a hot plate, I've poured hot sand on him, I've boiled him, I've done everything. Maharaj says, I want to go to the river and do a shnan. And Chandu was very happy. He was torturing them. He was saying, I was thinking, how do I torture them now? And Maharaj says, I need to go and do a shnan on the river. Let me go bathe in the river. He became very happy because he thought to himself, a body that's been burnt and blistered and bruises and faluhe hoya, there's huge like blisters on Maharaj's body that has pus inside of it. If Maharaj goes now into cold water of the river, that'll burn, that'll hurt Maharaj's body so much because they've got so many cuts and bruises and shalle all over their body. So he got very happy. He's like, of course, go to the river, go and do a shnan. You're just torturing yourself. Maharaj Sache Pacha go there, they sit down, they speak with all the Sangat. And they explain to them this whole bliss. Unhone vicharan kitiyan. They say, this is the will of God. If I'm within this and able to accept God's will throughout all of this, then the little specks of heat that you face in your life, and the little bits of pain that you face in your life, why are you not able to accept that within the play of God as well? Maharaj is shocking the world through this history, not because they were powerless and they had to bear it. No, Maharaj was all powerful. But they chose to go through that form and show us this is the power of it. And so they created the show for us. They staged the show themselves. They sat upon it. They made it happen, and they showed the world. They set the direction of the world to say, this is what living within God's will is like, and no one else in the world has ever been able to show that. No one else will be able to. So Guru Sahib is not bound by, Maharaj is outside of karma. Maharaj is outside of pain and pleasure. They create the shows, but they did it because they wanted to show us something. They wanted to teach us something through that. So hopefully that answered your question and added more to it. Next question. We are sinners and have karma to pay for, but they were the embodiment of love. Why did this happen? Again, same. I think it's just connecting to the same question. Maharaj, आप karke rachona, that is part of their love. Because what we consider pain, and do you think Maharaj just has to endure that? They're having to go through that? No, Maharaj they came into this world to be able to do that. You know, they khanayo jagda tamasha. Main ho parampura kodasa, Guru Gobind Singh Ji says. And you know what the highest level of Brahmgyan of spiritual wisdom looks like? When Guru Gobind Singh Ji stood on top of Chamkaur di Gadi, on top of the walls of the fortress of Chamkaur, and they saw their two older sons becoming shaheed in the battlefield, and they said, Maharaj, the boon that you gave to me, I've returned it back to you. As if like this is not attachment. That is what spiritual, they're there to show us something. And you know what? I have to tell another Sakhi here to help explain this and highlight this aspect. We talked about Gurdwara Kangan Ghat, Gurdwara Sahib at Patna Sahib. There is a Gurdwara Sahib there when Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj was very, very young. I would say roughly around, I think 5-7 years old, very, very young. Their grandmother, their mother, Mata Gujri Ji, was taking care of them. Mama Karpal Chand Ji was there. And being Guru Gobind Rai Ji or Guru Gobind Singh Ji, they had Kangan with them. Meaning they were the son of Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji, the son of the Guru. Sangha donated well, they were dressed well, they were like a young little prince. And so they had these beautiful Kangan on the golden bracelets. One day when they went out playing, they returned back and they only had one of them. Unhone ek paya siga. Mata Gujri Ji looked at that and they said, the mother is thinking, of course we need, where's the other golden bracelet? It's very, very expensive. So many people could use that. And if the child has just lost something and thrown it around, then we should go and find it. They sent out Sevadars. They said, go and find where my son dropped this golden bracelet. The Sevadars went out, traced the steps, they couldn't find anything. Then they asked Mama Kripal Chand Ji, they sent them, they sent many others, and they've noticed Guru Gobind Singh Ji is standing in this corner very, very quietly, not saying anything. And they remembered a letter that Guru Tegh Bahadur Maharaj, their husband, sent them, which said that our child is not normal. They are the form of God, and anything that they do has a lot of meaning. Edi nikki nikki galda, nikki nikki karmada, bahut vada raaz hai. Every little thing, every choj that they do, oh chojan da, tai apa choji pritam kehne na. They have so many choj, so many tricks and playful acts that they do, but there's a deeper meaning behind all of them. So they asked Guru Gobind Singh Ji, their son, and they said, Puttar Ji, mere lal, where is that golden bracelet? Kangan kithe hai? They say, Mata Ji, let me show you, come with me. So they grabbed their mother's hand. They walked all the way to the river. When they walked to the river, they took off the second one and they threw it into the river. They threw it into that river. When it fell in that river, Mata Ji was shocked. They said they just saw the very expensive golden bracelet falling into the river and now drowning and floating away. And they became very, very quiet. And they looked at Guru Gobind Rai Ji thinking, what could be the hidden meaning and the mystery behind this? Guru Gobind Singh Ji looked at their mother at a very young, ripe age. And they said, oh mother, I had one bracelet and I threw it. The second one you watched going in front of your eyes. There will come a time when I will have one set and you will have one set. Ek joda mere kol hovega, ek joda thode kol hovega. My set, I will watch happily go away. I will watch it move away from me. I will give it up very, very happily. Main khushi khushi te aage damanga. But Mataji, you will have one set. Be prepared, because for you to watch that set go away from you, it will be very difficult for you. So prep yourself now, because I will have one set and it will go. Hukumya, that is the command. Both sets will go. My set will go, I will watch it go away happily. But when your set goes away, it may be difficult, so begin to prepare yourself now. Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj was alluding to the Sahibzade. They were saying that I will have Baba Ajit Singh Ji and Baba Jujar Singh Ji. And look, they're not born yet. Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj themselves is at a very young age. But they said this, meaning it is all within the hukum, it's within the command. Let me repeat again. Main hoon param purkh ko dasa, dekhan ayo jagat tamasa. This is the command of Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj. They said this themselves. They said, I've come into this world to see dekhan ayo jagat tamasa, to watch this and witness this act of the God, the Creator, that has laid this out. I'm here to watch it. Meaning it's already been pre-written and I'm here to watch it out. I want to see it being carried out. And they said to Mataji, they said, I'm above this. I don't feel any sort of pain. I will watch it go very, very happily. Referring to when Mata Gujari ji will have to watch and send out her two grandsons, Baba Fateh Singh and Baba Jujar Singh, and say they will go and give Shahidi now. But Guru Gobind Singh Ji wasn't there. They had their set. Mataji had their set. So when you take this and you think, oh, was Guru Gobind Singh Ji, were they under pressure? Could they not avoid it? If they were so powerful, why did this happen to them? It was all within the play. Why did Guru Tegh Bahadur Maharaj Ji have to give their Shahidi? They played that act to show something, to do something. Then in the form of Guru Arjan Dev Ji, they played that act. Maharaj, in that place, you played that act. Maharaj, when you were Guru Nanak Dev Ji, you went and did Parchar. Maharaj isn't great because, they walked all these steps and they did Parchar. No, that's their favor that they did. That's the way they wanted to act out that play. They dressed in a certain way, the way to fulfill that act that they were doing. But what were they truly? They were the form of God. As Sikh, if we don't understand this fundamental principle, Jot Roop Har Aap Guru Nanak Kahayo, that Guru is the form of God, the light that was named Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Aap Narayan Kalatar Jag Mein Parvaryo, the form of God themselves manifested in this world, and their name was Guru Amar Das Ji. Guru Arjan Pratak Har, that Guru Arjan Dev Ji themselves is the manifestation of Har, of God. Guru Nanak Dev, Govind Roop, Guru Nanak Dev Ji is the form of Govind, the Master, the Creator of the universe. Gur Parameshwar Eko Jaan, the Guru and Vaheguru are one. And Bani, Vaho Vaho Bani, Nirankar hai, this Jevad Avar na koi. The creation is Vaheguru. Our true self of Atma, Atma Paratma Eko Karai, is the form of Vaheguru. Formless, beyond time. We have to break these shackles of time to be able to understand what truly Sikhi is and what our place is. The Seva that we do is within this world. Through the three virtues of Maya, this play is acted out. We are a part of it. Understand how the hukum works and how your ego-filled perspective is limiting you. Your individualistic perspective is limiting us to see that. And we're bound by that. This is what creates the individual jeev, the individual, the being that comes and goes through this play of birth and death and birth and death. But once you reach that state, coming and going in this world is not there anymore. Then God's name is attained, and that burning cauldron of desires and ego is all dispelled. We are not our body. We are not our individual identified soul or our subtle bodies either. We are not our thoughts. We're something much, much deeper than that goes beyond these thoughts. That's why you have to utilize, you're not your mind, but you utilize your mind. The foundation of this mind is the Jot Roop. The mind, when thinking through the ego, is thinking, main sochan wala hai. That's not what you are. But when you let go of all of that and you say, what is the foundation of my existence? Oh, the drop of water was the ocean the entire time. I thought the drop of water was separate from the ocean. Har har jan doi ek hai, bibe bichar kachna hai. Jal te ubj tarang jyo, jal hi bikhe sumai. The wave of water rises up and it seems like it's separate from the ocean, but as soon as the wave goes down, it merges back into that ocean right away. The ray of the sun seems like it's separate from the sun, but we realize it came from the sun. It is the same form as the sun. The essence of the ray of the sun is the sun. Suraj kiran milai. Jal ka jal hua ram. This is ultimately the goal and the way we You know, that's where our atma, our soul being, our true self, that has formless beyond time, is not confined to the physics of time space. And we think, you know, this happened, this is the history, this is where we're going. No, break all of that. Guru Arjan Dev Ji is beyond time, beyond physics, beyond time and space. So if they're beyond time, space, physics, karma, all of these things, then of course they don't have to go through that, but they're doing that because they wanted to. Oh, hukum beche. And now we look at that and we say, Maharaj, evi sab tere hukum beche, and we drop our egos as well and follow this path to recognize, Bas Maharaj tera kiya meetha lage, har naam badarth nanak mange. I just want to sing these praises of the Creator. I don't ask for anything else. Those are the things we try to achieve for. And our history is living proof of these spiritual teachings hidden and showcased throughout all of this. And I think when we dive into history as youth, we struggle with so many wild questions. If only we understood the simplicity of Sikhi. Read your history. Read Gurbani. Stay in Sangat. Serve the saints. Spend your time and environment listening to it. Surround yourself in it. Sikhi is so simple, yet we are just so distracted all the time. Our job is to make this Sikhya available. You will see it go into the wild, everywhere across the world. And you know, that impact is happening. You know, with the shard of every sevadar that's involved with this seva. Sleepless nights go, day and night. The passion is there, the reason is there. ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੋ ਸਿੰਘ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ, they're probably thinking on telethon ਕਦੋਂ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਣਾ ਆ. But they've been sitting there all day. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਵਿਚਾਰੇ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਖਾਧਾ. They've not been eating all day as long as I've been on this telethon as well, even before me. I just showed up this morning to do the telethon. They've been here for the last week, setting up the camera, setting up the thing, getting this sign out. And this was done through Seva as well. What was the company's name?
Premium Science.
Premium Signs. So shout out to Premium Signs for doing this Seva, of creating this basically logo behind me. So it's not like AI, it's actually there. So thank you for Seva to help make our telethon look a little bit better in the studio. So all the Seva goes a long way. Jithe jithe vi yogdan hai. And the Sevadas are there because they see the impact of the Seva. Whether they are on the ground, whether they're behind the screen, whether they're through the WhatsApp groups or the Google chats or through the emails, or whether they're putting up the stall, or whether they're taking down after Nagar Kirtans or handing out leaflets, or whether they're at the project planning stages and they're sitting on Zoom meetings like day and night thinking about Seva, no matter what place they are and what position they are in doing any of the Seva, that effort that they put, they know it's contributing to our larger vehicle. And I think as individuals, we need to start seeing ourselves like that. How can I place myself as a cog, this little nut, inside of this engine of this vehicle, of this ship, that allows my position, to serve the Panth. ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ analogy ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੀ ਇੰਜਨ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ. There's an engine of a car. ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਨਟ ਵੀ ਲੂਸ ਹੋ ਜਾਏ ਨਾ, ਇੰਜਨ ਸਾਰੀ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ. Like those that are very complicated engines, right? Particularly German cars. ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਰ, ਇੱਕ ਨਟ ਇੱਧਰ ਉੱਧਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ ਨਾ, there's so many complications that happen. And that's how important every little piece is, right? The Gurdwara, the committees, the support, the youth, those that are online, the donors, the supporters, those that are there physically, those that are at the stalls, those that are organizing, those that are making the posters, those that are designing the posters, the marketers, all the way to the designers, to the speakers, to the all the people that are organizing, those and the sangat that is there outreaching, and then the volunteer coordinators. All of this continues to connect and connect and connect. And this is why we continue to say, like, the foundation is just understand the root mool principles of what Sikhi is. Sikhi is Naam Bani. And that needs to spread within this world. And the vehicles, how we protect it, how we systemize it, how we get it out there into the world for the Sangha to actually receive it. If we do like a root cause analysis, like me and my friends always do this, the Singhs do this all the time. Like, here's a problem. Let's just not like bandage the problem. Let's go to the root cause. And for so many issues, we've done it, right? Yes, sure, we can create a movement to like solve this issue, but I feel sometimes that's just the bandage issue. If you want to go to the root of the problem of all problems, is that ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਨਾਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੈ ਕੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਤਬਾਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ. Those that do not have God's name, through ego, they're destroying and misleading the world. Those that have God's name, that are spreading that name of God and providing peace into the heart of the world. That's the fundamental. So throughout any seva of the Panth, if we do not have the conversation of Sikhi continuing, what is the point of all these doctors, lawyers, engineers? What is the point of big buildings with tiles? What is the point of having big banners and creating, giving srope to politicians? What is the point of all of this when your own kids do not understand Sikhi? Sikhi ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪ ਕਰਕੇ ਦਿਖਾਉਣੀ ਜੀਣਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਿਆਰਿਓ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਬੁਨਿਆਦੀ ਦਾਤ ਹੈ. This is very, very important to bring into our lives to be able to understand. So, ਪਿਆਰਿਓ, this telethon has been going on all day. ਹੁਣ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਆ. ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, it's been here for 8 hours. I think I said to the things it's going to be 6 to 8 hours. 8 ਘੰਟੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਰ ਹੀ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਆ. I do want to end off with this, and I thank you for your questions, that the donation link is on the screen with the QR code, and the link is in the description. If you truly do find value in the seva, and hopefully we were able to convince you somewhat of this meaning behind the seva throughout this 8-hour telethon, then please put your contributions. And above all, give us your asisa. Give us your blessings for us to continue the seva even further. Maharaj kirpa karan. Sanu Maharaj ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਰਥਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਣ, ਬਲ ਬਖਸ਼ਣ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਪੰਥ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੀਏ. ਇਤਨੀਆਂ ਬੇਨਤੀਆਂ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ. I thank all the guests, all the speakers, all the sevadars, and all the tech sevadars that are here with me, all the Panjis that are behind me as well, that work tirelessly. Shout out to Daya Singh ji, Ekjot Panji, Gur Pratap Singh, all of the sevadars in the back, Maninder Singh ji, for all the seva. Jede screen te nahi hai, they weren't able to come upon the screen. But all the guests that appeared on the screen, all the sevadars behind the scenes, and above all, Guru Sahib ji. And I want to thank the Sangat for all your sanjog and your contributions. So, Saad Singh ji, intiyan beintiyan pravan karniyan. Deo sajjan necessitiyan jo hove, Sahib se mail, give me this boon in which we can also meet Guru Sahib ji. Ithe apa fateh bulone. Again, I want to say at the very end, the Savand Network Week, stay tuned to our Instagram page, our YouTube channel, where we will be posting throughout this week different projects that we are doing, different seva that we are doing. So you can find out about it. Hopefully we can convince you, and hopefully you can help us make these sevas grow and keep them sustainable further, so we can continue making the impact that we have been over the last decade and longer. Guru Sahib kirpa karan ji, pulan chi kandi khimas, bulao fateh ji, Vaheguru ji ka khalsa, Vaheguru ji ki fateh.